Oh, I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed. It's basically I just turn my fans to high, so if the program decides to stop working, because, you know, fuck, fuck Windows, and everything will be cool. Does mean they'll have to fucking sit through 3 minutes of ads again. Fuck me, dude. Ah, so annoyed. Can we tell Windows to like just stop doing updates that like break literally everything on your computer? Can this like be a thing, you know? Dude, just connect to Twitch, you piece of garbage. Why is it always such a pain in the ass to do this? Gonna freeze again? Right. Twitch, what the fuck? Why do you keep disconnecting? Oh, I'm so tired of this. 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 What up, Goose? Bro, I don't know anymore, dog. Y'all might not have tits today either. I don't know. Dumbass ads. Wait, how are all those on? I turned them off. All these TTSs should be off. What the Twitch, you fucking piece of shit website, dude. What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm so fucking tired, dude. I'm dealing with this shit all fucking day. Bro, it just turned them back on after I turned them all off. Dude, I hate the fucking website, dude. With a fucking burning passion, dude. First Windows, now Twitch. Just fucking in me. Thank you, Z. Right, so it is working. I don't know why it's got that on it. Man, I guess if it's working, it's working. Fuck it, I don't care. So annoyed, dude. Ow. Stop dropping stuff on me. These stupid fucking ads done yet. 6 seconds. Okay. Does everything sound fine at least? I don't even know anymore, man. This seems low. It might just be a low part in this shit. Sound is fine. Well, we'll see once music starts playing. That's the big test. Alright. Ads are gone now. For the second time. I've made sure that even if my fan control stops working, I just maxed them out. So, computer should be cool all day. Throwing stuff looked hella. Listen, man. That might have been because I didn't have the thing on. Hold on. Might be because of how big it is, too. Nah, that's fine. It's probably because I was it might be because I was zoomed in. Nah, I think I was just loading up. I don't fucking know, dude. Looks fine. Looks fine to me, man. But I don't know what's going on, dude. It's not like my computer's broken. It's just like the Windows update from a few days ago just, I guess, decided to fuck everything. As fucking Windows updates usually do, you know? So, I'm kinda... What the fuck happened here? Okay, four, yeah. Oh, I think we did the dragon fight. That's probably what it was. We're not really doing story stuff right this second. We gotta take a day and go to a dungeon. Because I need to grind up. My screen's still in the center. That's small enough? Is that small enough? Is it? There you go. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. I know what you meant. That's why I zoomed in. I know what you meant. Don't worry. That's why I zoomed in. I could be like streamers nowadays. I could just do this. Is that what people like watching? Just a huge VTuber on one side like this? Covering up 8 billion, pixels of the game? Is that what people like watching now? Instead of gameplay, you just want to see, a third of the screen being a model? I already got a green screen behind me, technically. Throw stuff? Stop throwing stuff! Oh! Wait, what do you need more?
Oh.
Scourge.
Do you recall some of our first conversations?
Oh shit, I don't have to read.
Where I described to you how I am trapped here. I've no idea where in the world I am right now.
Does it sound fine, chat?
I cannot even remember how I was brought here. But you and your allies journey across the land. I had thought that by observing you, I might discover a kernel of those truths.
I see. You thought maybe it was the Mage Academy. After all, it was a sanctuary of knowledge. Shuttered by persecution and isolated by wastes of snow. Nobody had gone near it in years.
Indeed. And that's not all. It's faint, but a deep memory stirs. I myself was involved in the founding of the Mage Academy.
That's practically a sure bet, isn't it?
Well, it seems the matter is not that simple. I saw all that befell you. The ice dragon, the divine relic, the magic that the saint cast upon her people. If all these magical influences arose close to me, I would have sensed it. How could I miss them? Yet, I sensed nothing. It's as if time stands still. Not a single sound. Only deafening silence.
Are you saying that the Mage Academy could be somewhere else?
Somewhere else, or perhaps I myself. My obsession with archetype research, our meeting, the turmoil that has engulfed this land, just maybe, they might all be connected.
Bro, you're from
I feel
Shinjuku, dog.
In pursuit of the archetypes, we may find the truth of your life and of mine. One of those truths is that from here on, you will face more clashes between you and Luis. Clashes that power will decide. I aim to help.
How many more? Multiple.
Show me what you might achieve.
I gotta do
beyond
2
your gifts.
clashes
My
with them?
faith
Oh,
rests with
no.
you.
I didn't like the first one. Alright, we gotta find a
Time
dungeon to
marches
grind in
on,
though,
and
because
the
I
age
need
of the
money
new
and I
king
need
draws
magma.
nearer.
So I can level up people. So that's gonna be whatever the first afternoon is.
The time's finally come.
September 24th. The royal capital is undoubtedly already in an uproar over things, so there's no use in
Very
rushing
well.
back. Yeah. Wait, why the 23rd, man? We can just zoop in there morning of. Oh.
Yes.
Candidates other than who's gonna fucking take us on at this point, dog? Who's taking us on at this point? What? Stop throwing
Everyone
stuff
here.
at me.
We've got the fight of our lives ahead of us. Let's be ready for it.
All right.
And then
Hey, what up, bro? You wanna go?
hey,
What?
Oh, well, thank God we can take him out.
oh, I smell trouble.
Where the hell is this? Have we been to Malva?
Here's where we are now.
Okay, so if we go back to town, I guess.
Ooh.
So we can go up to the academy too. Okay.
You.
Okay, Stroll can level up. Moore's about to level up. Youth up. Fuck me, dude. There ain't no way that this fight with Lewis is the only one, right? I don't even have the last one of the bonds yet. There's no way that Lewis is in 10 days, right? Like I didn't I mean, I know I mismanaged sometime, but like maybe we have youth at like level 4-ish or 3, but okay.
Now what am I to do?
Okay, what do you got? Yeah, what up?
About that.
Prince going right. Yeah, that's me,
Well,
dog. Okay. Froze to death. Oh, what's the reward? Is it big money, dog? A durable spider silk. Oh, it's in Malva. Well, I
Let's give
almost.
it a shot.
Okay, so we need to go grind somewhere. We get tolerance and gloves and money.
That's
I
a choice
wish-
I can get behind.
That means we gotta take on Dickface. So there's something here. There's something here.
Let's help them out.
Yeah, we'll get there when we get
All right,
there.
then.
Is there anybody else in this town that
Let's
needs
go.
help? So I can collect your quests now. Oh, I bet there might be a bounty too somewhere, huh?
Ridiculous.
Yo, what up?
Why, you little...
I don't think you're gonna win, dog. I'm gonna be honest.
I guess, but
Well, now, what are we on about?
You think you can beat me? Hell no, dog. Didn't I already do that?
well,
Oh, never mind. Oh, this must be that one area.
I
Okay,
thank
good,
you in
good, good.
advance.
The Bramblethorn Baton.
let's
I
give
get
it a
money
shot.
out of this too? Money check? Oh, big money check. Hold on. No, you haven't. Keep going, dude.
Well
You're
then,
supposed to play it for 8 hours till you go to bed.
Ridiculous. All right, then.
Is there a bounty thing in this fucking town?
Let's go.
There is. Rage quit? Bro, I'm trying to avoid death
Close your eyes.
to my wallet. Close your rage, chat. Close your rage. Trying to avoid.
Anyone catch your eye?
Oh boy, okay. So, okay. The Ice Beast Chimzanon, the Traceless Threat. Oh, that's a big boy. Everfrost Forest North. Oh, okay, so that's the other one. Okay.
You can handle it.
that
Well, I mean, if it's ice, it's weak to fire, right? I got a pretty decent fucking fire team at
What?
this point. Appeared shortly after the Valmo in that forest. So we gotta kill Valmo and then it'll show up.
I have high hopes for you.
The Frost
Let's do
Point
it.
Horn. Guessing we get Courage out of this too, don't we? Yeah. Okay. Whoa, that's way up there.
You're sure
Oh.
this place?
Well, it's probably just a one-day trek at least, or at least 2. Okay. Okay, we're thinking. Can I like go from here all the way up here? Can we like? Can we hit Malva right quick, dog? Okay, so there's that. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Can I can
Alright
I
then.
just check the map? I forget how to check the arm. No, that's my rank. What's finally begun? What did you do?
All right, then.
I just want to see the map.
Where
Okay.
to?
Can I just fucking look around, dog? Can I just like
Where to?
can I like zoom out, dog? I'll go to the damn thing to fucking look at the map.
let's go.
The leaves are falling. Oh, they started falling here a little bit ago. Hey, where are
Are
people?
we departing?
Ugh. Okay. Now that your gauntlet runners. Oh yeah, yeah. I forgot we can fly now. We don't gotta set up camp anywhere.
Now then.
Forgot about
What
that.
a view.
Where is Katharina? She anywhere?
That's where you want to go.
No, shut up, Gallica. I mean, I do want to go this route, but that doesn't help me get that thing. Okay, so how do I want to do this? I need a dungeon to grind.
Just a moment.
I cannot grind in there.
All right.
Let's see.
I mean,
What
I guess
lurks
if it
below?
didn't have heat, I guess I could fucking right now.
Hold
What are
on.
you spinning for? No, I'm not doing nothing yet.
Ooh. And right
Yeah, I don't
there's
want to
the
be in
ladder.
there.
Let's see.
I don't want to go in there.
Here's where we are now.
What is up here? Is there anything up here I need? No, I'm so okay.
A village.
Let's see.
I just don't know where to go.
What
My
lurks
thing right now
below?
is where the fuck. Okay, I have a lot of things to do. Maybe I should get quest stuff done first. So I think if I'm
Danger.
gonna get quest stuff done, it's probably go here.
Ooh. Should
Onward then.
It's your call.
Oh yeah, I forgot. No, we got it. We're going to get info. I was just seeing if
Time to part ways for now.
I was just seeing if I can see Catherine on the map at all.
All right then.
We can also go fight fuckface Loveless. Where's the fucking? Where is it?
Let's head there right away.
All right, time to get info, chat. Where?
Ah,
Hey, are you the informant? What up?
no harm in just listening, you know.
No, I called him a fuckface. Stop being a gooner. Skill with the sword is a mage capable of advanced
Keep this
magic
to
cursive.
yourself.
4 types fire, ice, electric, and wind. I've heard he can imbue his sword with them. His keen eyes can detect his opponent's weaknesses, allow him even the slightest opening and he'll capitalize. One more thing, I've also heard whispers they wield some kind of unknown monstrous power. Little is known about it beyond its immense strength. Risk think twice, but blah 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 blah. Everyone needs to grow and change in life, see. I'm just giving you an alternate path. You don't have to be that gooner guy. It's a dangerous location where all who enter are doomed to never return. Needlessly, most people try to stay away from it. All manner of monsters, but the most threatening is the Kropos. I mean, I'm guessing it's electricity. Things get dire if it's the last one standing. If you got the cronies with it, you best take them and Kropos down together. Bows and spears. Okay, we got bows, and I have a spear. That's good. Ruinous state, so you need to fly to get there. Is it that one that's right up here? Okay, so that's how we see that too on the way there.
We'll face danger here.
These towers are a pain in the ass too. Okay, the ice beast. I wonder what it's weak to. Any guesses? You'll probably be able to. Probably it'll be fun. Ice attacks are ineffective, and the monsters have adapted to the region. On the other hand, fire will work well. Yeah. Monsters aware of this weakness, though. Stop them before they use the ability that repels magic. Yeah, I got some breaks.
Keep this to yourself.
Counter attack with a good sword or other such implement. So it's a good. Yeah. Enemies protect themselves against fire. You may want to rely on. Yeah. Person stalking the area. They don't appear to be stranded. What? Huh? Alright. Well, I guess there's somebody up in there. I don't care about those right now. Okay. Close your ray. Close your ray, chats. Close your ray. Okay. Where the hell do I want to go?
All right then. All right then. Where to?
I'm trying to think what's the best way to do this. I do have to do something, right? Oh wait, hold on.
No.
Hold on. Whoa, there's 3 now? Okay, hold on. Okay. Alright. Sometimes it's easy to overlook what's left out in the open in the mountain northeast of Altaberry. There's a frostbitten forest. Okay, that's where we're going there already. Submerged in snow year-round that forest is. I'd wager the number of souls sticking around long enough to sift high and low to that frozen tosh is 0. Your relic in there.
Gotta do it.
No, that's not. No, shut the fuck up, Cal. Okay, the second entry is probably in the tower, right? Using an inhospitable, inaccessible environment is standard practice for keeping something hidden. The volcano north of Altaberry certainly fits the bill. First Arctic woods, now a flaming volcano. One hard to reach force of nature after another. I hope we don't melt. Oh, where the hell is that? Do I have a volcano I don't know about? Where I learn about that from? Okay, what's the unknown entry? Even after my many years of research, the whereabouts of one relic has eluded to be. Perhaps someone already found it and claimed it. Even the old man scuppered on this one, eh? Well, no point in willy-nilly searches, I suppose. Okay,
All right then.
wait, hold
Where
on.
to?
Where be the volcano? I need to learn about that. Hey, do you know about the volcano you wrote about, dog? Okay, well that's not helpful.
Now then, what should we do?
Oh, maybe I can go as the informant now. Hold on.
All right then.
My brain juices. Hold
go.
on. Hey, you know about a volcano? Oh, dog, what up?
no
You know
harm in
about
just
a
listening, you know.
know about a volcano? Okay, well that done. How the hell am I supposed to
Alright.
find a volcano when I don't know where the volcano is? Okay. We know there's definitely
So,
something in the
you
forest.
got a
Maybe we should just go there
Yes, of
first. We know there's at least an extra thing in the forest.
We've gotta do it.
Yeah.
What now?
Me.
I
This.
see. Fascinating.
Wait, do
This
I have
right
enough?
here. All right.
Oh, I got plenty.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Alright, we're definitely not gonna get to rank 20. Yeah.
Really?
Oh.
Oh, thanks for the
New
fruit.
skills,
Hold
New
on.
possibilities.
I mean, yeah, that's probably fine. Give me MP. MP, thank you. Give me sure. So tired right now. If I go to sleep, my schedule's just gone. Caffeine, dog. Dude, that's tempting, but that's steep right now. I mean, I guess I want some sort of backup, huh? Let's just do Botcha right now. Some sort of backup. Stayed up way too late last night. You're young. You're supposed to have energy. You touch dude, caffeine's out of your system in 4 hours, man. How much are you drinking? What? Caffeine's not in your system for that long. Bro, I'm not as young. Aren't you like 22 or some shit, dog? Chill, bro. Don't you fucking be coming to me with that shit, bro. Hell no. A pot of coffee? 20, bro. I'm gonna fucking ban you. Fucking ban your ass. This fucking guy right here. Well, I ain't young. I ain't as young as I used to be. Decade fucking younger. This fucking guy, dude. This fucking guy.
Good. I'm still getting stronger.
Oh, I guess I didn't even need to do that, did I? Alright, so what we're gonna do is... I don't even know what I want to level up here. Because I need it on me. What do I need to level? Absolutely not. No, I don't need that. That should be... I mean, I guess we could just use this. Okay, so I need to... we're gonna get rid of Blizzard right quick. We're gonna learn... Where is it? Oh. Oh wait, can I? Oh, I can't learn that, can I? I have to have it on, don't I? Okay, never mind. Hold on. Wait, what did he get? Fire, evasion against fire. I at least want to get to 9, I guess. Let's get him to 9. The brain worms, same, man. If you don't get it, man, you slipped 1,000 pounds, no problem. I done. That's 1,000, chill, bro. Isn't that like Olympic level? What are you talking about? You ain't you ain't powerlifting. You ain't a power. Your bicep ain't the size of a fucking building, bro. You can run out for out. Well, that's just you just need to run more. I do not for a second believe you're lifting 1,000 pounds with no assistance. Don't you do this to me, Z. You ain't going out and hoisting 1,000. I'll die on this hill.
I found new power. New skills, new possibilities.
I'm looking this up. You're derailing my grinding. Can a human lift 1,000 pounds? Some humans can lift 1,000 pounds or more. While it is extremely rare for an unassisted human to lift 1,000 pounds. Damn, so you were like Bill then, dog? You were like a legit fucking builder? By the way, didn't you say you could lift 200? Dude, the average person fucking lifts around 200 pounds. You're fine, dog. Chill, bro. You just started going to, like, you know, do stuff and get back into it. You'd be fine. You'd be Gucci. The what? The what again? The what? The beast jerkin? The who now? This fucking game, dude. They gotta localize this shit better. I swear. I mean, yeah, I guess that's. Oh, beast! It's on the screen, motherfucker. It's on the screen. What do you mean? It's on the damn screen. There you go. That's better. Chill, Anna. Chill. Are you blind? Are you okay? Alright. Okay, so we're gonna do this. You didn't stop being a gooner just because you haven't said something weird in like 10 minutes. See? That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
What now?
Oh, God, I don't know what I'm doing. Dog, Annam's gonna be a gooner whether you goon or you don't goon, dog. I'll let you know, bro.
By the chivalrous spirit of the night.
So, okay.
Alright then.
I think we just need to go to the forest for now. I think the forest is the play.
Alright then.
We'll just get that shit out of the way. Oh wait, hold on.
Gotta do it.
What now?
Did I take the thing off of you? No. Why's my Dark Knight not equipped first? Alright, this is all. Okay. Alright. Alright, let's go to a forest.
Looks
I don't
like
know
everyone's
what's
here.
going on, but we're gonna do it. Get the forest out of the way.
Now then.
Mostly because we know there's a thing in this forest too.
Onward then.
It's your call.
Great. Let's move.
I'm guessing that last one is probably also at the academy.
What to pick?
Her voice. Heisman. You gonna level up? Oh! Level 8 for Heisman! Did it throw stuff? I wasn't paying attention. But didn't fucking.
Alright then.
Oh, wait.
What to do?
Why am I asking you? You said you don't have the damn screen open. So doesn't matter. Okay. How should we spend our time into the showdown? We're getting you to level 8 right now, brother.
Thank you.
Oh, baby. Talking? Do I have to read? Do I have to read? Read check? I don't see Heismay's urn.
I wondered if you'd notice.
Thank God. Okay, I don't have to read. Did you lay your son to
Where's
rest?
the urn?
Oh, I forgot. I don't have
Did you
to...
lay your son to rest?
I'd not say my last goodbyes without telling you. No, he's still with me. But the urn itself I disposed of. It's Yujif tradition, you see. Keeping the remains of the fallen in fine wrought urns.
Ah.
But my boy, I had not much left of him. only the smallest of bones.
Oh.
Now, however, those bones rest at my very heart. I asked the young Lady Yufa to craft for me a necklace that I might keep them ever close and safe. Wherever I go, and whatever I do, I shall wear this always.
Yo,
You'll never leave
sick
my side
actually.
again. I mustn't turn my eyes from my son's passing. Nor will I surrender his memory to Earth, left to rest in some place far beyond my heart's reach.
Aww.
I have but one course. I will carry my son with me, and we will change this burden of oppression against our people. Until that day comes, when we change this world for the better, I will fight with my son at my side and in my heart.
Hell yeah.
You're gonna make me cry.
Mhm.
No need for tears, lad. I myself am finally content for once. Thanks to you. We
Aw.
two have spoken of much, eh? Sometimes it's felt as though my son himself has been advising me. And well, I've been through no small pains on this endeavor. But it was that experience that brought me to my decision.
I'm honored.
It's because of the perspective we share. That's how I found a way forward. One I'll not regret. You are the only one who can create a world fit for my son to rest. Lad,
Aww.
my hopes rest with you. And I will see them protected, even should it cost me my life.
No, I won't let anyone die. Never again.
Then let us all survive,
Dude, the
that we might
horse.
protect the new world together. Now, a new toast and a new vow. After all this, you are like a son to me yourself, you know.
Aww.
Your life, your ideals. I will protect them as my own. Another toast then. To us. To my son. And to the children. And their future.
I can feel Haizme's fatherly resolve and his unwavering trust as a friend and ally.
The aloof hermit, Haizme, keeper and heritor of the thief's virtues, by the grace of his newfound powers, work together to give truth to our hopes and fulfill thy destiny.
Rank 8,
I
baby.
will never forget how this drink tasted tonight.
Increases the inheritance slots for the thief to 4. Greatly increases Haizme's ambush damage against stunned enemies. And Haizme is ready to acquire a new heroic embodiment. Oh.
You should let me hear some of your stories too, eh? Just every now and then. They need not be grand tales. Even passing thoughts are fine. These moments we have, however we spend them, to me, they are precious indeed.
Aww.
I can't remember the last time I felt this way. To think of my future and look forward to what awaits.
Phase Haizme. I'd be my fucking favorite character.
Hey, did you see outside?
Oh shit, we got another cool thing to look at?
The solstice crossing unfurls ahead.
Oh my
Powerful
corner.
magic at play here blends autumn scenery with winter vistas all year round.
Oh.
Its stunning beauty soothes the hearts of travelers. But it is also said that if one remains too long, they succumb to the mountain's enchantment.
Whoa.
Perhaps guided by magics powerful enough to alter the seasons, the gauntlet runner stops before the trees grow too dense.
Whoa, what a view. Holy shit. Oh, whoa. Everyone, please have a look at this. The thicket possesses such a deep red color. My, such a stunning display of autumn leaves. What do you mean by autumn leaves?
Yes.
I suppose this is your first time seeing them. In colder regions, the color of trees shift to a red or yellow when the temperature descends. We call this season autumn. According to what the innkeeper told me, in this place the leaves stay that way the whole year. The snow, too.
Whatever do you mean?
Ah, if it's usually a result of temperature, then how is it these particular autumn leaves maintain their pigment throughout the year? Ask Gallica.
Gallica.
I defer to Gallica. She can explain it. What makes you think I know? The exact workings of it are unfamiliar to me, but from what I've heard, all this was the work of one of the hero kings. Specifically, the I found you faker, who took particular delight in surprising his subjects. It is said that he cast some magic upon this mountain. Using magic to set changing seasons in stone definitely sounds like something the Faker King would do. I'm amazed to learn there is such a story about this place. Chelsea. Doesn't always have to match the drapes.
All right.
That's all I get. Almost a 5.
I'm quite grateful.
Makes you say that all of a sudden. If you had not allowed me to accompany you off the island, I would have never seen something such as this. In all my years, I've never been so deeply moved by such a sight. I think we're bound to see many more surprising things as we continue our journey. Another drawing in the books.
A road in the northeastern mountains of Montario gives way to the Everfrost Forest, its foliage visible through the biting wind, just as the seas of Oceania rise inexplicably into the air. The land here rejects even the modest climate fluctuations of its surroundings. The gauntlet runner skids along the frost to stop at the forest's entrance, the icy wind ever present.
Well, these forests are always a pain in the ass. So I expect this one to be no different.
Isn't that?
So, according to the stories, our bounty is lurking somewhere within these woods. If the beast seems to be quite dedicated to hiding itself, it would seem we have no choice but to lure it
Now
out. And it's not my preferred way of doing things, but I suppose we just need to make a scene there.
Speaking of,
It previously appeared after it sent some Balmos that didn't kill.
I get it.
Alright.
I'm heading out.
Look, well, this ought to be a nice pain in the ass.
So, hey,
One of the relics. Okay, so we got a relic to find.
What now?
Who is on the team? Juna, Heisme, Hulkenberg. You might not need Heisme. Back to Toronto. That's, see, I told you to go back to it. Wave Fist? What does that mean? And are you playing a fighting game? Wait, do I need to get... Wait, I need to get something else for his level up, right? Oh, I need Sniper at 10. Oh, that's what I was doing. Sniper at 10. Holy Moses. Okay, okay, Heisme, we're not using you for a second. But we're gonna give you... We're gonna give you this. How much is it? Oh, it's cheap.
Fascinating. This right here.
My fists be... Don't hit women, see? What the hell is wrong with you? The hell? Don't do that. It's fucked up, dog.
All right.
Don't do that.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
I mean, whether you use the open hand or the fist, you don't hit women. I don't know what you're saying here, Z. Kids these days.
Steady effort is key.
He's at 15, he doesn't need. Bro, you need to learn something else. I don't know what you need to learn, but you need to learn something else. You just need to go back to Warrior. That's where we're going here. Okay, never mind. You don't need to go to Warrior. What the hell is this? Summoner. Fuck, that doesn't help me. You already have that. I don't need Knight. Oh, you have Punchy. Oh, yeah, you can just learn Punchy. You put that back. Put that back. There you go. Then Heismay can have this. I can level it up a little bit. Alright, there's that. Okay. Yuna's almost at 20. She's on oh yeah, Basilio can probably learn something else. What do you need for your next one? Oh, you literally just Berserker to 20, and then... Oh, I just don't even have Basilio. How he's the last one. I guess that makes sense. I don't even have it unlocked yet. Shit, I need to talk to him. Equipment. Yeah, I don't have that. Do I have any? Oh, oh yeah, I probably have something. Oh yeah, we got plenty of that. Yeah, give him that endurance. Oh shit, we got plenty. Wait, hold on, he's already got that. That's better. Endurance, I guess, would be a good one for him. No, absolutely not. You fucking wish. I know I have 2 of these fucking... Plus, I got 3 of them? Give it to him, dog. Okay. What did he say? Did he say we could just fucking blast it down with, physical, too? Is that what it was? Repels magic, good sword or other such implement. Oh. I didn't mean to read this, chat. Chat, we're getting these off the damn page. We're getting rid of the purple dots, chat. Really? Bro, I got a bunch of shit I could sell, huh? Oh, I should have gone the other way. Okay. We need somebody that can dispel magic. Usually that's Heismay. Can I dispel magic? Oh, nah, it's just one enemy though. Dispel. You didn't even ask anything, Elaine. You didn't even give me a chance to fall into the trap. What up, Elaine? Hope you're doing well. I mean, I guess I could just bring Heismay in. He has it somewhere, right? Hold on. Oh, it's both? I don't think I need both. No, I was like postulating out loud to myself. That ain't the right fucking word I just said, but pretend it is. Defense, attack, MP. Is it in this skill tree? No, it's not. It's probably just in Faker, isn't it? I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna figure out where it's at. It's somewhere. Or it's not. It doesn't help me. Is it in Ninja? Is it in Fortnite? No. Is it in Commander? You know what? I'm just gonna take the Faker skill. I've decided. We're just taking that. We're just taking that. I don't. I'm sick of looking for it. It takes it off of one enemy. Where the fuck?
All right.
4,000 is big, but fuck it. Alright, there you go. Alright, well now we can just put it on whatever too. For Heisman. Sick. Okay. That there. Party. Heisman, you're not in the party right this second. We're gonna try out Basilio. Me, I'm my knight, I got a level. Hulkenberg's the healer. Juna has a bunch of fire. I have fire. Why did I already lose MP, man? I'm not even in there. What happened? I haven't even started yet, man.
What now?
Equipping items is wild. Okay. Last stream I didn't do any sort of fighting, so this is the most I've had to think in about, 4 days.
Let's go.
So. And I'm stupid. Oh boy, it's foggy too. We're playing Silent Hill.
Well,
That's the burn. Yeah, my gears are just grinding. Let me get them going before they start, slowing down a little bit. Strong fire, yeah, thank you. The Noctilia, the Noctilica, excuse me, can't be defeated in the same way as other monsters around here. Oh boy. Bro, this place is already a pain, dude. I'm half tempted to just run around and get the map.
I see the end. Time for some close combat. Good one. This battle's out. Nice move, Captain.
everyone go!
Oh, fuck, I'm slow.
No one here fights alone.
That doesn't help me.
Masked dancer.
Man, I wish you could hit everybody.
Raging
Juna.
fire.
Oh my god, that's a lot of fucking damage.
Shine. Still standing.
Oh.
I will fight. I'm all prepared. No, let's go.
Whoa, 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 okay, what do we got? Wonton Destruction. Battle Cry Attack.
Tell wouldn't do.
These guys are bitches. Okay, maybe they're not that big of bitches. Okay, they might not be that big of bitches. Why did you not die? Hello?
Let's stay calm. By this power.
Great stuff.
Burn!
I'm ready whenever.
Alright. Good job, team.
That's the last of them.
Good job,
Wave's
team.
clear.
I got a taint accessory.
How's that?
Double rank up. Oh. It's beautiful. The next one. It's just beautiful to see hitting everybody.
I think that's the last of them.
So I don't think I need to fight them all that often. God, I'm gonna be so lost in here. It's insane. The fuck is this? Is this what I'm looking for?
Right there.
Oh, it's a worm!
There they go.
No, are you coming after me? Where are you going? Oh, mother...
We'll hold our ground.
I can't see what I'm doing! Uh-oh. Oh, my... It's gonna be one of these. Oh.
Juna, careful.
Wait, did I
Your
dodge?
defenses are down.
Oh, no.
Behold this power.
Bro, this
Raging
worm needs
fire.
to go down already. I'm already...
We gotta wake her up.
You.
I didn't see what it did, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, you get through your turn. Come on, come on, come on. I'm restarting. Come on, come on, come on. Oh
Looking
my
pretty
god,
rough.
you guys are fucking dicks. You guys are dicks. You're all dicks.
Juna's down.
Dude, these forests are the worst in this fucking game, dude. I swear to God. Oh, it was literally only on them. Can you fucking not?
Basilio, they're wearing down your defenses. This is just what I need. Burn! You hit their weakness. Don't let up now, Juna.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Over got one.
Let's take off. Let's go. Burn! Kill up.
Hurt bad.
You fucking have repel too?
Nice one, Captain. Captain's on his last legs. Someone get him
I'm
healed
on my
up.
fucking last legs, dude. Holy.
Oh, awesome souls, do your thing. You're out of here.
Basilio,
I'll give
they're
you the
wearing down your defenses. Maybe not.
Can't fucking do anything.
Your turn. Only two enemies left.
ready.
Stay sharp. They're totally fireproof. We better use something else. Yeesh, they're pretty tough. Better be careful.
Fucking course they are. Okay. Okay, we'll figure this out. We need to fucking heal first. Fuck. Okay, yeah, we don't need heavy. We're already healing like crazy.
That helped.
That helped us out.
It's okay. Let's set it up.
Gotta remember that's 3. We gotta get your ass out of here.
Stay sharp.
Yes.
Who should
Oh.
I beat down first? Here I go.
Smack him.
Only one left.
underestimate
Finish them
me.
off and we're clear.
Oh, I can't really. All I got. That graboid. I don't know what that is, so yes.
Only one left. Finish them off and we're clear.
I don't know what that is. So sure.
Not now.
Oops.
Let's stay calm. We'll do this together.
That's gonna kill me if I do. No, it's physical, right? I should be. No, never mind. Alright, let's just smack him.
Still here?
Okay.
What? That wasn't an. Okay, I'm an idiot. I should. Oh, the thing from Tremors.
Basilio, they're wearing down your defenses.
Should just have had. I thought he would have had enough with the defense
That's the
down.
last of them. The way's
My
clear.
mistake. Alright, these guys are fucking awful. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. Just the biggest pain. This is all gonna be awful, Chad. I already hate this place. Give me that bug. Okay. Oh, I didn't get medicine yet. Whoops. Am I oh, I thought I was poisoned for a second. One of the things from Trimmer? Maybe. It's a ground worm. That's all I know, and they're all pains in the ass. Do I have?
What now?
I mean, there's no use because I don't have physical fire. You know what? You stay over. Y'all can be over there. I'm not gonna fucking bother with these guys. We're gonna map it out.
Come on.
Oh.
There they are.
No, I was wrong.
Incoming.
Hulkenberg's fighting her anxieties. Keep the enemies off her.
All right. First off.
Let's get some use out of it.
First off, no.
How can we survive this?
No.
Your Highness.
Just hit it. Don't.
That helped.
Well, no. No.
That helped us out.
No, it
It's okay.
didn't.
We can do this.
Why can't I hit more than
Better
one?
be sure. I'm all prepared. Not this.
Dude, just right in the butt. Just right in the butthole.
Come on! Let's finish this!
Okay,
going,
let's
Captain.
do this. Oh, awesome souls, do your thing.
Might as well hit them both if I'm hitting them.
This'll be over soon enough. They're totally fireproof. We better use something else.
But are they windproof?
I'll show you.
Oh, they're not.
How can we survive this?
All right, so what the hell's that? A mat? Hold on, we might need to bring in Heisme to try and. No, I don't have him on the right thing to steal. No. Well, I mean, it's better. Don't do that. I mean, I'm gonna assume you're weak to fucking
Vitus power.
fire. Hopefully.
Fire!
Hit their weakness.
I'm ready whenever.
That's your
Bro, if
opening,
Etrian
Captain.
Odyssey could ever make a game that's as polished as some Atlas titles, dog. Like some of the big Atlas titles. That might get me to play it.
All right. Get wrecked.
Nah, but I mean, like, you know, if they put their shit into it, like, you know, Persona or this game. You know what I mean? If they, you know, actually went ham with it.
Watch me.
No, not that.
Raging fire.
Hey, that's what everybody thought about Persona for a while. Oh, it burned? Oh, hell yeah. He's done now, bitch. Suck a dick.
Oh, Mystic Punch! Still standing.
Vitus, come forth, royal soul.
We're clear.
Nah, it wasn't. Persona wasn't really huge until 5. 5. I mean, that's been a while now since 5 came out. But Persona wasn't all that popular. Like, everybody knew about Persona, you know. But it hadn't been popular,
You better be ready.
like, to the level it's at now until 5
You're
came
out
out.
of here.
Hey,
Bastard.
focus up, Basilio.
Did he miss? Jesus fucking Christ.
Everyone okay? You gotta heal up. You're all hurt bad. Can anyone get us what I need?
Bro, just somebody needs to hit. I know all your attack and shit's down. Like, playing for so long. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you've known about it, sure. I would say SMT is still the niche one.
To ever greater heights.
Victory is. What now?
Now, fuck me, dude. Just right in the butt. Hulkenberg's way too fucking low on MP already. Where the hell was I running? Up that. Alright, excuse me, Mr. Wolves. I don't have a multi-attack, so I don't want to deal with you. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta put something on highs, man. Hold on. No, not for highs, study. I need Steely from Steel Town. Where is it? Where is it? That teasing? 5 years ago. Hey, at least you're not, what, fucking, why am I saying Undertale? Not Undertale. At least you're not, Hollow Knight. Who the fuck is that? Is that another fucking tree?
Right there.
I'm dead.
They'll need more than
Why do I always do this? Every time I do this, and it's wrong every time. Alright, sure, whatever, man. Can you not? Okay, whatever, man, do that. Okay, hold on. No. Wait, I can't switch Basilio out now. Ah! Okay, this is fine. Okay, this is fine. This is fine.
Hit their weakness. Don't let them
Healing
down,
power.
What are you weak
Grant
to?
us solace. I must reconsider.
I need to remove the charm from you. I have charm. Fucking
This should
God.
help.
I owe you one.
Let's stay calm. Dark Knight! Pierce through!
Only 6 years?
Okay, let's do this.
Alright.
You got this.
My turn.
Shah! Excuse me, chat.
They're totally fireproof.
Oh yeah, you're
You better use something.
when bird beats bug.
Shuna,
Just playing Pokemon.
down. They're weak to piercing attacks. Hit them all in one fell swoop.
I'll stay my blade. I will fight with pride. Let's go. Just one left.
Hey,
Let us clean up this mess. To the rear guard, Gunner!
Finish them off and we're clear.
just steal the bow, and we're good to go.
Nothing personal.
So much for that.
I mean, honestly, that's mostly all Persona.
Electricity's no
Dude.
good against them. That's the last thing we need. Your turn. Only one
I
left.
stand ready.
Finish them off and we're
To you.
clear.
It's okay. We can do this. The next one's yours.
You think?
This is so dumb.
I'll take this.
Come on, let me have it.
What a blunder.
Just give me the.
Don't underestimate me.
No, this is a completely original game. Made by Atlas. Completely original. Yeah, this is completely original.
I'll give you the performance
of
of
a
a lifetime.
I've been describing it as Persona-like with a Tales of-esque storyline. And you're
Don't
not
underestimate
dating
me.
kids. high school. Not that I don't like that. Persona 4 is still goated. This is a pain in the ass. Can I make it around the high? Yeah,
Please,
fuck.
after you.
We're just going around the
Observe the
horn
enemy.
here.
I defer to you. I will fight with pride.
Ice doesn't work.
I need
need
you
a
to
different approach.
I need you to
We're looking
steal
good.
this
We
Heis,
now
man,
accept
so
your
I can
fate.
start fucking
Nothing
attacking it.
personal.
Third time's the charm.
I'll be taking that.
Thank you. See? Listen, not that I don't like the high schoolers dating high schoolers dynamic of Persona. You know, it's just
I'll give
after
you the
3 games
performance
and
of
me
a
playing
lifetime.
Persona 3 earlier this year, it's nice to have, you know, an adult story with, you know, adult people and adult conversations and blah blah blah. Twitch? Twitch?
I've got just the dance for you. Electricity's no good against them. To die That's the last thing we need. Turn.
Is everyone all right to you? Let's stay calm.
Too late.
The next one's yours.
Bean, I'll use what I must. How about this?
Asshole.
Behold this power. Raging
Ray
fire.
get burned, tree, eat and drink.
You hit their weakness.
Bring me
Don't
some.
let them down, do
For
that.
all that we strive for. Shine.
Thank you.
Come forth, royal soul. Burn.
Hydrate.
You hit their
On,
weakness.
folks.
Let us clean
That's your
all
thing,
power of
Captain.
kings.
I don't think it can be poisoned too, can it? Can I steal twice? Sure, fuck it, let's do some damage.
Such bitter cold.
This game has an edge.
Shield is frozen
Wait, it
over.
does? Fuck
Our attacks are gonna be
DLC.
weaker now. Fast,
Of course I'm fucking frozen. I fucking not.
You hit their weakness. Don't let them
Healing
down,
power, grant us solace.
With blade in hand.
Ba da ba ba
Oh, mystic Worthy foe. Let's stay calm. By this power.
Bro, as much as I want to
Hit
use
as hard as usual.
Bellissimo. Oh, thank God the burn killed. I gotta leave Heis, man.
Good finish.
I gotta get rid of all this fucking horse shit.
Tis done.
Hey, 46 for
I shall
Hope.
strive to use this power wisely.
What now?
Why does Heis... Needs to be in the back. That's what I think. Fuck DLC. Unless it's like actual story DLC. Which I still need to do the Persona 3 one. I'll probably do that probably next month. And by next month I mean probably early December. Okay, is that better than what I'm using for Heisman right now? Oh, I mean, it is better, technically. I don't have, I mean, for him right now, I don't have this shit anyways. It's not a huge deal. Okay. Okay, just don't get hit by the stupid worm. And just attack it and we'll be good. These... Do I have a... Hold on, chat. We gotta run around for a second so that I can not have frostbite. Because I don't want to use my items because I didn't prepare to come in here like an idiot. Oh, look at that. I got the thing on my back. My item. Alright, you two. I know we're running around in a cold forest, but, you know, unfreeze. Thank you. I know it's like the coldest forest known to man, apparently, in this game. Can I get some Borpa spins in the chat? Can we get some Borpa spins?
Thank
Alright,
you
thank
very
God.
much.
Alright, that's
The frost is melted.
But you got a tree next to you? Bro, this is hell!
There they are.
Oh, good
We
shit.
have the edge.
Oh god, they're both here. Oh no, I don't like this. Oh, they don't have their thing though. Wait, do you have your thing up now?
We need a different approach. They're weak to fire. Let's heat this place up.
Dude, I almost want to steal another one. Alright, so here we go. We're gonna this. We're gonna... So, okay, how do I want to do this? Wait, do you have anything on you I can steal?
We need a
Armor?
different approach.
I barely know her. Give me it.
Nothing personal.
Give me it. Fuck.
So much for that. This'll be over soon. I'll show you.
Okay, I'm more worried about this fucking asshole.
It's their weakness. Don't let
Observe
them
the
down,
enemy.
Juna.
You weak to light, thank God.
Oh, Mystic Purge! Stay focused. Everybody comes forth. Royal Soul. Burn!
Let us clean
Oh,
up
I
this
needed to
mess.
steal from the worm.
I'll
Shit.
use what I must.
Fuck. Poison them. Sick.
Masked dancer.
Is everyone all right? Savior!
What are you doing? Stop. Oh, well, you're dumb, man, ain't you? You
Let's
ain't
go.
the smartest cookie in the forest tree for not attacking, but it is what it is.
Keep your energy up, everyone.
It is what it is. Hey, rank 5.
Not bad at all.
Level up. Let's get that strengthy poo
Steady
up.
effort is key. Come on.
Ah!
Don't let your guard down.
Bro, these things are a pain in the ass to kill. I ain't gonna lie, chat. These things are a pain. Bro, I'm sick of running around in this white ass fucking
No
place.
problem.
Look at that. Wait, I hit.
Come in handy.
Oh, chill, bro. Chill, bro. No, it's fine. No. Well, okay, so there's somebody up here. Why is there a save point? Wait, so that mean there's somebody? I just hold on, just fucking dude. We're uncovering the map. That's what we're doing here. Whoa, chill. Whoa, chill, guys. Where are you guys? I forgot what I was supposed to be killing. I'm gonna be honest. Where the fuck am I? Oh my god, I wouldn't have fucking survived.
Good. Right there. Let's push through. We strike first.
There's no time to play.
Bro, I don't want to fight these. No, I just want to escape.
Let us withdraw.
Okay.
A few of them blighters around. Careful now.
Oh, I went the wrong way.
Luck is truly on your side.
I don't know what I grabbed. Is it money?
Somehow we managed to throw them off.
I'm just zooming, Chad. I got the
They saw
zoomies.
us. On your toes, everyone.
I'm in this way, and then whoa. Chill, Mr. Worm. I'm trying to talk to somebody. What up?
No way.
Take down a bounty.
Okay then.
Damn, crazy dog. You ain't even got a shirt on under that.
Till next time, eh?
Meow. Item check? Nope.
Oh no, we're respawned.
It's fine, probably. It's not as fine heading this way.
Come and get
It's fine now, kind of. Not really. Oh, chill, everybody. Well, okay. We'll make a loop. We're looping. Hold on, we're looping. Yeah, I want to try. Okay. Stop following me. Damn dogs. Bro, look at them following me on my mini-map. They won't stop. They're assholes. Why you gotta guard this spot, dog? Oh, he didn't even see me. I know what I got. We're out. We're out. Whoa, going this way. Oh, this is the relic. We found the relic. Thank God.
Well
Okay, this is really what we're looking for. Hand-handled ore. Ore that fits in the palm of your hand. There's a handle-like protuberance sticking out of it. It's the second time I've said protuberance in the last 24 hours.
Okay, so come on.
Okay, got the relic. Now we can kill the thing. Hopefully.
They noticed us. On your guard.
You can't get
I
sloppy.
shall be your opponent.
Oh yeah, you have the thing I need.
They're weak
Right.
to fire. Let's heat this
Give me
up.
the armor.
Personal.
So much for
Asshole.
that. Burn! Hit their weakness.
666.
Oh, power of heroes! Oh,
666.
Two remaining.
It's okay. Come forth,
Ever the
royal
consummate
soul.
knight.
Fire!
Hit their weakness.
Reel and run.
That's your opening,
Come on.
Captain.
Hey, just give me the damn
I'll
armor.
take this. What a blunder.
So much for that. Don't underestimate. Fast dancer. Raging fire.
And that's the talent
Is
of a
everyone
song.
all right? I shall defend.
Don't do that. Don't secrete on
Only
me.
one left.
Don't
Finish them
do
off. We're clear.
Don't
Burn!
shoot.
Hit their weakness.
Reel and
That's
face
your
me.
opening, Captain.
Don't
Nothing
secrete on
personal.
me.
I'll be taking that.
Alright, thank you. That's what we're looking for.
Royal soul.
Alright. Now we can win.
Hit their weakness. Don't
I
let them
stand.
down, Yuka.
Still standing, I
By this, let's go. Fire!
Fire. Alright, sick.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
That was the last of them.
Uh-oh.
Get ready.
Uh-oh. Oh, it's gonna be like the goblin fight, isn't it? Where it's gonna be a pain in the ass. Oh boy. Well, at least we got the thing. Oh, this is gonna suck, isn't it? Alright, so apparently it's stronger if I kill the buddies. Please don't be those stupid fucking maws. Wait, you're the person with it? Oh, no. No. Oh. Oh. Oh boy. Okay.
No.
Alright. Yeah, I don't care. Okay, so we got a Louis Soldier asshole
However,
with his fucking big kitty. Beast's been grievously wounded. Teaching an injured beast some manners is simple with the help of it. Oh, so you're an asshole. Oh, well, this just got worse. Yeah, that's me. What up?
I'm going.
Okay, well. You want a bunch of humans roaming the earth killing shit? Okay, okay.
They're weak to fire. Let's
You got
They're
anything I
pretty
can
tough.
steal?
Better be careful.
Power of kings.
Poison his ass.
I've got. This is just what I need. Burn!
Alright, now we know why,
Hit their weakness. Don't let
Observe
us
the
down,
enemy.
Juna.
With blade in hand.
I think he's weak to light.
Oh, mystic purge.
Probably not, right? Oh, well, that was actually good damage. What the hell?
Burn!
Hit their weakness.
Be neither timid
your
nor
opening,
arrogant.
Captain. Ice doesn't work. We need a different approach.
Face me. Fall.
Poison his ass.
Behold this power. Raging fire.
Oh, power of heroes.
Alright, I'm about to be worried. It's worry time.
Let's go.
'Cause I don't know what they're gonna do. Don't. What's that? Don't do that.
You'll pay for this.
Oh my god. What up, man, Cardi? Well, that's annoying. Bro.
Here's through!
Reel and run. Gun up.
Wait,
And
does he
again.
repel
They're
now?
totally fireproof.
Now
We better
accept
use
your
something
fate.
else.
Oh,
How about this?
You seek a
thank you
fight.
for lurking, Spartan.
You shall have it.
This is just
Bro, I didn't want this fight. I didn't want it.
burn.
It was thrust upon me.
You hit their weakness. Don't let us down, Juna.
For all that we strive for. Shine.
You seek a fight.
Fight is power.
You shall have it.
Fire!
I'm scared. What up, by the way, Chad?
That's your opening, Captain.
Oh, God.
Oh, power of kings.
I need. Wait, who would be up next? It'd be Juna up next. Juna, I need you to.
Fortifying.
I need you to
Give them no opening.
dodge. Oh, not Megidolia. Oh, you didn't dodge.
Here they come.
Damn it, dude. Why do I.
I'll show you.
Fucking guy, dude. I hate this guy. I hate him.
Raging fire.
I hate him.
Yikes.
We end
Here
this
comes the
now.
counter. The audacity.
Damn it all.
I
Not
gotta
this item.
heal.
Savior. Healing us.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Quite a boon.
It's okay. We can do this.
Yeesh, they're pretty tough. Better be careful.
Let's go.
Fuck it. Fine. If I can't fucking.
Reel and run. I'll use what I must. I have my methods.
Yeah.
This is just what I need. Burn! You hit their weakness. Don't let them down,
Let
Juna.
justice prevail.
I mean, to be fair, as long as
Oh,
the
Mystic
dude's not
Punch.
attacking, I don't mind
Give
eating
them
those
no opening.
Megidolas. Can you please dodge, Juna? Stop using
Show
the
them our
mirror.
mettle.
Dark Knight!
I'm so tired of the fucking mirror, dog. I'm so tired of the mirror.
Here's through!
You think yourself all power of kings?
Fast dancer.
I'm
Raging
tired
fire.
of the mirror.
You hit their weakness. Don't let them down.
For all that we strive for! Shine!
I got faith.
Let's... Burn!
You hit their weakness.
You seek a fight?
That's your
You
opening,
shall
Captain.
Wait, who's gonna be first? It should be Juna next turn, right?
This should suffice.
Just don't. Okay, just miss. Just miss.
Damn it all!
I fucking hate this fight. I
Behold this
fucking
power.
hate it.
How's this?
Oh,
That helped. Is everyone all right? With blade in hand.
I ain't
mystic
scared.
purge.
Oh, you brought this pain on yourself.
By this power. Come on!
Nice hit.
oh, sick crit. Sick crit.
How about this?
Hold on, gamer. We're sitting up.
Don't underestimate.
We're in gamer position.
Burn! You hit their weakness. Don't let them down, Juna.
Ready.
Come. Shine. Worthy
Give them no
after all.
opening.
Miss, miss. Please, Juna, move. Oh, Juna!
Everyone get on healing duty.
I won't hold back! Fire!
You hit their weakness.
My son
That's
must
your
wait.
opening, Captain.
Just, I'll use what I must. Chaos! Mandible bearing.
I call upon a royal soul. Raging fire. You hit their weakness. Don't let
Let
them down,
justice
Juna.
prevail. I will not let you die.
Thanks.
That helped.
Much thanks.
Damn it all.
Burn!
Let us.
Poison his ass.
Apologies.
Sick.
Did you finish it?
Fast dancer.
Oh,
Burn!
I stand ready for all that we strive for. Still standing, I see.
triumph!
Dodge. Oh,
Bitter cold.
don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Heismei's frozen. Careful. His attacks won't hit as hard as usual.
I was told not to kill him, man. I should have killed him. Pat, I should have killed him. I was led to believe not to kill him, man.
It's okay. We can do this. By this power. Maybe not.
How do I want to deal with
Let's go!
70? I mean, these are only used to 10.
Fire!
You hit their weakness.
So
That's your
cold.
opening, Captain.
Face me.
Oh, you got anything on you?
personal. Sorry.
Oh!
Hello there.
Oh,
This will be
actually
over
sick.
soon enough. I'll be fine.
Observe the enemy. I shall be as a shield.
Burn!
so cold. Oh, power of kings! I stand ready!
Sick. I could have gone worse. Hey.
Mass dancer! Raging fire! You hit their weakness! Don't
I
let them
stand
down,
ready.
Juna.
Save you!
Oh, we gotta. No, okay, we don't quite. Okay, we gotta heal next turn.
No.
I'll punch it.
Logan, pull yourself together!
Let's stay calm. Let's go.
This fight's a fucking disaster.
Fire!
You hit their weakness!
You think yourself
That's your
equal
This
to it?
fight's
I
a
use what
fucking
I must.
disaster.
Yes!
Behold this power! Burn!
Oh, healing power. Oh, power of heroes. Are you all right?
I knew you'd help.
Thank you.
Quite a boon.
At least nobody's weak to it, I guess.
I'm all prepared.
No, Hulkenberg doesn't have the MP.
I won't hold
Son
back.
of a. One day I'll be able to use that.
You hit their weakness!
The all
That's your
power of
opening, Captain.
kings. Sia!
Mass dancer!
Do, do,
You hit their weakness!
do,
Don't let
Observe
them
the
down,
enemy.
Juna.
do, do, do. You know what? I'm not playing
Fight
this
us
game.
power. Fire!
Let us now accept your fate.
This is just what I need!
Oh, they yet cling to life.
No! Can you dodge? Anybody? Alright. Whatever.
I won't hold back. Burn!
You hit their weakness!
You think
That's your opening, Captain!
Yes! Mandible berry.
Dude, the double poison? He's a fucking legend, bro.
You hit their weakness! Don't
Oh,
let them
healing
down,
power.
Juna.
I'll stay my blade.
By the Dark Knight!
Gonna be enough? What a pain. What are the biggest pains in my butthole? Anti-dagger weave too? We got a drop out of that?
Satisfactory.
Oh, whoa! The quad level, the one, whatever, the seventh sextuple rank up. Oh, look at that! Thank you, man. Is that talking about Jonathan Taylor?
I shall rise to the occasion.
Excellent. I've grown more powerful.
Power can be so intoxicating.
I'm better and
Is it
stronger.
good or bad?
I've acquired a new power.
Here. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. The status ailments. It's beautiful. Oh. Goodson's gonna have 2 touchdowns on Sunday. Alright, we got the bounty, we got the loot, we got the experience, we got the relic.
Hey,
God, I hate this forest.
Damn it.
I was a soldier too. I thought you were dead. I thought you sacrificed yourself. Get where you're coming from. After a while, it feels so hopeless, suffocating. Luis will break everything apart. Of that, I've no doubt. The injustices will be gone, sure, but also the good things, the important things will come for it all. Does that truly sit right with you, your friends, family, and places where you shared meals? There must be one thing in this world where you couldn't bear to lose, isn't there? Those are the things gone. They're gone forever. There must be another way besides burning. Seth?
See this?
Look at this lad here. He's just a scrawny little elf, I admit. I believe he's got more power than Luis. Truth.
Yeah. Leave it to me.
Leave it to me indeed. Yo, thanks, Mr.
I'd
Soldier.
love your help if you can.
Ah, damn.
Now then.
Bro, as much as I want to stay,
You're right.
as much as I want to stay, man, there ain't no way. We're dying.
What now?
Rank 9 though. We got 2 for Gunner, which is sick. A good amount.
My power swells forth.
How much is that? How much is 3,000 gonna get me? Oh, a big bit actually.
I have retained my edge.
Okay. Oh, he needed more agility. It definitely needed more agility. Heismay did, huh? It's got to be Seeker 10 now. Fuck. Pain in the ass.
I see.
Fucking game, dude.
Fascinating. This right here. All right?
I'm counting.
Of course.
Yeah. Ba-boom. Ba-boom.
Hmm.
My power swells forth.
Sure. First off, that. Second off, there's my steel. That. Third off. That. Fourth off. Do I even have anything else? Oh. Sure. And then, what are you doing over there, Aurora? What are you doing?
I have retained my edge.
Almost there.
What now?
Equip Heismay with... we'll just do... I mean, it doesn't fucking matter right
The
now.
General's command may turn the tides of war.
Okay. Alright, good dungeon. Good dungeon. Get the hell out of here.
Hey,
Can we go somewhere else? Oh, but we just did a dungeon though, so we just have to go back and rest, don't we?
let's see. Hey,
We could just
Okay,
return to town.
got it.
I need to sell shit anyway. Ain't that right, Aurora? Ain't that right? Oh. No, don't you go after that cord, get. No. You know know not to go after cords. You know better. Payout 2, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, it was a bounty, too, wasn't it?
Of course.
We're about to have a lot of money, Chad.
Hmm.
Alright, exhausted, blah, blah, blah. Alright, we can go turn in the bounty.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Turn in the bounty. Relic we do at night. Oh, Bard.
Look at this.
Hell yeah. Lifestyle. Oh, sick. Thanks, dog.
Come to think of it,
Yeah.
We can get Stroll out of the way. As much as I want to get Yufa going. It's Stroll time.
All right, then.
Second off,
Go.
we gotta go turn in the bounty to get the cash. To get the money, Lebowski.
Anyone catch your eye?
excuse me.
You've saved me a lot of work.
Yeah, pain in my ass. Give me the money.
We did it.
Ooh, look at that. Look at that. 120K, baby. 300,000.
All right.
We got the little bit of courage, not quite getting us to the tip. Whoa.
Yeah. But
Oh, hell yeah. Is there okay, no more bounties. Alright. Bounties are done. The scroll's right there.
All right, then.
Should we get Stroll done, chat? Should we get him done? Get him to 10.
All right, then.
Before we get him to
Alright.
10, I need some general items,
let's
though.
go.
Holy moly, I need a couple
Okay.
of general items.
Greetings.
No. Okay, maybe I don't need general items from this town. I mean, I guess one ally is not that bad. 1250. I probably have something yet. What's the armor? Why is it so loud in here? Magla gauntlets. And then endurance +9. Holy moly. Okay.
right then.
Is today the day a sale day? No. No sale day.
All right, then.
Wait, is it? I
Greetings.
mean, I have like 20% off regardless, I think. Oh, maybe not here though.
All right.
Okay, Stroll's like right outside, I think.
All right, then.
Where's Basilio at?
All right, then.
At last.
Alright, let's get the strolls done.
Thanks a bunch.
Chat. Let's go.
You know, I'm truly blessed with good fortune. I was born into nobility, lived a carefree childhood, and I even survived a human attack. But more than all of that, I've met people I can trust. I'm further blessed in friendship. Sometimes it frightens me. I question whether or not I deserve to have all this.
Everyone deserves that.
That's true. You can't measure the value in people's lives. Somehow, I always end up trying to weigh mine all the same. After all, I was only able to help the people here because of my parents' wealth. The inheritance just happened to be in the royal capital, and the people of Harlia were coincidentally in the same place.
I mean, yeah.
Luck is its own type of skill, right?
Guess I should just embrace it, yes.
Embrace the chaos.
I don't regret using the full inheritance as I did for a moment. Given a second chance, I would do the exact same thing. But I think I defied my parents in some way. That's my only regret in all this.
I'm sure they'd have done the same.
I just don't know. Even during the attack, my parents shielded me from the fighting.
Dick.
They told me to get to Grand Trad with all haste. Grand Trad. Rangif said my parents told him the same. They wanted everyone to flee to the capital. And then the merchant in the capital was the one keeping the inheritance. Is this all really coincidence?
No. Your parents orchestrated it this way.
If that's true, though, do you think my parents might have intended the inheritance to be... Oh, the family treasure my father mentioned in the letter. He wasn't talking about the inheritance. He meant the people. A nobleman is the shield in his people's hands. Durable enough to protect them, but light enough to carry. Else what value does he have? I continue to find ways I never understood my parents.
They put their faith in you.
In me. They had faith. In me. I'd always thought I'd been a worthless son to them.
You've done your parents the greatest of honors.
Have I? Father. Mother. Leave the people of Halia in my hands. No. Leave the fate of this country to me.
Aww.
Someday, I will restore our home. Everyone will come back to live in peace. And I won't let anyone take it from us, ever again. But this isn't about my family. This tragedy must never be allowed to be repeated anywhere. On my pride as a noble, I swear it.
I can sense Stroll's unrivaled trust and his determination to something bond max rank.
Noble Stroll, keeper and heritor of the warrior's virtues, by the grace of his newfound powers, work together to give truth to our hopes and fulfill thy destiny.
I'm going to change the
Rank
future.
8. Fill inherited slots for the warrior lineage to 4. Slayer of humans. When Stroll attacks a human type monster, the critical rate greatly increases, and Stroll is ready to acquire a new heroic embodiment.
Thank you, my friend. Hope is only a step behind a clear conscience. My parents' mantra has never been more clear to me. You keep moving forward. Do what you know to be just. And I will be just a step behind, no matter what. Look back, and you will find hope. Don't forget that.
Hope. Despair. Hope. Despair. With the vision of Halia restored clear in my mind, I spent a moment enjoying the wind on my face and then returned to the others. Thanks to Stroll's strong faith in me, I now have the full support of the people of Halia. I don't think we're gonna get to 1. I'm gonna be honest here, until Luis goes down. Brigitte? Brigitte? I get nurses there too, but Brigitte? Fuck! Wait, what do I need for Brigitte? What am I missing?
Ah, just you. See you.
Give it some time. We have Katharina. Wait, we can go hang out with Katharina? Hold. Okay. That's doing a lot of stuff at me right now. Okay. So Katharina. We can go Nuris. Damn, I'm using both of them. Okay. Wait, where's she at? Where the fuck is she? Where is she just standing in town somewhere?
All right then.
I didn't even know this area was here. Wait, hold on. What the hell is this?
All right now.
Wait, what the? Oh, this must be a magic shop, huh?
What would you
Gucci,
like?
what the hell are you barking at out there? Alonzo. Oh, shit. Okay. Hold on, chat. Ad starting in a minute. I gotta go see what the hell Poochie's barking at, so I'll be right back. Poochie likes to bark. Good luck with the ads, chat. Probably not missing anything. Chunks and... Alright, here's the good stuff. Eh. Prevents days, forget, and sleep. Okay, so this is basically just what's in the other town. But I can get it here. Okay. Ease. Ease.
All right now.
Hi there.
Let's hang out,
From my
dog.
heart, thank you.
Oh, I have to read this, don't I? We're only at 5.
So,
I told my supporters I was dropping out of the race for the crown, and they were understanding about it. But some of them do sure like to run wild, hunting down the rich and raking in money, I heard. They're kidnapping people and carrying them off to the woods, holding them for ransom. And not just the nobles, but merchants too. Manihot's the one spurring it all on. He's always been the clever one. I just wish I could do something, being that it's my fault and all.
as for me,
I'm the one who planted all those rotten ideas in their heads. Now they're treating petty robbery like some political accomplishment. I'm trying to end injustice, not spread it.
The truth is,
A long time ago, back when I was a little dustbin, there was this old parapus man who gave me a little cash, even though he is probably just as poor as me. Most people would run to a market and buy food before someone else stole that money, but not me. I bought a dagger. That was all I needed to run away from the village. I was following the parapus code to defend yourself, even if you're alone. I hunted animals in the mountains to survive, but my dagger broke, and that's when I started using my fists. Bounty hunting came natural after that. I got hurt a lot, and some of those wounds should have killed me, but I'll tell you, I wasn't ever going back to the days of getting used. Came back to the village just one time, hoping to thank that old man, but I couldn't.
What?
I'm embarrassed. He was dead on the side of the road, like he got dumped there. Oh. They said he'd left to find work, and the job was to be a test subject for igniters. Yeah, heard a lot about parapuses, excuse me, doing that. The pay was good for what a parapus can earn anyway. I was told he'd done it several times already. The only reason he wanted the money, though, was to give it away, so I was told. Guess that's just who he was.
Damn it.
That's the kind of thing I'm trying to put an end to. It's been my only goal, if I'm honest.
Listen.
Still things you can do, though. Welcome back, chat. How can I make her see? Oh yeah, new story? New chapter?
Huh?
You know your letters? The world is only made equal through everyone's effort and cooperation.
Huh.
I like the sound of that. That's the kind of world I want to live in.
Right then.
So I've got to put in the work. Hey Eggy, you got it in you to help me out once more?
It'll be fine.
You don't even need to ask, dog.
Are you serious?
Hell yeah. Nah, I can infer things pretty good. I want to stop Manahot. Will you go with me? Hell yeah. I can sense Katharina's determination as well as your strong faith in me. Also, what the hell did I even do this time? Rank 5.
I expected no less.
Displays the locations of items in unexplored areas of a dungeon and significantly reduces the mag cost of studying the brawler lineage. Apparently there are hangouts on the outskirts of Altaberry, and they've been keeping the particulars a secret. Oh, is it that one area I haven't seen yet? I'll look into it and get back to you. Stop by again, though. We can go together.
Many thanks.
Got you, dog.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Yeah, I don't know what I did, by the way. I mean, I might be a bastard, but I don't know what I did. Like balmy, blah blah blah.
That's got me
What are we talking about here?
Damn.
I just see the only thing I see is the full participant. That's the last one I saw. All I saw is you bastard. Yeah, we got 8 days. Yeah. I get it.
Let's go.
Alright, who wants to fucking hang out now? Okay, it's Yufa during the day. No, I see the ad break and then you bastard and then the ad break finishing. Do I see it now? What am I looking for? Did you put it in chat? Is it being auto-modded? What are you saying? Am I losing my mind? Am I going mad?
All right then.
Now what am I to do?
Okay, I didn't get hit. Oh, I gotta go to oh, it's sale day. But it's not. I think I would see it. Hold on, let me check my actual chat. Maybe Chatterino doesn't show auto mod. I don't even see it like on my Chat. Just fucking DM it to me at this point. God damn it, I'll check right now. Oh, it's probably because you fucking spammed it like that. No, I turned it all off because y'all spam it at the worst times. Raid? Listen, man. Isn't there an emote for Riot? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you can people Riot in chat. Or you can just Riot. If you want to fucking yell at me. You can still Riot. They're just not a... You're just saving money, technically, right? It's just saving cash. Okay, I need to... Okay. Was there any axes in here? I don't remember.
Got a lovely disc.
Oh, there's a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure I even want this. I mean, I do, but I don't. What the hell did I just say there? Melodious abacus. All stats plus 3. It's 40% off today. Honestly, I might want the Prima Donna fan too. Oh, big money for these two though. Big money. It is quite the attack boost though. I'm buying it. I'm buying these two.
Good.
You're not selling my apple or my eggshells. You can have the emerald. Oh, that's all I have. You can have the emerald.
Now then.
The emerald is allowed.
All right then.
Oh wait, how much was the... Damn, you expensive as piss. We're gonna wait on this. I'm thinking there might be a hatchet in the tower, so I'm gonna wait on that. Okay.
All right. Where to?
It's just Yufa, right? Fuck me, dude. I want to rank up Yufa and Juna, but fuck me, dude. I need to look up why I can't rank up with Brigitte, though. Brigitte. Oh, I gotta unlock something. Never mind. So, nighttime I can do Juna to catch her up. So I need to do Neuris as well.
Alright then.
First off, we need to...
Let's go.
I guess we just... Dude, where's the volcano? Volcano north of Altair. Well,
Alright
man.
Go.
Are we departing? Now then.
Must be a village.
That's that then.
What?
That was incredible.
I didn't even see a volcano, dog.
Here's where we are now.
That's ruins. That's sands. That's nothing. Where the fuck is this?
And right
Whatever.
there's a labyrinth.
Alright, we're going to the tower. I forgot what shit's weak to, but we'll figure it out. Okay, let's check what shit's weak to in there before we go to this tower.
What now?
Because I have 100% forgotten. Pierce. Oh, well shit. That's I got a lance. That's perfect. And I got a gunner, or a sniper.
Keep this to yourself.
Oh, that's the one I'm not supposed to kill. Oh, I should have just killed the guy. Shit. Bows and spears. Okay. Shit. Don't you tip your head at me, little lady. Okay, so party will be... Heismay, get out of here for a second. Stroll, you're back in. Stroll, you gotta be a front dog. No, wait, no you don't, because you're gonna be at the thing. So that... Sniper.
Run if you want, but you can't escape
what
my
the hell
aim.
is that? Wait, why are you getting? You're not getting magic +5. Chill, bro. Chill, bro. You have Pierce. If anybody's getting magic right now, it's her. Man, you can't use. Fucking end myself, dude. Can you use it? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Seeker needs to get to 10.
I go with the wind. Follow me if you can.
Alright, we have Pierce, we got back row. Alright, chat, we're going to a tower.
Time for the old girl to
There's probably going to
shine.
be a pretty thing on the way there that we can ooh and ah at.
We have a pending request there.
Now there's a spot.
It's your call.
Let's be off. What to pick?
Dude, this ain't gonna be done until the next time I come in here.
All right then.
That's my only problem. Oh. Where is Basilio? That's actually a good point. Can I get my bond up with him while we're in here? Probably not, right? Probably need to unlock him. Where the hell is he?
All right then.
Am I just blind? Where's Basilio at? He's usually like right here. Is he sitting here? No. There's Juna. It's probably not up on deck. He on the deck? Oh yeah, we're in the air now. Oh. Sick. Well, so much for that. Dude, there's a bunch of people that want to talk to me. What the fuck you mean?
Got a sec?
Oh, you might be in the kitchen, huh? Oh, it's just more. More can wait.
Got a sec?
No, dude, I'm so used to hitting not pause. I'm losing my damn mind. Party, me, let's... Imagination won't... We need eloquence. We need eloquence to get there. We're getting it out of the way. I'm sick of not having eloquence at 4. I'm sick of not having it up there.
Now then.
Hook, influential.
Why, that's...
Alright, we got the eloquence up. Now there's probably...
Did you see outside?
Straight using music. That you can't dox me, Anna. That's not allowed. That's my name is not a command. Has Etrian Odyssey references too? Straight using the hell of man. I've never played, so I don't know. Alright, shall go in my corner so we can see something cool.
To be a fairy tale, the decaying estate stretches across an island in the sky before them. A floating island would be remarkable enough, but the remnants of man-made architecture found here is the true marvel. And yet, those who could see it in the sky through magical means were forbidden from speaking a word of it by the simplest powers that be. The Gauntlet Runner descends upon legend, its occupants unable to fathom what sort of civilization could have thrived among the ruins.
Alright guys, we're playing Tears of the Kingdom now. Whoa, it looks like a skyscraper. Did we find Shinjuku? Whoa. Is this floating? It's floating, right? If I move, it won't come crashing down?
Is that?
Could it be? Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. I nearly passed on to the heavens just by looking at this. An island floating in the sky. I thought stuff like this only existed in storybooks. I've also heard those legends about the ancient people who lived among the clouds. I can't believe I'm actually seeing it in person.
I say.
Oh, you take a look at that. There's some wreckage on that floating island over there. An impossibly tall stone tower with glass windows, but it's definitely man-made.
What do you mean?
All worse for the wear, but it resembles the basement level of the Dragon Temple, doesn't it? I wonder how it got wrecked like that. Probably by war, dog.
Yes, but
The country had that technology and magic. If words. If a country had technology and magic that advanced went to war, I can't even imagine how destructive and horrible that'd be. Nukes, dog. This is all that remains of someone's dreams. Thinking about it like that really gets me down. Dreams, you say? Yeah, when we were at the bottom of the Dragon Temple earlier in the day, we went through a door and we ended up in some place called like Old Shinjuku or something. Spoilers. I'm like, yeah, we went in the door. I'm like, oh, hey, look, it's Japan. And it's like, oh, this is the Shinjuku area. I'm like, okay, okay, fucking game. Perhaps it's a lesson for us. No matter the magnitude of your accomplishments, all will be lost eventually. You might just be right. Don't sound so down, boy. The transient nature of the world is what allows us to create new. Oh, is that what it was? Was it Lost? Oh, maybe it was Lost Shinjuku. I forget what they called it.
All right.
I mean, I didn't think anything of it because Japan and, you know, Shinjuku is the big area in Japan, you know.
Now then.
Well, if we're all done pontificating, I think everyone living in the now would like to get back on track.
Here.
Thanks, Neuros, for the picture. We gotta go give this to Maria, too.
Infringing upon the heavens, the Tower of Insolence appears before their eyes. Is the decision to pursue such a beast one of bravery, or something else altogether? The Gauntlet Runner, disturbing countless years of unbroken silence, lands confidently in front of the tower.
here.
Here, I'm about to make you say words in a weird order to you. But apparently the Shinjuku dungeon that you do in the dragon area that I was talking about is a full recreation of Etrian's Lost Shinjuku. So there you go. Lost on me because I never fucking played the games. I just thought, you know, they were tying it into, you know, this is a world in the future after us right now used magic and destroyed everything. That's what I just took it as. But there you go. You know it's a proper tower when it's massive even from the sky. Wonder how many floors it has. Yep, we gotta kill a monster. The Zeocropos. And we gotta get the Bramblethorn Baton.
Sam.
That'll be fine. Think now Luis is our charge. Let's prove we're up to it. Let's go.
Got a sec?
Take it slow, and it'll be fine. Alright, I already got us ready to go, so let's fucking do it.
Okay then.
Alright, let's go. Oh. I'm not excited to do this, but here we are. These towers and those forests have been the most pain in the ass places.
I see the end.
That was neatly done.
Thank God we're one-shotting things in here. There's a...
I see the enemy. There they are.
I knew we could count on you.
Hold on.
What now?
If I can one-shot shit right quick.
Merchant. Right there. I see the enemy.
That was well done.
Oh my god, that was 700 money? Holy shit. Sick. I mean, if I can't one-shot stuff, I'll just switch back over. Okay, there ain't no...
problem.
Well... The guy in the middle.
Right there. There they are.
That's not where I... Why'd you kept the crit?
Seriously?
Oh.
They're seizing their chance while Hulkenberg's anxious.
Bro, I'm irritated right now.
Juna, careful! Your defenses are down.
Retreat.
Don't let your guard down. There's more of them.
How the hell are you in here, you...
I see the enemy.
You'll be okay without healing, right?
Yes. Yes, I'll be fine.
We've been spotted.
No, you're
On your
fine.
guard.
Excuse me, brother. I need to go get this. I went the wrong way. You better not be a fucking... Okay, thank
This
God.
looks valuable.
Now that's what I call
Is that
treasure.
a British guy? It's like everybody's European. Staff of Creation? Oh. Hold on. Who the fuck is that?
What
for?
now?
It's a fantasy. Like, most fantasy fucking things have British sounding casts. Is that for you? That can't. That's probably for me, right? The hell's it do? I didn't read what it did. Increases the strength of all magic? Oh!
Take it with you.
Alright, let's go.
Look,
Okay, what the hell is in here now?
Please take care.
I think the voice acting in the... I have a... Oh my god, look at that booty. Okay, the voice acting in this game has been phenomenal, by the way. They did a stellar job getting voice actors.
What now?
I haven't touched on that too much, but it's been a treat. See you later, nerds. Later, nerds. Pat, don't look. Ah, they're too fat to fit through the doors. What idiots. Oh,
What now?
I don't know about that, dog. Okay. No, I don't want to... As much as I want to keep merchant on, we got a wizard right quick. Because there ain't a shot that I think I'm making it through this without hitting everybody right now. Oh. Oh, God. Why are there so many? Wait, are they free?
We're not alone. Keep an eye out.
There they are.
I don't know who I'm spotted by. Hold on.
What now?
If I can kill, hold on. I want the money. I want the money, Lebowski. Hold on a second.
Merchant! Right there.
That's the way.
I see the enemy.
That's not
Right there. I see the enemy. Right there. Charging in. There they are. Our usual tactic.
I did not mean to hit that. I did not mean to hit that. Hold on, hold on. Get the hell out of there. No, we're not. No, we're leaving. Not. Hold on.
Right there. There they are.
Dude, we just got $4,000 from
Right
doing
there.
that.
They're onto us.
There they are. Time for some close combat. Right there.
I can feel greater power within.
Sick. Sick level up.
Come say hello, treasure.
Okay. Gotta hop in the shower.
That's jaw-dropping.
Valkyrie's Gauntlet. Strength 5, Endurance 5. You better have a damn good day and night. Dude. Better go get some sleep, brother. Drink. Can I even use those? With you? Is that allowed? Oh shit, it is. But if we're going strength endurance, can you just use these? Sick. Good gauntlets. Good gauntlets. Okay, that's perfect for Basilio. Can I kill that guy? I don't think I can. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I can kill that guy. I mean, we could try, but I do not have faith in myself on killing that guy. That makes me wonder. Can I not kill these assholes in here?
We're not alone. Keep an eye out.
Orange. Unknown. Okay, chill, bro. Through the wall right there. Calm it down, bud. Alright, what the hell's up here? Is the cat here? Are we at the cat level? Oh, we're not yet. Oh boy. Oh, okay. Well, we can kill half of them. Watch this, Chad.
There they are. Charging in. Time for some close combat. Forward.
No, I didn't get him down. No, he's gonna be pissed by my staff.
It's fighting his anxiety and they're targeting him.
Stop it.
Let's run.
Remain vigilant. There are still enemies about.
I can't kill the other ones. Sick. We at the top finally? Always a fucking orc in the way, dude. It's always an orc. Come here, assholes.
We've been spotted.
Yes, that's what I want.
I see the enemy.
You hanging in there?
There they are.
You're not tired, are you?
No, I am.
Nice find. Looks like it could be useful.
Right there.
I know you're strong, but please be careful.
Yeah, I know I'm strong
now?
too. Chill, I get it. I understand. This is so stupid what I'm doing. Switching so fucking fast.
Magic knife.
It's so dumb. So. Alright. Y'all guys are stupid. See you later.
Hey.
Unless y'all run up the stairs, in which case, shit. Oh, never mind. We got the cat. Well, fight time. I'm scared of this. Oh, sorry, Aurora. I just put my foot up. Boop, 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 boop. I thought they might have been running up the stairs for a second. Oh, but they're idiots.
They
They're
couldn't keep
dinguses.
up, eh?
Lucky us.
No, they're just stupid. Alright, so we have Pierce for me, we have Stroll with his thing, Hulkenberg for healing, Juna for Junaing, I guess. I mean, I guess we could use Heismay, technically. Does Heismay have Pierce on?
What now?
No, I need him Seeker because I need the level. Hopefully from this fight.
What do you think?
Alright, let's go. Here we go, chat. Ow, Roar's bite my damn foot. Oh my lord, that's terrifying. Hello? What up? CEO. Okay. That's the club? That's what we're looking for?
However,
No, we're getting hit by that thing. Alright, I'm terrified. Legitimately.
Watch me! This might be too much. Piercing attacks. Hit them all in one fell swoop. This is just what I need. How's this?
Safe. Now, what's the play? Are you prepared? Pierce!
You hit their weak point. Keep it up, Stroll.
I stand ready.
Yeesh, they're pretty tough.
I think this thing's weak to light.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
By the chivalrous magic knife!
Not weak to light.
Pierce through!
You hit their weakness.
Oh, big damage,
This'll be
baby.
Captain. Let's keep cool.
Helpful as ever. I shall vanquish evil. This better hit!
Is everyone all right? With blade in hand! Shine!
Alright, solid first turn. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
The audacity.
Do I have? Did I? Oh, I guess I had buffs on. Like this.
I'm all prepared.
So, extreme physical electric.
Maybe there's a better choice. Vitus power. Come on!
You hit their weakness. That's
I'll
your
give
opening,
you the
Captain.
performance of a lifetime.
This is just what I need. How's this?
In my ass.
My thanks.
But if I keep.
Can't snipe. Pierce.
Alright.
You hit their weak point. Keep it up, Stroll.
Observed Savior! Oh, Mystic Purge!
If they just keep summoning, what the fuck am I supposed to do though?
Magic knife! Pierce through!
Like, you know,
Dancer. Let's keep cool.
honestly, if it's gonna just make them debuff
No,
me every
what's the are you
fucking turn,
prepared?
no reason
This
not
better
to.
hit!
Oh, he for all that we strive for! They yet cling to life.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Well, I mean,
My strength. Tactic.
Come forth, royal soul! Come on!
You hit their weakness. That's your
holy
opening,
shit, is
Captain.
he okay?
I call upon a royal soul. How's this?
Helpful as ever. Run if you... I call upon royal power within!
You hit their weak point. Keep it up, Stroll.
Oh, power of heroes! Stay focused.
I will fight with
Satisfactory.
pride! Vitus power! Pierce through!
I'll give fast, Dancer. Let's keep cool.
Safe!
I shall fight as the noble. No holding back! Run them through!
With blade in hand! Shine!
Four!
Hulkenberg's badly wounded.
Thick dodge!
Heal her.
Oh!
Get her back up.
The worst person that went down.
Let's go.
Fuck.
Come on!
You hit their weakness.
This'll be over
opening,
soon
Captain.
enough. Masked dancer. Let's not.
Actually, this is the fucking perfect time. We got 10 of them.
Be a waste to let this sit.
My spirit is
Run if you want,
broken.
but you can't escape
Do
my
what up,
Healed up.
Green.
I shall vanquish
You're doing
evil.
well.
Pierce!
You hit their weak point. Keep it up strong.
Is everyone for all?
Oh, this guy's such an asshole. I need heavy. Just to make sure we're all fucking up there. I'm doing alright, dude.
I owe you.
Let's
Dude's
stay
a
calm.
fucking
Fight is power.
prick, but it is what it is.
Here's through!
I'll behold this power. How's this?
My thanks.
Alright, just stop giving yourself 4 turns! Uh-oh.
We gotta wake her up.
Well,
Captain's hurt bad. Let's get him some healing.
I call upon royal
alright,
power.
this is fine.
Run them through.
Probably.
You hit their weak point. Keep it up
This
strong.
guy's such a fucking asshole.
Healing us.
Alright, get her up.
Grab her on the last legs.
Magic knife!
Someone, get him healed up.
Alright, this is fine.
You hit their weakness.
Copium.
This'll be
your
over
opening,
soon
Captain.
enough.
Only a little bit of copium's happening right now. HP to all allies. Could just pass the turn and then get to healing.
This won't do it.
I call
I've got an
upon
idea.
the royal soul.
I've got an idea.
Let's keep
I've got an idea.
Helpful as ever. Run, sniper. Pierce.
For all that we strive for.
I want the full.
I will not let you die.
Thanks.
That helped.
My thanks.
I'm scared. Dick.
Look out!
Oh, sick! Sick luck! Sick luck! Dick. Oh, charging's fine. Okay, hold on, chat. This might be it. We might be good. Man, this guy's a prick.
Come forth, royal
This
soul.
guy is Prickus Maximus, dude.
Come on!
You hit their weakness.
I'll
That's
give
your
watch
opening,
me.
Captain.
How's this?
Gonna be close to that defense still being
I
tripled.
can't afford to. Are you prepared? Run them through.
You hit their weak point. Keep it up strong.
Oh, healing power. Savior!
As much as I want to attack, we're gonna top everybody off.
Healing us.
Thanks.
Thanks.
I owe you.
I will fight. Here's through!
This'll be over soon enough.
They're weak to piercing attacks. Hit them all in one fell swoop. Let's keep cool.
I knew you'd help. Run if I call upon royal power within.
Ah, no crits.
Everyone all right?
Jeez, they're pretty tough. Better be careful.
Hulkenberg, please just end it.
Mystic Purge.
First try, baby. Captains. Oh, I already have one of those. Well, I almost got excited there, but I already fucking have that. Oh. Alright. Orc down, chat. Orc down. And 2 talismans of the war god. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Everybody's like, whoa, baby. The sextuple? What's 6 is sex, right? I don't know. Of both. Leveling, and everybody's leveling and fucking ranking up.
I'll strive for greater heights.
Oh. Give me a little bit of that attack, baby.
I shall strive to use this power wisely.
Sept. We had a sept earlier, and I called it sex, I think.
Excellent. I've grown.
Oh my god, he didn't get an agility for once, Heismay? Run it back.
Does it seem that I've grown stronger?
I knew I could do it.
Heavy. Heavy fire magic to all. It's beautiful. It's just beautiful. And my magic increased by trace. Oh, it's beautiful. And we got that dumb club. The Bramblethorn Baton.
Right then.
Oh.
Shall we away?
Right?
If we return to the entrance, can I just keep running into that first floor and killing them? And then... Because that would be a hella good way to farm right quick while I'm here. So hold on, I'm going to see if that's how it works. Because that would be a damn good way to farm some money right now. Not going to lie.
What now?
Merchant!
There they are. Right there.
That's not hard.
I see the enemy.
Well, I hope we've seen the last of
There
them.
they are. Right there.
Added
There
to
they are. I see the enemy. They noticed us.
Yeah, because we're getting 500 per on this floor. Holy Moses, that's a lot actually. They were like a cut. This is where the orcs were, right? In the circle. Yeah, I want to deal with that. So I guess what we do is... What are y'all doing down here? So I guess what we'll do is we'll just keep running in and out. Hopefully that despawns them and respawns them. Because I need to level people up, and I wouldn't mind the tiny bit extra money if I'm getting, what, that much MAG just by going in and out of doors.
We must be vigilant.
Right there. I see the enemy.
Forward!
I can feel greater
There
power.
they are.
Oh, plus I can just level up everybody, can't I?
I see the enemy.
Your training has paid off.
Oh, bro, this is fantastic. Plus, I guess we're leveling up the, we're leveling them up, too. Oh, I should have checked how much money we were at. What a bad show. So we're at 156 now. Oh yeah, hold on. Can I do anything with her mass dancer now? What does she need? Oh, she needs Faker to 10? And she needs to be at 6? Well, if she's leveled up, let's just give her that.
I see.
Yeah, unlock that right quick for
Fascinating.
her.
This right here, all right?
Yeah. Teacher. Hope you're doing well, Astro. Hope you're having a good day. This might be the only time I get the grind, too, so I guess I might as well take it, huh? Might as well.
I've learned a new skill.
Sure. Probably not gonna need you. What?
Right there. Time for some close combat. I see the enemy.
Hey, good one.
Hope you're having a good day.
There they are. Charging in. Forward.
Impressive as ever.
So we're getting about 6,000 and then however much EXP that is for about however many seconds that takes. So we're getting a good amount of money. So yeah, it should be at 62,000 and then what was it, like 600 mag, 500 mag, which isn't nothing. I'm sure I could run my ass all the way up too, but
I see the enemy. Charging in. Time for some close combat.
Great job.
We can breathe a little easier now.
Right there.
Amazing.
Forward.
Think that's the last of them.
450 and then Dangan alert. I even have fucking is it my Dangan? Is it a good Dangan? Where? I mean, I'm probably too late for it. Oh, Ivankov. Diavolo. Yeah, I don't see the Dangan alert. I don't know why you're yelling. Washington. Yeah, that's basically what it fucking looks like, dog. If you're still there, G. That's basically what it looked like. in that dungeon. I'm pretty sure you looked it up. So. Pat, do you want me to turn on TTS and stuff while I'm doing this grind so y'all can spam stuff? So you're not bored.
There they are. Time for some close combat. I see the enemy. There they are.
All right, we did it.
I see the enemy. Charging in. Time for some close combat.
Keep it.
Still gonna be bored? Well, yeah, no shit. I'm running in and out of a fucking door and doing this over and over. Like, I'm not gonna be bored either. But sometimes you gotta grind a little bit.
There they are. Charging in. Time for some close combat.
I knew I could count on you.
Right there. Charging in.
Amazing. Great moves back there.
What now?
Already that high on Faker. And about 2 minutes chat. Ray those ad blockers. I wish I was like leveled up enough that I could just one-shot those orcs, you know? That'd be the That'd be the shit.
I see the enemy.
Hey, you found something!
There they are. Time for some close up. Forward!
That should come in handy. Pocket it.
I see the enemy.
Let's push through. Nice. You're gaining strength.
Yo, we can just kill the orcs now!
How's that? I see the enemy.
Incredible. This power feels stronger still.
Right there.
Let's push through.
Power grows stronger still.
I see the enemy.
You.
Yeah, we can kill the
I
orcs.
can feel greater power within.
I don't think we can kill the... I don't think we're going to be able to kill the yellow ones. But those big ones are some solid money. Good luck with ads, by the way, chat. They'll be starting in about a minute. So ready those ad blockers.
Take it with you, yeah?
Take it with you, yeah.
Let's take it. We may yet find a use for it.
I see the enemy.
Forward!
Charging in.
Amazing. Great moves back there.
Right there.
All right. How's that? Let's push through.
There they are.
All right. How's that? Continue to grow.
I see the enemy.
Let's push through.
You're gaining strength.
Right there.
Very impressive.
I see the enemy.
All right. How's that?
Whoa, 8,000 and 1,300 for those? Holy moly. Okay, that's some actual... Okay. So we're getting like, what, 13,000 per floor right now? For money. You know, like a butt ton of mag.
What now?
We're already up to 208,000 money, and it's 41,000 behind us for MAG, which is sick.
Right there.
Forward.
Time for some close combat.
Smash it.
Hey, great job.
I see the enemy.
Dude, I'm gonna have so many sutras.
Forward.
I'm gonna have so many
Never find a use for
sutras.
that.
I'm not gonna know what to do with them.
Right there.
Come on. Let's push through.
Growing.
New skill for
I
Faker.
see the enemy.
Come on.
Impressive.
Right there. There they are. Time for some close combat.
They noticed us. On your guard.
I see the enemy.
Don't worry, this
I
stupid.
knew you could do it.
Meow. Oh, hold on, I have an idea. Juna, I need you to have... Where is it? Where? That.
What now?
Okay. Dad, give me a sec. Hold on. Do 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 do. Where the fuck is this? That's that. Alright, there you go, chat. I enabled TTS, and y'all can still do Tangia Dungeon 2 if you want. I turned them back on for you.
There they are.
While I'm doing this horrible grind.
Add it to the collection.
That'll do it.
Right there. Charging it. Forward.
Hey, I leveled up to 49. Hell yeah. Oh wait, actually, hold on.
What now?
I have Tangia muted too. Hold on. Alright, chat, if y'all want to spam TTS, go for it.
I see the enemy.
Push through. All right. How's that?
Merchant to 13
Right
for
there.
me.
Push through.
There they are.
Come on.
Incredible.
I see the enemy.
Power feels stronger still.
Take her to 4. Where's the last
Right
one?
there.
All right, we did it.
Welcome back, chat. Sorry about the ads. My bad.
I see the enemy.
I knew you could do it.
Right there.
Exemplary.
There they are. Time for some close combat.
Forward.
Impressive. Your training has paid off.
I see the enemy.
Push through. All right. How's that?
Heismay 48.
There they are.
Come on.
I see the enemy.
All right. How's that?
Rise to the occasion.
Right there.
I can feel greater power
I
within.
see the enemy.
Push through.
Very impressive.
But what if I can take out the next forge? I don't think I can take out Big Blue.
There are enemies around. Watch your step.
Right there.
Charging in. Forward.
Woo! I don't know where the door's at.
There they are.
Charging in.
Look at him.
Forward.
Nice. You're gaining strength.
Okay, I definitely can't kill those. I can't kill the yellow ones.
Right
Kill
there.
these assholes though. Chill, bro, with the fucking hits. This is so
I
dumb.
see the enemy.
Incredible. This power feels stronger still.
All right, y'all. Okay, y'all need to get out of the damn doorway so I can go in there. Y'all need to move. Back it up. Back it up.
All right.
That one guy once.
Within the clear.
So,
Right there.
All right. How's that?
Feel the power.
I see the enemy.
Come on.
Sit back and we're weak against this. Do it again.
okay, we can't kill him even from behind.
They all seem pretty weak. You got this.
There they are.
Great job.
Push through. Charging in.
Not what I want.
I see the enemy.
Time for some close combat.
Right there. There they are.
All right. How's that?
No, 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 no.
I I see the enemy.
What are you still doing alive over here?
There they are.
Look. Can't believe this is working. Okay, so we can kill a lot of these.
Right there. Right here.
I don't know where the door's at. I didn't know where the door was. Alright, we're playing this game again.
We're in the clear. There they are.
Push through!
All right, come and get me.
That worked out. Keep it up.
I missed fucking one of them. God damn it. Bet he's the one asshole that stayed back too, isn't he?
Everyone all right?
Bro, you can't see me. I ain't here. I've moved on.
We finally lost them. I thought they'd never give up.
Right there.
I've got a feeling you need healing.
Oh,
That rhymes.
we're good.
I see the enemy.
Are you alright? Don't push yourself.
Oh,
There they are.
Staying alive isn't a contest. Heal if you need to.
no, it's a contest.
Nice. You're gaining strength.
Alright. See you later. I had to run back down and reset. See you later, boys. Well, I guess I could have just gone up and pulled the string, huh? Hold on. Excuse me, boys. Running through.
No. Looks like they found us.
Nah, he's stupid, don't worry. All these guys are gonna be mega stupid in a second. Booyah. Booyah. Did I leave anything in here? Oh yeah, I didn't go to the roof, chat. Why didn't you remind me to go to the roof? There's always something on the roof up here.
This is...
Talisman of the Divine. Anything else? Anything?
It's all clear.
Sick. Why didn't you remind me, Chad?
What?
In that
Alright.
case,
Leave it to me.
So we can just go back down to the bottom. We run back up again. Bada bing, bada boom. Easy. Bada bing, bada boom. Reela's guys in the room. How you doing? Alright. Wait, how much money are we at now? We're like 220 last I checked. Oh, we're 280. We're up 30,000 mag too. Holy shit.
right there. Charging in. Time for some close combat. I see the enemy.
Oh.
Our immediate vicinity is secure.
Right there. Charging in. Forward. Charging in.
I say take it with you.
Meow.
I see the enemy.
Push through! Come on!
Take her to 6.
Right there.
How's that?
There they are.
Let's push through!
Feels like
Right there.
That was the last of them.
48 for Basilio. Good shit. Next floor.
I see the enemy. Time for some close combat. I'm right here.
Right in the weak spot. Nice job.
There they are. Charging in.
Sick. Seeker.
His power
Summoner.
is stronger
Rank it
still.
up. Alright, let's go. Good shit. Next.
Right there. Time for some close combat. Charging in. Come on. Forward. There they are. Time for some close combat.
There they go.
Charging in.
Yeah, nice work.
Oh.
I see the enemy.
Chill, bro. Chill, bro. Oh, he just walked.
Right there.
Knight's bracelet. That's probably a good drop.
I see the enemy. Time for some close combat. Forward. Come on.
Power feels stronger still.
Woo! Let it rip.
We've put some distance between us. Perhaps we're safe.
Right there. All right. Push through.
All right. We hit him where it hurts.
Excuse me, boys. I just need to kill those two. I'm out.
There they are. I'm right here.
That worked out. Keep it up.
Oh, they got it. Now we just pull the string and we go again.
What?
Oh, baby.
In that case.
Can I put a note on screen saying I'm grinding right quick? Just to let people know I'm not just losing my damn mind.
I see the enemy. Charging in.
Very impressive. That was brilliant.
There they are. Forward. Time for some close combat.
Impressive. Your training has paid off.
Once Faker gets to 10, that's when it really pays
I
off.
see the enemy.
Push through. Known such heights.
Hey, Hulkenberg to 49.
That was well done.
Right there.
Let's push through.
Do you see use for it? I say take it with
There
you.
they are. I see the enemy.
Find. Add it to the collection.
Hydrate. Alright, give me a second. Thank you.
Now.
We're up to 338,000. I know y'all can't see behind me, but we're right here. I need to do this. We're up 30,000 mag and like 200, almost 250,000 money. Plus all the levels I'm getting on everybody. So this is good shit.
There they are. Right there. Come on. There they are. I'm right here.
Incredible. This power feels stronger still.
Dude, I took some fucking chops there, though. I took some fucking chops to the face there.
Right there. Charging in.
Fuck
Brace
me.
yourselves.
Auto-targeting sucks. Dodge? No. Can you stop critting me?
Is everyone okay?
I can't give up now.
Dick.
You're all hurt bad. Can anyone get on healing duty?
No, we're getting on get the fuck out of here duty.
Some of them
I see the enemy.
They saw us.
Hell knows. This is fine.
Right there.
Forward!
I see the enemy.
Charging in! Forward!
There they are.
Charging in! Forward! Charging in!
If it's useful, I say grab it.
Dick.
Smash it!
Fuck. Pain in my ass.
I see the enemy.
Forward! Come on!
I didn't know I had it in me.
Right there. Come on.
Watch out. Keep it up.
Woo, look at that. Look at that. That was nifty.
I see the enemy.
I was rolling. Oh my. Oh, that was like the worst person you could have attacked.
Retreat!
Like the worst person.
Careful.
Right there.
I knew I could count
I
on
see
you.
the enemy.
Alright, sick. Let's go.
What?
Another loop done.
Gallica.
I'm playing
Let's
loop
call it.
hero at this point. Faker at 10. I haven't checked. What's she sitting at?
What now?
Faker's at 8. Sick.
What now?
Excuse me, chat. I burped for you. You're welcome. You're welcome, chat.
Right there.
I know you all desperately wanted that.
My archetype's abilities feel strong.
Sniper to 19, sick.
We can breathe a little easier now, I think.
There they are.
Forward! Charging in!
Such skill.
I see the enemy.
How's that? Come on!
Greater power
Dude, Seeker to 19. I don't even need Seeker
There they
this
are.
high.
Push through!
I forgot I only needed Seeker to 10.
If you see a use for it, I say take
Right
it.
there.
Oh,
Marvelous.
There they are.
I forgot I only needed Seeker to 10.
What now?
Hold on. Oh, shit. Whoopsie. I'm not even sure what I was putting on. Oh, Sniper. I need Sniper and then, thing. Because I need something for... I needed Sniper for Ninja. That's what it was. Okay, so... I mean, that rank 10's a little high now, huh? Alright, so we can definitely get Sniper. So we gotta get Sniper to 10 for
This
Heisme.
right here. All right.
See. See,
I'm counting
senor.
on you.
Of course.
Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh. Shit. Thanks,
My
dog.
power swells forth.
Sure. We do that. I mean, we're not fighting, but, you know. So now we just need Sniper to rank 10. She needs Faker to something. No, I already had. No, I don't care about that. What did Juna need? Faker to 10, and she's got Faker at 8. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. What does Yufa need to level up? Summoner to 20 and then magic. What is she at? Magic Seeker? Really? Bruh. At least that's only level whatever. Interesting. I mean, Magic Seeker's not that bad, honestly. Let's keep grinding her. Where is she? I mean, there's no reason not to. Once Stroll gets to 20 on Sniper, I can,
I see the enemy.
That's a fortunate find.
I can feel the power coursing through me.
There they are.
This power is stronger still.
Christ, I'm getting fucking waylaid right now. Assholes. Getting fucking waylaid to the fucking nose.
I see the enemy.
Motherfucker, I got hit by the fucking asshole. Wait, why do you got buddies?
Captain, they've got your defenses down.
If we run, we live.
There are still some foes around.
There they are.
Don't let your guard down.
I see the enemy.
They're being real assholes right now. Even my, I mean, I guess they do have. They do need to have buddies, I guess. I mean, there's no reason, I guess, not to just fucking heal. Stop being aggro. I'm not even anywhere. I'm on the stairs.
Right there.
Let's push through.
Okay.
There they are. Time for some close combat. Right there. There they are.
Forward. Such skill.
I see the enemy.
I can feel greater power within.
There they are.
Stand before me.
Okay.
Right there.
All right. How's that?
Impressive. Your training has paid off.
Damn, that motherfucker's still red. Wait, did I leave something in here? Oh, I thought that chest was unopened. I'm like, what the hell am I
We did
doing?
it. We have evaded them.
There they are.
Why the hell did you go so far down? Oh, well, that's fine.
Hulkenberg's fighting her anxieties. Keep the enemies off her.
Now, flee.
There are some enemies left. Stay sharp.
I see the enemy.
Bro, chill! Bro! This fucking guy, dude.
Child's play. Dodge, Hulkenberg. Like poetry in motion.
Everyone, run.
There are still some foes around. Don't let your guard
Asshole. That dude's a dick. You go back to your spot?
Right there. Time for some close combat. I'm right here. Come and get me. There they are.
Alright, we'll come back in a second.
Right there.
Nice. You're gaining strength.
I see the enemy.
Looks like it could be useful.
Oh, no.
Right there.
Marvelous.
There they are.
You always go to the wrong one.
I see the enemy.
Impressive as ever.
Right there.
I swear, these fucking auto targets are wild and dog. Every fucking time. Yeah, see you later, idiots. They even see me? Oh, he did finally. I haven't saved in a second. Check the ends. Un momento, por favor.
What?
Gallica.
Let's call it.
The fuck is that shit? The hell's all that?
What now?
Ooh, Faker's almost at 10. Faker's almost at 10. Faker's almost at 10.
What now?
Yeah, we have $411,000 and 73,000 mag.
I see the enemy.
Charging in.
Right there.
Amazing! Great moves back there.
There they are.
Joint.
Forward. Charging in.
It's useful, I say grab it.
They're almost good enough to be is fake. Listen, she'll get there. Don't worry.
Come on. All right, Dad. How's that?
Great moves back there.
There they are.
Let's push through.
I can feel
I
great
see the enemy.
Come on.
Right there.
Great find. Keep it.
There they are.
All right. How's that?
Brilliant.
You're wrong side of the stairs. If I wait till they turn around, maybe I won't alert literally everybody.
Let's push through.
Great job, love.
Come on. Dad.
Power grows stronger still.
I see the enemy.
Real dick about this. Ports. Alright, I'll come back down in a second. Once y'all all calm down. I thought I was frozen for a second, but it's just my sonic speed kicking up dust.
All right. How's that?
Find. Add it to the collection.
Come on.
Let's not miss this chance.
There they are.
No, we'll miss the chance, don't worry.
I see the enemy. There they are.
Let's push through.
Right there. I see the enemy.
There they go.
Forward.
I can feel greater power with
There
this.
they are.
Time for some close up.
That should come in handy.
No, no, asshole. You're supposed to stay. I mean, I guess chasing you not all that bad, huh?
Right there.
All right, we did it.
Especially because he's dumb.
We lost them. A bit like running from a crowd.
All right. How's that? Dad.
There they are.
Why are we going to him?
All right, we hit him where it hurts.
I'll come back down in a second.
Right there.
You hanging in there, mate?
Yeah, we're fine.
Charging in.
Add it to the collection.
Dude, we gotta have we gotta be max on the sutras.
I see the enemy.
Let's push through.
I've got a feeling you need healing.
How the hell did they not see me? How did they not see me? Alright, this is a dangerous task we're about to do.
There they are. Time for some close.
Luckily they're stupid, so it's fine.
There they are.
Or that could have gone way worse. Yeah, dummy. Suck it. I mean, I guess we didn't have to save, but we're saving anyway.
Yep.
Chat, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was gonna find a dungeon to do this in.
Alright.
Let's call it.
After I was doing story quests. But we're just doing that now.
What now?
We're just doing what I was gonna do early.
What now? What now?
Oh, we got figured it then. Okay, hold on. I didn't even see it level up.
What now?
So, Juna. Equip. Okay, so she'll be good to once I get, okay, sick. Okay, so once I get her up, she'll be fine. Ismay needs to be at 10 for sniper. What's he at? He's already at 4. Do I don't think I have any level up items. Oh, I gotta wait, hold on. Knock this time down a little bit.
Steady effort is key.
Okay, so we gotta get 2.5 levels out of this. Oh, hold on. We got 2 levels we need to get, which isn't that bad.
What now?
I mean, I guess technically I could throw Swordmaster on, but what are her level ups? Okay, we need to get her to at least 13 before we start moving that shit around. Stroll is almost at 20 for Sniper. What does he need after that? He needs Magic Knight. Oh, I'm already working on Knight for him, aren't I? No, I'm not. Shit. Well, it is what it is. Bro, I don't even know what the fuck that shit is. I mean, I want that. I don't know what it is, but I'm ready for it. So I need to get him. So we'll go Commander next, because he needs Commander. So once we get this level on him, we'll Commander it up for him.
I see the enemy.
On your forward.
Marvelous.
Oh, well, there's Savior 12 too.
Time for some close combat. Charging in.
That was well done.
This is what I wanted to do in the forest, but they're just too. I just wasn't leveled enough.
There they are.
Hulkenberg. Oh, mastery for a sniper. There we go. Sick. And Hulkenberg leveled up too.
There they are.
I imagine that would be a
Right there. There they are.
Come on.
Okay, what is your skill that you just learned, big fella? I would like to know. What is it? The Smashing Salvo. Deals heavy physical pierce damage to one enemy and decreases their defense for 3 turns. Alright, we need what? Commander to... Oh, it's just Commander to 10? Bro, that's free.
Fascinating.
Dude,
This
that's
right here.
free.
All right.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
That's free, chat.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you for the tokens.
Right. I could get used to this.
I have retained my edge.
Alright, sniper to 10. We can learn it! Ninja. Strong assassin skills complemented by synthesis skills of many affinities and a focus on evasion. Alright, let's do it.
I see.
We got, what do we have for all this stuff?
Fascinating.
Alright, let's learn the ways of the ninja.
This right here. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm counting on you.
Yes, Astro. The space fruit. Don't slap hearts at me. If thou art prepared to embrace lawlessness and chivalry in equal margin, I shall bestow upon thee our soul, the soul of the thief. No, you stop that. I don't know how Bastion running into a wall got in there. I will struggle eternally onward so this world will not be a place where the weak are trampled. You've seen a lot of art of that one elf. Wait, what? Oh, Hulkenberg?
My power swells forth.
Okay, what are these skills? With the red hair? Medium physical slash damage to all enemies. Oh, do we get steel for free? Yeah, the red-haired one. Her. Hulkenberg. May inflict rage on all enemies. Heavy physical dark damage to one enemy. Okay, sick. Multiply slash, pierce, or strike. Okay, agility lore. Automatically. Okay. When attacks halves the enemy's hit rate. Wrong way. I didn't go the wrong way, and it went right to Hulkenberg. Don't you. Son of a bitch. Okay, what do I have? We can grab this. We can grab this. We can grab... we already have that now. I mean, I guess that's just for one in case I want to use less MP, huh? That actually wouldn't be too bad. I guess I could plunder magic too. Do I have anything else unlocked? Removes all buff effects. Actually, that. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do that, and we'll do the buff effects too. Buff effects on all enemies. Then we got coverage. They're gonna be sick. Okay. So now we can level you up. Next is Stroll. Commander's already on. I mean, I might as well keep Baker on her, but there's no reason not to. What the fuck do I want to do with Yufa? Yufa needs to level up her summoner, so that's just there. Bro, I don't know. What does Basilio need? He just needs Berserker at 20, so he's just gonna keep leveling, so he's fine. I wanted to get her to 13. I think that's what I was doing with her, right? Yeah, for Exorcist Light. Ooh, General to 10 would be rough for Samurai though, huh? And then me, what the hell? Actually, what do I need for whatever the fuck's up here? Oh, I need assassin. So I could go. Assassin's only level 2 though, right? I mean, we could. No, but I can't take this off. Otherwise, I'm losing all the extra money I'm getting, which is part of the reason I'm doing this. Shit. Basileo's fine. Wait, why does he have that on? Oh, it's if I equipped it. Okay.
That's all of them. We're safe for the time being.
All right.
Right there. Forward! Charging in. I'm right here. I see the enemy.
Well, that somehow worked out. Not quite sure how.
Right there. Time for some close. Push through. Forward.
They're down. Let's get him.
Skilled.
There they are. Time for some close.
I bet we'll find a use for that.
Bunch of assholes.
Right there.
We cannot avoid this fight. Stand ready.
Why y'all gotta come as a pair?
I see the enemy.
I knew you could do it.
There they are.
A step in the right direction.
Whoa, how the hell? Hey, I'm up to 51 now. He's still too strong? Yeah, still too strong.
Forward.
Come and get me.
My archetype's abilities feel strong. Nice. I feel stronger already.
Hey, stroll to 49. Poochie, what are you doing right there? What are you doing, big guy? Hello. Hello, Poochie. Hello, what are you doing? Are you going crazy? Oh, what are you excited for? Hello. Hello, how are you? Hello.
We've shaken them. It ought to be safe now.
I see the enemy.
Come on! If you intend to take risks, I might suggest healing first.
I'm right here.
No, you
We'll hold our
dick.
ground.
Chill.
Juna's struggling with her anxiety. Don't let her get attacked.
Retreat!
Careful. We're not through them yet.
Did I go the right way? No, we're fine. We're through.
There they are. All right.
Damn, he's coming all the way here.
Right there.
Let's stash that somewhere safe.
Excuse me. Coming through.
Yep. What?
All right, chat. I gotta feed Poochie. 'Cause it's dinner time for him. I'm gonna leave y'all at the bottom. We're gonna grind for maybe another half hour because we're to the point where I need to progress. So give me 1 second. I'll feed Poochie. We'll keep grinding for like another half hour or so. Then we'll move on with the video game. Alright, chat. Poochie is fed. He got her treats. He's outside. So, about 5:30 Central is when we move on from this grinding. That sound good, everybody? About 30 more minutes of me running around up and down this tower. We're at 500,000 money, which is sick. And everybody's leveling the piss out of everything. So that's sick too. So no reason to stop, you know. There's no reason to stop right this second. Especially if it gets me a little bit extra. A little bit extra, you know.
There they are.
We must be vigilant.
I see the enemy.
We've been spotted.
There they are. Charging in. Forward.
I feel my power growing.
Commander to 5 already for Troll. That's sick.
Right there. Let's push through. All right. How's that?
Tired, are you?
I see the enemy.
Let's push through.
Such an elegant fight.
There they are.
Hey, you found something.
Right there.
Are you alright?
There they are.
Don't push yourself.
Meow. Meow.
Right there.
My power growing.
Time for some close combat. I see the enemy.
Staying alive isn't a contest.
Charging in.
Who do you think I am?
Who do you think you are? I am.
Pressure on.
I don't think I enabled that one.
Right there. Time for some close combat. There they are.
Please be careful.
My archetype's abilities feel
I
strong.
see the enemy. Charging in.
If you are struggling, it would do you well to heal.
Right there.
Don't let them get the best of you now.
I see the enemy.
We can rely.
Come on.
I can feel greater power within.
Oh, why are you both chasing me?
There they are.
You found something. Let's
I'm
take
out.
it with us.
I'm out.
What now?
Boom.
Impressive.
Come on.
Your training has paid off.
I can feel the power coursing through me.
Savior 13. I think that's what I wanted out of Hulkenberg, wasn't
What
it?
now?
So she got her move? Yeah, extreme light damage to one enemy. Oh, baby. That's what you like to see. Is synthesis all of them? Oh, 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 oh. Oh. That could prove useful. Okay, so Stroll's already at 7 on Commander, which is sick. Can y'all get out of the damn doorway? Y'all get out the damn way. Bro, they love that door. Dude, that one is just waiting.
I see the enemy.
Push through.
Amazing. Great moves back there.
Right there.
My-
Incoming.
This guy every time just pisses me off. Can you stop critting me?
Hulkenberg's badly wounded. Someone heal her. Hulkenberg's in bad shape.
Such a
Everyone,
dick. Every time, such a...
Don't let your guard down. There's more of them.
Okay, okay, okay. Where am I running? I went the wrong way. Don't worry, they're actually stupid.
What now?
We've been spotted. On your guard.
There they are.
I can feel my power growing.
Alright, Commander to 8. Love to see it.
Looks like they found us.
Excuse me. Excuse me, sirs. Is my merchant up to 20?
Now.
Should probably check that. Oh, it is. Shit. Oh, wait, I can't change it, though. Do I have something I can, like... I mean, I guess I could just leave it on Faker for Juna, can't I? Or even not, though.
What? Leave it to me.
2 minutes chat until ads. Ready those ad blockers if you need to ready them.
I see the enemy.
Forward!
Yeah, nice work.
There they are.
We made short work of
Right
that.
there.
Hey, Juna to 51.
Already.
I'm getting those leaf lights every time I level up merchant too.
I see the enemy.
What a fortunate find.
Right there.
All right. How's that? That feels nice.
Hey, Basilio to
There they
49. Ain't you a dick?
Amazing.
Right there.
Charging in.
Time for some close combat.
Just take it. You can always toss it later.
There they are.
Come on.
I knew you could do it.
Meow.
Be forewarned.
I see the enemy.
I can feel my power growing.
I'd say we're evenly matched, which means you've got them.
What now?
Hey, we're evenly matched now. That's kind of crazy. We're at the point where we're evenly matched with that
As long as we're
asshole.
careful, I think we'll be fine with this.
Oh my god. Alright. We've got one guy. Every time, dude.
There they are.
Let's push through.
Good job.
Take her to 11.
I see the enemy.
I can feel greater power within.
Just a bunch of weak ones.
Right there.
Amazing. Great move.
There they are.
Skill.
I see the enemy.
I knew you could do it.
There they are.
Forward. All right. How's that?
Time for some close combat. Right there.
Exemplary.
I see the enemy. I'm right here.
You hit
There
him
you
right
go.
in the weak spot. Good job.
Uh-oh. Well, I guess we're going in here.
Charging in.
I can feel my power growing.
Forward.
Charging in. Time for some close combat. We can't get sloppy.
Let us strike.
Oh, I hit the
Time to go
button.
offensive. Moving to the rear.
Wind should solve this. Let's blow them away.
Retreat.
Right there.
That motherfucker from downtown. Oh my god.
Captain's down! Someone, help him back up!
Retreat. Remain steadfast. Some
Dick.
still draw breath.
Every fucking time. What a dick.
now? What
Be
now?
at 10? Okay, so he's got commander at 10 now. Well, might as well. We gotta get him to Magic Knight. It's just Magic Knight 10, right? Yeah, that's not too bad. Okay. So,
That is
oh shit,
I
I
see.
should probably switch over to that, huh?
fascinating. This, all right?
Yeah.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. A new power to wield.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm not using it right now, so fuck it. This item. 7 of these. Fuck it, dude. Fuck.
A new ability. A new power to wield. Right. I could get used to this. A new ability.
What
Honestly, I think what I want to do too is I mean, while we're fucking here, might as well rank her up too. I don't think I'm ever gonna get to General 10, but it is what it is. Welcome back, Chad.
We've been spotted. On your guard.
Right there.
That can come in handy. Whew, that should do it.
Poochie is barking at somebody out there. Like a mad lad. Not sure who.
Galaga.
Leave it to me.
Don't know what. But he's going. That's what he's doing. That's I just put him out there like 15 minutes ago too.
There they are. Charging in. Time for some close combat.
All right, we did it.
Right there.
I can feel my power growing.
There they are.
We are
Forward. Charging in.
Good one.
Right there.
I knew you
All right. How's that? There they are.
Let's push through. I feel the power coursing through me.
I see the enemy.
Come on.
that was me.
There they are. I see the enemy.
I think they see us.
Man, I wish they would just stay in a line like that every time.
This is bad. They're onto us.
Right there.
I knew we could count on you.
I imagine that would be of use.
I see the enemy. They'll need more than this.
He doubled up on me, man. Oh. Uh-oh. Stinky.
Juna, careful. Your defenses are down.
Pull back. There is still
There
danger.
they are.
Stay vigilant.
Come and get me.
All right. We hit him where it hurts.
Come on.
God, these guys are such assholes right there sometimes.
I see the enemy. Time for some close combat. Let's push through. Forward. I shall survive. Charging in. Time for some close combat. Charging in.
Feel greater power within.
There they go.
Right there. I see the enemy.
Looks like they found us.
Right there.
You hanging in there, mate?
I see the enemy. All right. Come on.
Okay?
Oh, he's level 55. That's why he's
I think we're in a little over our heads.
that's why he's kicking my dick a little bit. The other ones aren't quite that.
There they are.
That worked like a charm.
Forward.
Keep the pressure on.
Time for some close combat. Let's push through.
I can feel my power growing.
Nice. 16 for Stroll there too, I saw.
We've put some distance between us. Perhaps we're safe.
Yeah, we're fine.
What now? What now?
I'm glad I grabbed some of these fucking items on the way in here.
I see the enemy.
I can feel the power coursing through.
No!
Brace yourselves.
Oh, did he dodge? Good shit. Oh, he didn't dodge. I thought you did.
Can't believe this.
I sure can.
Everyone, run!
There
they are. Forward! Time for some close combat.
Weak against this. Do it again.
I see the enemy. Incoming!
Fucking god, dude. I'm so sick of this green asshole, dude.
Captain's hurt bad. Let's get him some healing.
Retreat! Right there.
Stay sharp.
What now? There they are.
You're a beast!
Cat!
They pursue us no longer. We are safe.
Rawr.
What now?
What?
Honestly, I'm about out of. I'm about out of patience for this. I'm gonna be honest. Even though I do need to level up people. We do have $600,000. It's 600K now.
I see the enemy. Forward!
That was
Right there.
We can breathe a little
I see the
easier.
enemy. Charging in.
Whew. That should do it.
There they are.
How's that? Come on!
Looks like it could be useful.
Roll the 50.
Right there. All right. How's that? There they are. Time for some close combat. Push through.
You found something. Let's take it with us.
But wait till they turn around at least.
That solves that. All right. How's that? Come on.
Even I had more to learn.
I mean, that went pretty well.
All right. All right. How's that?
Take it. We may yet find a use for it.
Man, they're all on some sort of weird cycle now.
Let's push through.
I can feel the power.
All right. How's that?
Oh yeah.
I can feel greater power within.
Okay, I think I see what I need to do in there.
No. Looks like they found us.
Charging it. Right there.
My
I see the
archetype
enemy.
ability is stronger.
Right there.
Mary heal with There they go.
I'll heal when
There
I'm
they are.
dead.
No problem.
Ooh, he's down to yellow though. Hold on, we're getting to the point where that asshole's not just a
Right
red
there.
attack anymore.
Just making sure.
I see the enemy. Come and get it.
Now's our chance to finish this.
Forward.
Alright, so I can't. Excuse me, boys. Why did you two have to see me? I hate the fucking orcs, dude.
There they are. Charging it.
Don't push yourself.
I see the enemy.
How nice. This should prove useful.
There they are.
You see a use for it? I'll say take it with you.
Shouldn't be anything we can't handle. You'll be okay.
Right there. They'll need more than this.
Motherfucker, dude. I'm so sick of him. I'm so insanely tired of him.
Pull back. There is still
There
danger
they are.
here. Stay vigilant.
Will your beauty sleep after this?
Right there. What now? What now?
How far off are you, Stroll? 18. Did I level up any? Oh, I did. Well, he's almost there. That's sick. Can y'all get off that wall? I know you're all waiting for me to come to the door, but I'm not coming to the door with 800,000 of you right there. I'm gonna be honest. Bro, they are pissed right there, bro.
Would seem they are off our trail for the time being.
There they are.
All right.
How's that? Push through.
Useful, I say.
I'm right here. Time for some close combat.
Oh, right. We hit it where it hurts.
Right there.
Let's stash that somewhere safe.
These, the targeting's doing more damage to me than anything else. Because the target will switch if I move my fucking analog stick. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is we're gonna get Stroll to 20, or for whatever it is, and then we're gonna get out of here. However long it might not take another, what? No, okay, it's probably gonna take a little more than 5 minutes, but that's what we're gonna do.
What?
All right.
Leave it to me.
And then we just gotta get him to 10 for whatever the level up is for him.
What now?
How's Hulkenberg doing? He's at 6 on Sword Master. That's pretty sick.
There they are. Forward! Time for some close combat.
That's the way.
Right there.
All right, we did it!
There they are. Forward! Time for some close combat.
I knew you could do it.
I knew you could do it.
I see the enemy. Let's push through.
Take her to 13 and a new skill.
Come on.
Stronger still.
I see the enemy. All right. How's that?
Such an elegant fight.
There they are. I see the enemy.
They're gone. The danger is behind us.
Just wait for him to turn around.
Long as we're careful, I think we'll be fine with these.
Let's push through.
I can feel the power coursing through me.
Is that a yellow one?
There they are.
I knew you could do it.
Thick. Oh, meow. Okay, they'll get back in line in a second, probably, and this is the worst. These are the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life.
We've been made.
Right there.
Pocket it.
Oh, Poochie's barking again.
I don't
There
see
they are.
anything.
Charging in. Forward. All right. How's that? Come on.
That's the way.
Cat.
Impressive as ever.
Right there.
Stop that.
I
Doing
feel
it at
stronger
52.
already.
There they are.
Such skill.
I see the enemy.
Let's stash that somewhere safe.
There they are. Let's push through.
Impressive as ever.
I'm right here.
They're down. Let's get him.
Oh. Oh, he's pistol.
My archetype's abilities feel stronger.
We'll hold our ground.
Gina's badly hurt. Get her some healing.
Oh, she's dead.
We gotta wake her up. He's hurt bad.
Still fight.
Let's get him some healing. Juna's down. Someone, quick, get her back. Pull back.
Our foes roam the area still.
What now?
So you need, God, I forgot you need Mage 10 too, don't you? Fuck me. Okay, Mage 10 shouldn't be too bad to get. And then, it's not like I have Nurus at 8 yet either, so that's not a huge deal. Okay, so I think let's just get out of here. How much money do we have? We have $700,000 now and 108,000 mag. So I'm just gonna get
Watch
the hell out of here.
We've been spotted.
Couple hour detour to level, chat.
Yep.
And we got money, and we got
What?
mag, we got everything. We got the thing we need for the quest, so that's even more money.
Now, where was I?
You want to talk about anything, big guy? I've been studying a lot of shit for you.
Fascinating. Welcome.
Okay, so I can do experiments. Common experiments. What can I grab? Multi-target strike attacks. Multi-target almighty magic. Whoa. That'd be cool. That's actually sick for her. I'm doing it. You can now use the summoner archetype to call upon the lava beast. Multi-target almighty damage. The Goblin King. What kind of mask can we do now? We can do the general, but once I get the general leveled up, I think that's what I want to do for her. Oh, pet the kitty. That's not what I want. Pet the kid.
That's a good kitty.
Alright.
Oh. You'll come again.
Back
won't you?
to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Chat. Alright, I think we're done in here. Let's get the hell out of here finally.
Hey! Let's see. This place. Hey! Okay then. Right?
Alright. Let's have dinner, chat. We done did it. Back to the tavern.
Now that you mention it.
Thank the soldier. Blah, blah, blah.
That's got me thinking. Of course.
Now then.
Ugh.
Time marches on, and the
And the
age of a new king draws nearer.
Oh,
Look at
Barton. Hell yeah, my dude. Spirit Dust. Good shit, actually.
What should we do?
Where's that guy? He's like on these stairs, right? Yep, yep.
Ridiculous.
Hey, I did the thing, bro. You want this?
Splendid.
Mm-hmm. Ah, we'll...
You've been a real help to me.
Take a little extra. Courage and 82,000 bucks. We're at 800,000 money. Oh, courage is so close to being 5.
I'm off.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. All right then. What now?
We can hang out with Yufa. We do need to fucking go to that town.
Let's go.
We need to go to Malva or whatever.
Now then, what should we do?
Now we're working on it. Okay, so let's do that. That's not what I meant.
Are we departing? Now then.
village.
That's a choice I can get behind. It's your call.
Great. Let's move.
What to pick? What now?
I need to put the right things on everybody. We need to put Savior on
Healing
you.
power, grant us solace.
We need to put wait, what the hell did I need for something? You need assassin. Oh, that's easy. That's easy mode. So we'll put on that to you. Well, actually.
Fascinating. This right here, all right?
I'm counting.
Of course.
Ba, 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 ba.
Really? I found new power.
Max MP. Magic circle. I guess I could put deck collection on let's go that and I have no idea if we're supposed to be front or back, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I guess I could put Faker on, or I need to put Dancer back on, that's what I'm doing.
I've got just the dance for you. You might say it's
Oh, and I need
What now?
I know this is sick, but where? Yes, and then you get, yeah, you can just have it. There you go. Okay.
Got a sec?
Wish I knew where he was. Wish I knew where he was. Maybe just a sleepy boy during the day.
Got a sec?
Did I win? I won it grinding in a dungeon for a couple hours as a detour. Does that count?
What now?
Courage might make it, honestly. Can I even get courage out of this? Oh. I'd rather be prepared for the big fight in the game, because I was going to grind at some point tonight anyway, so I kind of just made it now instead of whenever I found a dungeon that I thought was suitable. Clusters of cryptic phrases and abstract drawings fill the pages, with this written in some sort of trance. The difference between moonlight and starlight, the difference between me and you, the difference between love and romance. Inquiries like these flood the pages. I don't know why, but reading through has got me in a cold sweat. Shivers are running down my spine. You can certainly say that artistic expression is a serious business for you.
Now then.
Oh, big bed. Oh, baby. Courage to 5. First one. Courage. Heroic courage.
Why, that's...
Hell yeah. I don't think I'm going to pick up on that book anymore, I'm going to be honest.
Loveless, eh?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. This guy, chat. This fucking guy.
Well, look who we have here, eh? Got some brass showing your face here.
On the road?
Two-faced phony prince. Milo told me everything. I know all about your sick games.
Who's Milo?
Sick games? What are you talking about?
And who's Milo?
So
I forget who Milo is.
pristine slates, eh? Conscience clean, eh? It's scumbags like you lot what forced the Parapus. That's why I wanted to become king in the first place. To stand up to the bastards who treated the weaker tribes like trash, and to settle the score with villains like you.
Literally.
Get ready to hurt.
Oh, the vanity one. Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah, he was an idiot. 2,700, bro.
Let's show him what we can do.
Whoa, fire art, God killer. Okay, hold on. What are all these? What are you?
Can't brute force through this one.
Man, I got no idea what he weak to.
Now accept your fate.
Think I can steal from him?
Oh, power of
Think I
kings.
can steal from him?
Some darker arts.
Oh, he's weak to dark. Dude, I wish I had the balls, huh?
Welcome to a real
Oh, power of heroes! Not now. To you!
I'm about to crash your party.
He's weak to being hit really hard. I mean,
I'll cut through.
oh, sick crit.
Mustn't settle for the hidden art.
Extreme physical dark damage to one enemy. High chance of one hit killing target. Probably won't one hit, but
Get after it, love. I've got just the dance for you.
big demoge.
Show you.
Big demoge.
Welcome to a real Parabus bash.
I'm gonna assume that he's not weak to light, but I don't know. So that's why I didn't want to use that.
No, I'm not done yet. You think this is over? Not even close.
You haven't even attacked me
Eat
yet.
this. Eat this.
Oh, that's it.
Guard is down.
Oh,
Let's go. Is there enough? Lend me your strength. Maybe there comes forth royal soul.
oh, that was it.
Now accept your fate.
Rancor.
Nice. This is just what I need.
With
I
blade
mean-
in hand. Oh, mystic purge!
Oh, he's weak to light too. Okay. Well,
I'll cut through.
poor bastard.
Still up?
Oh, power of kings. Some darker arts.
I'm fine.
I'll show you. Burn! Sorry, my mistake.
If that was a crit, I would have lost my damn
Eat
mind.
this.
Ow, dick.
Eat this.
Is that all?
Dick, my defense.
Hulkenberg's guard is down.
Alright, Hulkenberg, end it.
Shine!
Are you done being whatever you're doing on my
Calm
damn
yourself,
ship?
man. I suspect you've been deceived. This Milo fellow, what exactly did he tell you?
Mm-hmm.
Said there's some imposter prince been going round, getting his kicks by killing Parapus and Ujif and other tribes
We
beneath him.
literally have a
I stand
parapus
with
in
this
our
boy,
group.
as does Basilio, and I can tell you we don't wander around murdering our own kin. Sounds like this Milo fellow's badly bamboozled you.
Hold on. You mean we've been dancing like puppets on his string?
Yeah, shocking.
Bastard must have wanted us to take each other out. Spare him the trouble.
How dare he trick us? You've got to do something about him.
Us. Don't say
You
us.
loveless? Any idea where Milo
Don't-
is?
Is he at a
Last summer
volcano?
around, Altabury. Damn it. Look, this one's on me. I'm sorry about all this. I've been a real idiot.
Hippies, man. Hippies.
A halfway decent result.
Hey. Hey, double? Hey, triple? Oh, almost a triple
Curious
level.
ability.
Almost a triple level. Alright, can we go to this?
Spectacular.
Yeah, I know why Galacus said us there.
The
Trick
site of
Milo.
Malva forms on the horizon.
Let's go to Malva.
A small settlement carved out of the mountainous terrain of southern Montario, prospering modestly without reliance on trade, in part thanks to a thriving dairy farm. The Ishkia tribe secludes itself here, avoiding outside clamor. As though ushered in by the bleating of sheep grazing on a rock face, the gauntlet runner descends upon the quiet mountain village.
Yeah. Yeah. Whoa, that looks dope. Holy shit.
Wow.
Globetrotter. Oh, have I been everywhere now? Blimey, look at all those buildings I didn't read because I was looking at my trophy. It's actually supposed to be quite cozy, according to some Ishka I knew who lived here. You see the appeal in a life away from the cares of the world. He didn't pull you out of one hole so you could take refuge in another. The cares of the world happen to be our main concern at the moment. I've been everywhere. Breathe the mountain air, man, and breathe her asshole there, man. I've been everywhere. Oh. Look, there's a shop over there. Let's head over so we can get back.
That reminds me.
Oh, man. What the fuck's wrong with me? Where's this fucking shit I need to buy? Durable spider silk. There we go. What else we got? Divine elixirs, balm. You can get balms of life here. You just buy blessed water? Hold on now. Hold on. And graced. Hold on. This is why we grinded for money. Oh, baby. Now we can purify anything. I mean, 10 of those is honestly fine. Let's just get down to that. Do I have anything to sell? Did I get anything in that place? Sure didn't. I mean, I got a bunch of shit that is awful, I guess. We'll do that later.
Now then.
Okay, where are we flying?
But which one?
This is the place.
Okay, I mean, as long as we're out and about. What? Oh, come on, man. This is. This is.
Was incredible.
Okay,
Let's
well,
see.
shit. Well, I wanted to go there. There's no other runners anywhere.
That's where you want to go.
Well, I don't know where I want to go.
Ah,
We
I
got
see.
rain there. If we go there, we can
Which
exchange
one?
mag for money that we don't need.
Hold on.
All right.
But we can see how much it exchanges for.
Let's see. Giving it some thought? Let's move.
I like that it takes half a day to teleport somewhere. It better still be fucking raining. That's not where I wanted to go. Oh my god, we can do Alonzo out of nowhere. Oh my, this is awful. Because we got to do Juna and we got to do... this is a mess right now. This is a mess. Wait, who the fuck is right out? Oh, I gotta turn in the request. Oh, Alonzo, you've come back at the worst time.
Let's go. Now what am I to do?
What up, bro? Here's your shit. There you go.
Really help me out.
Mission accomplished.
Oh, I get tolerance too. I forgot about the gloves. Hey, we made our money back as well. Hell yeah, we're getting there on tolerance.
That's a
Oh,
relief.
thanks, dog. All right.
Damn it all.
Hey, what up, Rudolph? My primary obstacle among the candidates is dead. He says talking to the number 2 in popularity. Oh, only Louis? Oh, okay.
Honestly.
Oh, you're gonna purge me, huh?
Dismissed. There's a runner.
Oh. Thanks, I guess. Wish you were sitting here sooner.
All right then.
Where is the...
Let's go.
Yo, is that... Dude, is that all the Magla I haven't collected for like 8 years just floating around this?
You there?
Hang on. What if... Isn't that... Finally, eh?
Yeah, look at me. Oh, 9,400. Hell yeah.
Yep.
No idea.
All right then.
That's not what I wanted.
All right. Where to?
Let's go.
Well, I mean, I guess I mean... I don't... It's still raining here? Fuck! I'm sad now.
This is all right. Oh.
I'm sad. I don't really want this. I'll go to the church right quick, because I don't know if I have anything I need
Let's
to...
go.
I need to purify though. Close your raid. Close your raid, chat. Close your raid. Oh, I got a ton of stuff. Hold on. Automatically increases all allies' attack at the start of combat? Roll. Purify that shit. Wait, why didn't it purify? Can I just keep purifying it? Hold on. Oh, I have the captain's one too. Oh, that... Goodness me. My gold feather helm increases light attack strength. I don't need that right now. Dude, yeah, hell yeah it is. Plus I already have, Heisme is already a general too. I think he's maxed out almost. Increases, fire attack strength versus light attack strength. I think I'd rather have light, honestly. I've been wanting to use Heisme as general anyway, so I'm fine with that shit. Okay, so I can't do anything with Brigitte yet. I think we gotta hang out with Juna. No, we gotta hang out with Okay, what's Alonzo give me? Fuck me, dude. Purchase of rare items. I got it. All, bro. Okay, I got. We gotta do Alonzo. I want to do Nuris. Fuck, Nuris will be tomorrow now. These next couple days, we're not grinding. We're getting these done. That's why I've decided. Plus, this will be helpful. The fuck up, malware bites. Do I even have enough to do shit for him? Do you think lies are necessary? Nah. Oh, I got the courage just in time! Oh, I'm losing my damn mind, chat. Hell, I didn't know we needed courage, but I'm glad we got there, huh?
If that's the case.
You cannot wander into my life at the worst possible time, but I suppose that's precisely why you were my destiny all along. Oh, my head hurts. It's supposed to be eating with Alonzo. I must have passed out. I don't think that we're going to the tavern, dog. This the Brylehaven Square?
Listen to me.
Who do you think was behind all this wickedness? Yes, it was the scoundrel Cuculus. He deceived good people, then sold them into slavery. He lined his pockets with dirty money to fuel his life of utter debauchery. Some of you may wonder if my words can be trusted, given my own intentions. After all, am I not a villain myself? You would not be wrong, for Cuculus, I don't fucking care, held my family hostage and forced me to abuse my powers to defraud you. To those who have suffered under the burden of unfair taxes, you have my sincerest apologies. To refuse them would have put my family in jeopardy.
However,
Poochie, get down. Poochie. Jumping up at the damn door over there. But I was not his only victim. Oh shit, I forgot to turn those off. Good call, man, Cardi. I'll let it play though. Good call. If it ever plays. Oh, okay, Moshi.
Hello, is this Kiko?
See, it did. The AI didn't even fucking know how to say it, dog. The AI don't even know. How the fuck am I supposed to know? AI me doesn't know. Me doesn't know. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I gotta go get Poochie. I'll be right back. Vanity, yes, hello Raiders. I had to go get Pooch. Hello Raiders. How are you doing? What up? Did you beat? Are you playing? I was gonna say Nancy Fox. Are you playing Nancy Drew? Oh no! What the fuck is who's? It was like Great Value, Great Value Nancy Drew. What up, Strider? Hope you're doing well. What up, Sarah? Cobalt, Vanity, anybody else that was in the raid? Hope y'all are doing well. Sorry, Poochie is sometimes Poochie starts barking and needs to come inside and he won't stop barking. So I gotta go get him. But hopefully the stream went well. What up? I'm FJ. Long Leg Egg. We're playing Metaphor. We're trying to finish tonight. We'll see. We'll see if that happens. I think that's why there's a question mark in the title. But what up, everybody? Nancy Fox means Spy Drew in the quest for the sim. Oh, dude, nobody likes any sort of sogginess in their cereal, though. Blah blah blah. Worst of all, when his own mother defied him, he killed her in retaliation. How could he? His own mother? Well, the townspeople did. Well, we'll go with it. I like what we're doing here. He's a monster. Say something.
You're horrible.
Now then.
There's no talking your way out of this. Tell us you repent, Cuculus. Repent? What is there to repent for? A swill of ale tastes like ambrosia when it's bought with the money pilfered from you fools.
Thanks, friend.
I have made fortunes from this man in particular. What good are soft hearts in positions of power if not easy prey? My mother, my hometown, as if I ever gave a damn about them. Am I the one at fault here? No. You have only yourself to blame for your folly.
Yeah.
You finally arrived. This brave young man here, Eggy, is the one who saved my family. He pretended to work with Cuculus and saved the victims in his clutches. Furthermore, he captured the wicked cur himself and handed him over to me. As you all may know, he's a candidate to become the new king. He is a true hero and one deserving of the crown. Yeah, you seen The Rock? My face is on there now, dog.
You're here.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Hero in the flesh, look at this right mess you got me into. Just tell them the damn truth already. You want the truth? All that I have done has led to this moment. I was only able to fulfill my life's purpose because of you. I could always tell you didn't want to become king yourself, but that's not how the wheel turns. You will take the throne. When, Eggy? for the sake of this world. It's called acting. Rank 7.
You gave me a reason to live.
Rare items at magic
Thank
shops and unlocks analyze data for all enemies, with certain exceptions. Hell yeah.
Now then.
Let his life be forfeit, so in the crimes of Cucullus. No! Add 3 minutes, chat. Is it? Probably not. The landowner carried out the sentence. Alonso is slain. Alone, I left the scene and returned. Wait, did he really die? Wait, hold on. Thanks to Alonso. Wait, what? I thought he was like doing a whole like bit thing. Huh? Wait, hold on a second. I thought this was a bit, like he was just acting
Time marches on, and the age of a new king
What
draws
the
nearer.
fuck? Hello, Poochie. Yeah, please, yeah, exactly. Say psych. Please say psych. Stop licking my hand, Poochie. Go lay down. I don't know what is Blum. Is Blum. Poochie, go lay down. No, I know. Was your food good? It was good food. Now go lay down. Yeah, you're not old enough to talk about Blum. What up, bro?
Hey.
Milo Circanot, Shabbatad, blah, 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 blah. Wankers. Bear King, blah, blah, blah. Personal, blah, blah, blah. So Milo's in, sure. We gotta go find Milo now.
All good.
See you later.
Let's give it a shot.
Recruitment Center in Lunlumo. Okay, well, that's one thing. Dude, we gotta start hanging out with Yufa, dude. We gotta start hanging out with her. So we're starting now. I also need to talk to what's-his-face, Basilio, at some point. I just don't know where he's at. I just never know where Basilio's at.
All right then. All right then.
You already waited till the... I haven't even had her for a month. And then everything's gotten crazy.
Let's head there right away.
There's no way they gave me Basilio right before the end, right? Maybe I've got debated. And there's still like a month left, you know. Copium. There's Nerus.
All right then.
Doo doo doo.
What should we do? I'm very happy.
Oh, we go back to the island, I would presume. Oh no. Oh, we're in Brylehaven. There's so many foods here which I've never seen on the island. This bone-in meat, it uses a ritual offering, yes? Has the heart been left out to dry somewhere? Quibbles!
Pardon me.
I apologize, I didn't intend for that. The last thing I need is my customers thinking about is rituals and organs. Damn, bro, chill! Well, now I am regretful. I was rude to the shopkeeper, even if it was just because of my excitement seeing such interesting wares. I wouldn't worry about it.
Is it true?
I've heard there are all sorts of different people in the city, and that makes it dangerous. But being pagan, I suppose I'm the most different. Frightening prospect. But there's so many kind people, too. Why, at the other place we visited, some even offered me a special deal on a pail which pours good fortune. God damn it, chat.
That is...
Juna said the same thing. You and she do see eye to eye on much, don't you, AK? Everything in this town is so different from my own, it's a bit overwhelming, but also such a thrill. The clothes, the food, even the plants are completely foreign to me, and even though we're not far from the island, there's this exotic smell in the air. What's that? The tinge of sweetness. It makes me nostalgic. I don't either. There's a complexity to it. It kind of tickles the nose. Shall we follow? I mean, you're smelling it better than I am, apparently, dog. I don't know. Hell if I know.
This is the place.
Not very strong, but there's a complex smell. The Sanctus Church, isn't it? Maybe they use perfume in some sort of ceremony? Are you here to pray?
No.
Do you have some business here at the church? We're curious about the sniffles.
I see.
The star, yeah.
Actually...
My name is Yufa, this is Eggy. Is it alright for me to make... You perhaps the one I've heard about, the one who's been stirring up a ruckus. Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Sniffles. Sniffles in the chat. I shan't pry. What up? I'm Hyperic. If you have an interest in sanctism, I would love to talk further with you. But I'm afraid I haven't had the time to do so today. I was just about to escort Ovi here, this child, on her way home. Is praying with Mr. Hyperic and visiting Mama in the sick room. Her mother is very ill. She's currently being cared for at this church. I apologize for leaving so soon after you traveled so far. I hope you'll visit again whenever you wish. I'll be waiting.
See you later.
Close your ray. Close your ray, chat. Close your ray. I wasn't intending to visit church, but I am glad I got to speak with a follower of Sanctus. Wouldn't mind learning more about Sanctus in general. I'm curious about the differences between them and us. The Stari, I mean.
Well, now,
Do you mind maybe visiting the place again? I'll admit I prefer to not go inside alone. Sure.
Right.
Why not?
Thank you greatly.
I mean, assuming we have time. Welcome back, chat. Welcome back. Rankados.
Until recently,
reduces the Bro, I should have been doing this like fucking 300 years ago, man.
But then...
There's something that was reduces the chance of anxiety hitting us. There's something a little off about this church. I might just be imagining. Does seem kind of out of place, but I don't know. Who knows nowadays? Who knows nowadays? We gotta do Nurus. As much as I want to do Juno, we gotta do Nurus. Unless Brigitta's ready, then she's taking like the most right now. Okay, she's not. Alright, chat. Let's go see the boy. I'm a big fan of Nurse, too. Yeah.
What?
Oh. Yeah, we just got some benzo for the team, dog. Don't you worry. We just got the quick benzo pills, dog. We'll just pop them if we get anxiety. Hello, Poochie. How are you? I can't pet you. Why are you biting my... Man, you gotta stop licking when I'm petting you. I know you love me, but you can't just slobber my hand to death. What are you doing jumping on my lap? You are too damn big to do this now. You ain't no damn puppy no more.
I see.
This one looks to have a little what's it just here. Don't tell me. It's that simple.
Genius.
Spot on, my dear little bundle of joy. I've been waiting to meet you.
Whoa!
It really was a relic. And naturally, this is where it connects to the other. Yes, I suppose this confirms the hypothesis.
Oh,
Wow.
Eureka!
Inspiration strikes! An absolute corker of an inspiration. Eggy, it's all thanks to you.
Thank you.
No, he's never a lapdog. He was just a smaller. He was just smaller, Sarah. He's like 40, 50 pounds now. He just wasn't big yet. So it was easier. But I guess if you can put the dog in your lap, then it is a lap dog, I suppose. No matter the size. We have picked up quite a few now. You think we're close to finishing it? Not quite yet. There's 2 left. An old goat's note marked the full set at 8 pieces. Now those 2, one is at a volcano. You want to tell me where the volcano's at?
Hey.
No, 4250. He's somewhere in there now. We don't. I don't know exactly how much, but he's in that range. Short jaunt. Okay. Home. Yeah, it's 4,250 pounds. We teleported back to Grand Trad, whereupon Nurus took us to a corner of the city to the garage of his mansion. Hey, this place isn't so much a house as it is a gauntlet runner garage, no? Did you actually sleep here?
Quite.
Indeed, I slept 8 and woke up next to the old girl. Isn't that the stuff of dreams? A lap of steel. Listen, ladies. Ladies. Fits right into the right. Wait, you had a relic on you? What the hell? Hell yeah. Okay.
The truth is,
Odd little dimple. Told you before, back when I was a lad, I found a similar bit of rubbish from my fossil hunts. I realized this relic here, the one from my boyhood, was an exact match for the curious little shape made by the rest. Hence our discreet little scavenger.
that's the ticket.
So I tried seeing if the pieces connect, and whiz bang pow, a perfect fit. It's a heavy burden to bear being this generation's greatest mind. What a legend. You're a legendary sleuth to boot. Oh, don't stop there, lad. Tell me more of my legends. Been quite a while since I was here last, and nostalgia rather gets to a chap. This used to be my whole life. This is where I dreamed of the skies, and it's where my dream was born, where I strove for those heights, and where it all came crumbling down. When Hulkenberg dragged me out of my workshop, well, I never thought I'd actually find my wings. Coming on this journey with all of you has changed me for the better, and I'll stick with you to the very end.
Right.
One of us. One of us. Booble gobble, booble gobble. Nurse to 6.
My heart's pounding and my soul's ablaze.
One more component. Hey, you know where a volcano is, dog?
This one's important.
Dude, 10 of those. Oh, what was that? Who's here? How many folks live on the street in this part of town? Who stopped throwing stuff at me?
Right then.
I'm gonna clean up a bit first, grab some things and go. You two head back to the runner.
Come on!
What up, Roy, man? Okay.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Nothing much. Hope you had a good day. Hope everybody that's hanging out is having a good day.
Think we'll make it?
And we can't just ask somebody if they're eating pho. Oh, you took a nap? Hell yeah.
Let's make it happen.
Okay, so Yufa doesn't even want to hang out today. Oh my god, we can actually just go somewhere. Fuck! Eating no, I'm not man carding. No, right, I'm not, God damn it.
Thank you truly.
Chad, I'm starting to get the feeling this might not be the last fight.
All right then.
I'm starting to get a feeling, Chad. This might not be the last fight that we're heading towards. I don't think I've ever actually had foe. Here's good though. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I'm a dingus, dude. I'm a dingus, wingus, wingus. I need you to mage. I forgot to do that.
This right, all right.
I'm a dingus.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
I knew I forgot to do something.
Yeah. Right. I could get used to this.
Sure. Pho, yeah, pho's similar to ramen. Like it's what, pho, ramen. There's like 2 other fucking noodles from Japan too. Japan, Korea, all that. I think isn't pho Korean though or something? I don't know. No, pho is Thai. Or Vietnamese, I guess. I'm just racist. What am I thinking of the I was thinking of, I don't know why I was thinking of fucking udon. I've had soba noodles. I like soba noodles. I've never had udon noodles. That's what I was thinking of.
A new ability. A new power to wield. Right. I could get used to this.
Alright, sick. Alright, done with that. Done with that. So you need Magic Knight for this, right? Magic Knight to 10. Okay.
I see. Fascinating. This right here, all right?
I'm counting on you.
Both are noodle soups, their ingredients are... Yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Because, you know, Vietnamese is very different from Thai. Both Vietnamese with French and Chinese. Ah.
Of course.
Okay, blah, 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 blah. Thank you. Good job, Stroll. Proud of you.
A new power to wield.
Sure, you're back over to here now. Okay, you need to be at 10, and then I can level that up. Okay, once I get to... So if I just get him to 10 right quick. I don't think these 5 will get me there, though. But, you never know.
Right. I could get used to this.
I'm gonna help out Thief with these other 2.
Good. I'm still getting stronger. New skills, new possibilities.
Okay. Think tender versus spring ear chicken. That was made with rice noodles and... Oh, okay, okay, okay. Interesting. Okay, so it's afternoon. Can I look here now? Is it gonna give me better clues now? Oh. Arctic woods, now a flaming volcano. That doesn't help. So is it the unknown entry? Okay, well we just gotta figure out how to get to the volcano now. We legit have nothing to do today. What are our quests?
What now?
The relic one. Oh, yeah, I guess we could just go beat Milo, huh?
What now?
Well, I guess if I don't have anything to do today,
All right. Where to?
Let's go.
Let's see if it's raining just for shits and giggles. Oh.
All right then. Where to?
Let's go.
Right. Time for the old girl to
Alright, so the only place I need to go right now is to this guy.
This place. It's your call.
Great. Let's move out.
I mean, I got nothing else to do right now. I have nothing else to do. And it gets a quest done.
Hey.
With the protection of the royal magic gone, the tournament for the throne escalates. Those
Does
who
it
turn
now?
the tide with military might are spurred by opportunity. The party stands in the way of Rudolph's gauntlet runner as he continues to hunt monsters.
Well, I know Milo's in. I know Milo's in the city, but I'm sure this will lead to something too. Might as well get it out of the way.
Oh, hell. Rudolph.
All right.
Battle stations, what?
Go.
Let's do it.
Gotta stop hiding, Basilio, so I can talk at you.
Oh.
Hey, asshole!
I can't say I expected you would be the one to come to me. You're but a wretched little elder, impersonator of those who would rule. And do my eyes deceive me? A Parapus and a Eugif stand among your retinue? With a disgraced Rusant knight to boot. The ignominy of it all! Harmony among the tribes is a delusion. A petty, ignorant rejection of reality. When I am king, I shall rebuild this nation that knew only weakness by Luis's hand. And then, finally, I will establish a unified nation under the Rusants. All tribes will live in rightful segregation.
That's the
Wow.
worst way to think.
Wow, this dude's
We won't
just
find any conflict.
legitimately
We
racist.
won't lose.
I will show you the
He's-
strength and bearing of a true Rusant.
Okay.
Now, come at me.
Oh man. And he's saying everything you're not supposed to say out loud.
You want the tribes even more divided?
Witness our strength.
Show them our might.
Sleet.
You hit their weakness.
It's so
Come on, help me out.
I want to go for it just to kill his two friends. I want to go for it. Just fuck it. Maybe we'll get the two buddies.
Might as well put some effort in this.
Get him, Juna. Oh, I got one of them. Hell yeah.
Oh, power of heroes. Not now. Comrades, lend me your strength.
Fuck it.
Hand myself.
Let's see how this looks. Whoa. Oh. Oh, she coming down. Oh, hell yeah. Rain down the judgment.
Hulkenberg's ploy exposed a new weakness.
Oh,
This
oh.
calls for an igniter.
Critical hit rate.
Don't
Oh,
you
that's not good. Oh, okay.
Captain, your attacks have been weakened.
Vida's power.
Hey, you got anything on you?
Regard.
Why, hello there, treasure.
Sick.
For the glory of the Roussant.
Now we strike.
I must
Face me! Rancor!
Hulkenberg,
This'll be
your
over
attack
soon
power's
enough.
dropped.
This might be a good strategy.
Join with me.
Get after
That's
it.
fine.
Roar with
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak
It's
spot.
okay. We'll do this together. Maybe they won't hold back. Scour.
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Dick. Double dick.
Witness.
Oh, he's dead. Oh my god, he's a fighter. Heismay's a legend.
You're all hurt bad.
Heismay is a legend.
Some darker arts.
Juna, careful. Show you. Looks like you've got several ailments. Watch your back. Burn!
Whoa, that's sick looking.
I stand. Come. I will not let you die.
Oh, big. Big.
You've got a
I'll
bunch
not
of
lose
ailments
to the
slowing
likes
you
of
down,
you.
Captain.
Wind.
You hit their weakness. That's
Use
your
it
opening,
all,
Captain.
power of kings. Rancor!
Bro, this guy's an ass.
Impossible. What is that power? Even so, I cannot lose. I refuse to. Don't you underestimate me!
Crit? Really? Come on, man.
What training?
Dodge, Hulkenberg. Like
God
Hulkenberg
damn
does.
it.
Captain's hurt bad.
Still fight.
Let's get him some healing. The captain's on his
This
last
is
leg.
just what I need.
Someone, get him healed up.
Raging fire. Sorry, my mistake.
Oh, power of heroes. Are you all right?
Dude, I need to I need to get these debuffs off of me, but I have to heal
I will
because
fight with pride.
everything's
Scour.
lame right now.
You hit their weakness.
I'll use what I must. Some darker arts. Commendable
Point.
bearing.
Grim.
Hulkenberg, your attack power's dropped. Burn!
They sure don't give up
Get
easy.
them!
Sick.
This calls for an igniter!
You dodge anything.
Don't you underestimate me! The arrogance!
Savior! I will protect you.
I'm sick of this. Sick of this.
Much thanks.
Thief. Wind.
You hit their weakness.
Grim!
That's
I
your
shall
opening,
now
Captain.
fall in my way!
Rancor!
If you think you're getting your accuracy back, you got another thing coming, big guy.
I'll show you. Raging fire!
I'm done for!
Oh, healing power. Savior! I will not let you die. I knew you'd help.
Okay.
Thank you.
Quite a boon. Witness resort!
Thick dodge.
Heisman, your attack power's down.
Let's go. No, let's work together. Not this. Vitus power. Hold come forth, royal soul.
Fall!
Let's do this.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You can't catch me. Whee. Oh, sick crit.
I'll not lose to the likes of
Witness
you!
our secret technique! I must be sure. Now we strike. I must ninja!
Got anything else on you?
Nothing but empty pockets.
Well, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Oh, healing. Let justice prevail. Oh, mystic purge.
I haven't seen this yet either. Okay.
Ooh,
Babe.
No.
Maybe he'll forget. Nah.
Be neither Tim Ninja!
Burn would be pretty sick too.
Apologies. Would you finish it? You're all just... I see your case.
Oh, well, why am I the only one?
Hulkenberg, your attack power's dropped.
Why am I the only one?
Stubborn, hey?
With blade in hand. Shine. Still standing.
It's okay.
Your
Come
attack
forth,
power's
royal
down.
soul. No. Thief. This is it.
I need some of your life, please.
Still
Thank you.
here?
Oh, power of kings. Some darker
Oh,
arts.
you thought you were getting your
Formidable
accuracy
indeed.
back? Absolutely not.
This calls for an igniter! Good.
Dick.
Behold this power. Burn!
Sorry, my mistake.
It's Savior.
At least this guy's giving me a
Mystic
fight.
purge. They yet cling to life.
Damn you!
Roar!
Hit their weakness.
Ah,
Let us
your
clean
opening,
up this
Captain.
mess. Ninja!
every time. Every time.
Rancor!
Every time we do it at the end. Whatever, man.
Oi, you alright, old man? Wanna leave a nasty scar, that?
He's in the man. He's an asshole. I don't want to
Even the
spare his
Barabbas
life.
would pity me now? I will not suffer such shame!
Yeah, and I won't give you any asshole.
That right? Suit yourself, I suppose. But if you ask me, thinking like that's way more exhausting than it's worth.
True.
Two tribes, but that don't have to mean anything else. We're different, that's all. And I don't see why different folks can't meet in the middle, eh?
Tis as Basilio says.
True.
And you've been defeated. Dismount from your gauntlet runner and renounce your campaign for the throne.
Giant Slayer. And an extra Emperor's White Mask, too.
To ever greater heights.
Oh, the quad, baby. The quad. The old quad.
I feel stronger.
I admit, it feels good to get...
I continue to grow.
I mean, a magic's good for her. There's the agility. There's what I've been missing. Doink.
Well, that settles that.
What a dick. We got Juna. We're doing it. What's his last one give? The Trickster. All right, let's do Alonso. Not possible for me to hear Alonso's voice, and yet somehow Alonso comes to mind. Ragu Wagyu. That's a great fucking Twitch name, honestly. That's an insanely good name, man. Why are you here? There's a deeper meaning to Alonso's sacrifice, and I would have you know the whole truth of it. Let's go. You're familiar with the tavern you used to frequent, the place I first broke the news to him. Let's talk there. He actually asked that it be the venue, and I mean to honor his request. Aww.
Allow me to introduce myself once again. My name is Dutteran. I'd like to thank you for your assistance.
What assistance?
Right then, where shall I begin? The execution was proposed by Alonso himself. He agreed to bear the weight of my crimes and die with them.
Oh.
That is, under one condition. He had me declare my support for your candidacy by naming you as the key figure who put an end to the people's suffering.
Aww.
And in doing so, Alonso would accomplish his goal, to bring you great renown.
He didn't need to die for something like that.
Perhaps it was meant to be a form of atonement. By giving you recognition and building your reputation, he could pave you a path to the crown. He truly believed that you could change the world.
Aww.
Alonso entrusted me with this letter, or rather, with his last words.
I wager you must be furious with me. I'm
Just
sorry I
sad,
didn't let you in
dog.
on the plan. I knew you would be against it. Believe it or not, I considered myself a just person. My cons were always in the service of a greater good. I convinced myself that it was all for my hometown, for my mother. But that pretense crumbled away, along with her life. I realized everything I'd done was out of my own selfish desires. Such a man ought to die. So, I found a way to make a worthy end of it. Come to think of it, death, too, is perhaps its own selfish escape. When you stopped me, I could finally confront that about myself. The truth of the matter is, I like lying. I like tricking people. Perhaps I never needed to be a good person. On the day of my execution, you'll be lauded as a hero, and everyone in attendance will be none the wiser about my deception. Yes, before long you'll ascend to the throne, and the world will become a slightly better place. All thanks to my lies. I've done far too much wrong in my life. But in my final moments, I will become the kind of person I've always aspired to be. I owe it all to you. Even though I know this wasn't the conclusion you wished for, you have my gratitude.
Not wrong. And since Alonso's genuine trust and affection in his unadorned words of thanks.
The devious schemer, Alonso, keeper and heritor of the Faker's virtues. Your tempered bond has become a fire-forged trust. Thus, a new pinnacle of heroism awakens within thee. By the grace of his newfound powers, work to give truth to our hopes and fulfill thy destiny.
Rank 8.
Remember your promise.
Party can now study the Trickster and increases the skill inheritance slots for the Faker lineage. Yeah. He knew he didn't have to die, but he still did it anyway. Man. Ugh. See, I thought he was just gonna, like, make a spectacle of it and, you know, fake die, you know. The Trickster, you can now study in Academia. Try seeing what new powers await.
Are you all right?
Well,
I have to win. No matter what.
You mustn't be hasty. Alonso believed you could bring about a better future, didn't he? You there. Bring him what we've discussed.
Whoa.
This is Alonso's fortune. Though half of it was pinched from my coffers. Still, the fact that he managed to steal all this is quite impressive.
What are you planning to do with it?
Rest assured, I won't be taking it with me. Not after all that's happened. Alonso intended to give this money to his village, but he was terribly distraught when they wouldn't accept it. However, if you, the hero, were to give them the money, that'd be a different matter.
Hell
Might
yeah.
you donate his fortune in your name?
If that is my friend's wish, then I will.
Thank you. Please grant this wish of his. I'll make arrangements for a coachman to transport this to the village. Until then, his property shall be in my care. Come speak with me once you've arrived. I ask this of you in his stead.
This one's important.
Dataram entrusts me to deliver Alonso's inheritance. I'll wait to talk to Dataram at Anglers Inn Square in Brylehaven while he's there at night. While clutching Alonso's letter in my chest, I parted ways with Dataram.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Have a look.
Barden. Life-saving medicine.
All right. I'll see you again soon.
What the hell are you here? What chance I had against your mighty Luis, but in my pride I couldn't bring myself to admit it. That's it? Man, this guy's a prick. These bonds really do seem to change the world. I think it's because there's less of them. I don't know if there's less of them. It seems like there's less of them. And what, it only takes to get to 8 instead of 10, so that helps as well.
What am I to do?
Oh, hey.
Now what am I to do?
Yeah, he's just a prick from Pricktown. I literally don't think I can do anything but hang out with Yufa. I literally think I'm actually, you know, Barden bond level. Yeah, but yeah, I get the level ups, but Yeah, but how do I unlock it? Pricks get a whole town. Wait, what? Wait, what? So I can't do Barden. What about more? More bond level 8. Oh, not bone. Oh my god. Metaphor. Yeah, that's what I just looked up. Yeah, yeah. I'm assuming so is more. Fuck it. Okay, fuck it, man. If there ain't nothing to do and I don't have any quests, I mean, hold on. We're gonna do one thing. We'll check the. That's not what I want. We'll check the.
We've gotta do it. We've gotta do it.
I'm gonna fucking end myself, dude.
All right then. Let's head there.
We're gonna check to see if there's any things. I don't think there is, but.
Anyone catch your eye?
Well, we're hanging out with Yufa again. Wait, hold on. Is this sale day?
All right then.
Hold on. I do want to see if it's raining out too anywhere in one of the bigger cities, because then I can get some extra cash, even though I don't need extra cash.
Everyone's here.
Now then.
Cloudy, cloudy.
Which one?
Of course it's raining there.
That's
Storm.
where you want to go. It's your call.
No, because last time I tried to do this, it didn't let me. So we're just gonna hang out with Yufa. We're just gonna hang out. Last time I tried to fucking teleport, it was a mess.
I'll see you again soon.
I don't know why it takes that long.
What should we do?
End.
I'm quite grateful.
Don't worry, guys. We're still going to Brylehaven.
Well, now,
Sanctor Hyperic. What are you doing at a tavern? Come to pick up Ovi. She helps out here from time to time. They told me lots of nice things today for the first time ever. They said I danced really good in front of the customers. You know how to dance? I do too. My mother taught me a ceremonial dance. Ooh, can you teach it to me sometime? Yeah, Ovi is adorable. Teach me too.
yes, of course.
Oh, hell yeah. Mr. Hyperic, I want to practice a bunch and then show Mama. I don't trust this Hyperic guy, by the way. And you may, so long as your prayers are never neglected.
And so now...
Now then, this visit indicates you'd like to learn more of Sanctism, yes? How much do you know of our noble faith? Just the basics, a bit here and there. Let's begin with the core of our beliefs. In Sanctism, we believe we receive divine teachings from God. We follow the will of the Almighty God and offer Him our prayers with a selfless heart.
I see.
Sounds quite different from the Dragon God faith. We aspire to take the hands of our gods in our own to confront the difficulties, yet fight beside them with our own strength. I see. Well, that's an intriguing belief. What of those who haven't the strength to fight? The children, the elderly, or the infirm? The anxiety which plagues the world is through no fault of our own, and so we pray to escape these hardships and injustices. Time to go visit. It's time to go visit Mama. Mr. Hyperic, Yufa, can we do this talk at the church? Let's go. Sure. I mean, I don't mind.
Well...
Pardon me, but what kind of illness is Ovi's mother afflicted with? Your concern touches my heart. You're a kind person, Miss Yufa. It's just I lost both of my parents when I was around Ovi's age. Yufa, are you and Eggy going to convert, I think Ovi's trying to say.
Indeed.
What? I do. If you ever wish to do so, we would gladly accept you into our faith. Poochie, get. Poochie, get. Go lay down. If you ever wish to do so, we would gladly accept you into our faith and let you find our prayers meaningless. That's not what I... We can decide our own faith. I think it's for certain anyway. I see. That is unfortunate to hear. Then I hope this won't be the end of our discussions. We all live with anxiety in our hearts, and it is through sanctism we can find salvation. I simply want you to keep that in mind.
Oh.
Nothing more than a breeze. Uh-oh. I don't like this dog. I don't trust this guy. I don't trust this guy.
No.
That was unexpected. Converting was never so much a thought I'd had.
Hey.
Being taken by surprise is its own experience. I don't think Hyperion was wrong when he said we all have spiritual anxiety. We yearn for something we can depend on, and for some, that's sanctism. I feel like I better understand sanctism now that I've experienced myself, and I couldn't have done that without it. Don't expose yourself. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I see it is my turn to test my mettle.
While in reserve? Oh, hell yeah. Whoa, more of that. My head is suddenly hurting. Let's come back here to investigate later. There's something about this place which makes me feel so ill at ease. So that's what I thought as soon as I saw this place, dog. Well, I thought as soon as I saw this place, dog. Alright, we should be able to hang out with Juna now. No Brigida, Alonso's done. No Katharina. Let's go. Did these get done?
You did it!
Oh, they got done. Sick.
Whoa.
Gotta grab these.
Did you know?
Alright.
Hey.
The Taylor? Alright. Taylor, I barely know her.
Hello.
Hello there. I've come to pick up my dress for the customer. I thought the Roussant girl had picked it up earlier. Uh-oh, that bitch.
Wait.
That singer from last year?
If I recall.
Martyrus.
Hurry. Please.
Did you take my outfit? If so, I'll have it back, please. Your outfit? Don't play dumb. You're the only one who would have the gall to stoop so low. Well, I did pick up my dress earlier, but just so last year, so it's ashes now. Oh, what a bitch. No matter how much you may dislike Juna, there's no need to burn it. It was my dress to do what I want with. They tailored it to my measurements just last year. And they have the audacity to trot you out in the same bloody dress. And they have, sorry about that, they have the audacity to trot you out in the same bloody out dress. The comparisons alone would make a mockery of me. You're a big famous songstress. What the hell compels you to show up out of the blue for a sideshow and steal my livelihood? So you listen. Blow out or else bow out or else spread those pretty erica flowers all over the stage. They're poisonous, of course, perfect for a viper like you. Maybe you'll shed your skin and the world will find out what a cute little thing you really are.
Hold on.
Damn, dude. What a bitch. Erica flowers. There are Erica flowers on stage, Al.
No, no.
My ever reliable escort. I'm sure it'll be fine. I know I was asked to do it, but in a way I did steal this performance from you. Still, I can't let all the people looking forward to it down now.
So, a song.
Music shares its origins with magic, you know. A song has the power to lift spirits and ease sorrows. As a child, music was my only hope in a way. I want to share that hope with people all over the world through magic that we can all sing. People used to say my head was in the clouds and that I was a dreamer. But it's not a dream. It's both my reality and my future. I can achieve it and I will achieve it. You're not so different, I imagine. You're making an effort to take the future into your hands. Quite a pair we make. Break 4.
I can't get discouraged here.
Alright, easy enough.
Now then.
Forget the dress, I'll just show up as I am. No bells and whistles.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Luis.
3 days.
The deadline.
Let's go.
Now what am I to do?
My god, I literally have nothing to do. What have I done? What was his quest? Lunlumo. Okay.
Now what am I to do?
All right then. Where to?
Oh, we know what we can do.
All right. Where to?
Let's go.
Oh, dear me.
That's it, now.
Oh, it's you.
Can we
I want the
talk?
mossy threads.
Goodbye now.
All right then. Let's head there right away.
Hey,
We've a special sale today.
Vivid Ensemble. Doesn't really help.
All right.
Okay, so you don't have to come back for these anymore.
Where to? All right then. Where to?
let's go.
Oh, it's raining here too? Good shit.
What are you playing? Oh, I hate the rain.
I haven't been back here in a minute. I want to see what they have on the sale day.
I've got quite...
Here.
Bro. Yo, these things are cheap as hell. Mage Transcendence. Mage Stored Power, really good. Holy moly. Mage Omniscience. Mage Almighty. Mage Hellscape. That's a lot of... wait, what? Hold on. What is that? I have the money for it. Hold on. I have the money for this. Hold on. Heavy magic almighty damage to all enemies. Can this even be learned by anybody? How much MP does this summon? 60! Holy! Oh. I think this is the only way to use it, from what I can tell. Should I buy it and waste all the money? Should I buy it and... There is only one of it. And it ain't gonna be on sale for 40% off for long. Fuck it.
Good.
Fuck it.
All right then.
Let's go.
You've come at a good...
8? We just do 18,000 even. Okay, we're back up to 291,000 now. Where the hell is this guy? No, not that. Oh, it's in. Oh, there. It's just in Altaberry. Shit.
All right then. Where to?
Recruitment center.
Let's go.
I'm an idiot. Did I just not see him? I am dumb. Oh, there he is.
What now?
He's probably gonna tell me where he's going, huh? Closure. What up, Milo, you dick?
No.
No, yeah, that's true. The Prince of the Bots are planning to massacre the Parapus. So you admit it? And what if I did? You're gonna throw down the gauntlet? Sure. I don't care. Oh, up yours, damn.
Unbelievable.
Too busy to trade barbs. Make my long-awaited return to the royal capital. Blah, 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 blah. I don't think you're gonna make up time, dog. I think you need to look at the rock and see that I'm like number 2 dog.
The thing is... Oh, I smell trouble.
Equipment. Closure, oh closure. Poochie, lay down. Poochie, lay down.
I found new power.
Oh wait, hold on. What does Faker mean? I mean, obviously just Faker 20. What does it have? Attack and defense for one enemy. That's weird. Pain in the box. Debilitates. Pretty good. Unpredictable slash damage. Absolutely not. Debilitate. Oh, debilitates is a synthesis too. Weak physical almighty without consuming MP. Yeah. I don't know if I'd go after it. Just need to get her to 6 now. Dude, I don't want to know what that is, dog. Be honest here. I mean, I want to know what that is. So Magic Knight just needs to get to 10, right? And then I can level him up. Oh, I gotta get Nurse to 8 as well, but that shouldn't be too bad. So Magic Knight's already almost there at 5. That's pretty good. What am I doing with me? Oh, I have Thief on. Heisme, I'm gonna put you over onto your general tree. Wait, don't I have like a powerful one of these? Oh, I already have it. Oh, there it is. Adamant Nightblade. That's what I want.
All right.
Well, shit. I don't. Wait, what did I have on? Shit. I didn't want to learn. What? Shit. What I have? Honestly, we're gonna do this. I have steel on me right now in case I need to fight, so I'll do that too. Oh yeah, I have Faker stuff now, don't I?
All right. All right.
Honestly, this means I can take it off of Heisme, though. Then put, what am I weak to? Strike. Do I have anything for strike? I pierce dodge, not strike dodge. That could work, but eh. Honestly, I kind of just want fiery strike. Okay. Go fight this asshole. Let's go fight him.
All right. Where to?
Let's go.
Everyone is here.
Now then.
Hey, not on my watch. It's your call.
Great. Let's.
Alright, let's go, chat. Let's go beat up Milo.
What to pick?
Hey.
With the protection of the royal magic gone,
Yeah.
the throne escalates. Those who would turn the tide with military might are spurred by opportunity. Milo's path to a world where beauty reigns is once again thwarted by the party's gauntlet runner. His frustration boils over.
That's me.
Marring his elegant
That's
countenance.
me. Alright, here we go.
We can do this.
Keep your wits about you.
Alright, let's do this, chat.
Milo, you're not getting away from us now.
Ah, it would appear this is turning
His
in a
eyes
decidedly
twitching.
uglier direction. Alas, I'd have much preferred if you and that Loveless had blotted out one another. Oh, unfortunate souls who fall so tragically short of my beauty. A shame. Mutual elimination would have been your sole means of bettering this world.
Okay, yep.
Shut your mouth! How dare you trick us?
Stop saying us.
Well,
You
I
gotta
suppose
stop
there is
saying
one
us.
way I might rectify this situation
Gotta
and
stop
secure
saying
the
that.
reign of beauty. I need only dispose of you all here and now. Of course, if you intend to defy me, then you're welcome to try.
Clear off! Let's have a spot of inventor's ingenuity.
So will Alonzo's thing work on him?
Teach him a lesson.
Fucking cool.
Now accept your fate. Some darker arts.
You truly are revolting.
I call upon a royal soul. Burn!
Alright. You weak to fire?
I stand ready. With blade in hand.
I'm not gonna lie, I want to see what this looks like. And if there's any fight to do it, it's gonna be this one. So, I feel like now is the time. Time is up, my time is now.
Take this! That can't be! The path of virtue is not Vitus power. Is there another?
Do I have any fire?
Maybe let's go.
So a big boof. A big... you got anything on
I'll
you?
be taking that. Keep your guard up.
Thanks, dog.
Hello there.
You
treasure.
think yourself my equal? Hellfire!
What's their weakness?
Only a little bit.
You truly are revolting.
I mean, I could just do heavy fire
Raging
magic too.
fire.
Let's do that. Boop! How you feeling, big guy?
This is wrong. This is unforgivable.
Okay.
A man of beauty cannot lose to these graceless barbarians. I bid you all farewell.
Uh-oh,
I
Stinky.
bid you all farewell.
Uh-oh, Stinky. Well, ain't that a bitch and a half?
Oh, power of heroes!
Well, that does. Wait, Almighty would
now.
Almighty be? Almighty's like its own thing, right?
Savior! A raging magic!
Dick.
Let's stay calm.
They're totally fireproof. We
By
better
this
use
power.
something else.
I got the sword. I can hit.
Let us clean up this general.
I have my methods.
And that's why I put you there.
Show you.
Burn!
420.
The ugly shall be purged! Shine!
I bid you all farewell. Behold the power of
That's what I use.
They're immune to light. Careful, everyone.
Won't hold back.
Fucking sick of this guy, dog.
That can't be.
You think yourself now accept your fate. How about this?
I call upon a royal soul. Maybe this is just what I need.
Raging fire.
Okay, Boop!
Don't let up
Oh,
now.
human.
Come! Oh, mystic purge! They yet cling to light.
Let's go.
Absolutely hideous.
No.
They're weak to fire. Let's heat this place up.
Sorry.
Got anything on you?
Nothing, huh?
Nothing but empty pockets.
Miracle. Oh boy.
I bid you all farewell.
Oh man.
Oh, power of kings.
I have my
Can you
methods.
stop putting that shit on?
You
Behold
truly
this
are
power.
revolting.
Burn! Don't let up
Is
now,
everyone
Judah.
alright?
Actually.
To you!
It's okay. Come forth, royal soul.
Yo, I'm not sure what he's weak to. So I'm gonna do a little.
The general's general. Blaze!
That
What's
can't
their
be.
weakness?
Watch me.
Heisme.
Raging fire.
His debuff is gonna go off anyway, so he'll probably use that.
Bid you all
And then
farewell.
he'll probably put his wall up.
I bid you all farewell.
Doc.
I'll stay my blade.
Hideous.
We're looking good here.
Now accept your
hideous.
fate. How about this?
Hideous.
Masked dancer.
Absolutely hideous.
This might sting.
For all!
I'll just do this every turn you decide to do this, Milo, you stalling son of a bitch.
Look out!
Oh, hell yeah, good shit.
They're immune to light. Careful, everyone.
I'll cut through.
Fucking time with this fucking guy, dude.
Absolutely.
Every time, dude. I'm getting real sick of this wall, man.
I call upon a royal soul.
Getting real sick of it.
Don't let up
Oh,
now.
the power of heroes.
Absolutely hideous.
Shine! They yet cling to life.
Let's stay calm. The next one's yours.
Hideous. Oh, power of kings. Absolutely hideous.
You hit their weakness.
I'm so tired of him saying hideous. Poochie, lay down. Lay down, good boy. Lay down. Lay down. You gotta lay down. No, that's jump up.
June has been charmed. Listen up. We're the friends. They're the enemy.
No, wait, hold
No,
on.
they're totally fireproof.
Oh,
We better do something else.
Take this!
Alright, thank God. What a dick this guy is.
If I might ask, I've been wondering for some time, but what about you is actually beautiful?
Ah!
You're little people. You manipulate them with your schemes. I genuinely don't understand. What is anyone supposed to find beautiful about you?
Silence! I am beautiful. Surely you need only look, yes? Even a plain, simple little girl like you will understand if you look upon my face.
Nah, dog.
I'm sorry, but is there something I should find appealing about it?
In any case, you lost. And if you try to manipulate us ever again, you'll regret it.
We got a Narcissus brooch. And a couple of maskies and talismans.
Good. 'Tis done.
Dude, the triple level, the triple rank, baby. Love to see it.
Tremble before me.
I am
Good,
certainly
magic up.
stronger than I
I'm better and
Ability's good.
stronger.
Endurance and strength. It's what you want to see. Alright, another one of these
Well, that
guys
settles
down.
that.
What a guy, dude. What a pal. What a dude. What a dude. What a guy. What a pal. Okay, so we can hang out with nobody. Alright.
All right then. Let's go.
That guy you're shitting on, bro. That dude's a dick. Milo's steaming shit of a runner is back in town. Should I take that as a sign you won? You can. Serves the bloody fool right. I what I'd give to Deccan one myself, but he's holed up in his runner. Must be licking his wounds. The pompous prat can cower in there like a child for the rest of his days. Really, I'm glad though. I'm glad that painted mongrel didn't end up coming out on top. My ear's still standing. If I'm honest, I didn't give two shites about the government, and my followers were in the same boat. We knew no matter who became king, it wouldn't change our tribe or how folks look at us. We didn't expect anything to change. And that's how an idiot like me rose to glory. Thinking back on it, it never should have happened, which is why I'm sure glad I met you. We were just wastrels, clinging on to the lowest hanging fruit. You opened our eyes, though, so I want you to have this.
Mission accomplished.
60,000, some Magla Feast, good item. Feeling good about this now. I was thinking I'd hit the pub, but you know what? I gotta cut back. Okay. Alright. Well, I guess this means we can go to...
Where to?
Brylehaven. Isn't there somebody looking for me somewhere here? I don't remember where. I don't remember where. Anglers End Square. Okay.
All right then. Where to?
Let's go.
Let go.
I'm chuffed.
All right then.
I'm chuffed.
Young man.
Oh dear, oh dear.
What up?
The truth is,
Let's go. Let's help Alonso. We hurried to Alonso's village by carriage and gave the money to the villagers.
you will?
All of this money is for the village? This is more than enough to rebuild the village, but you're certain you want to give it away? I'd like to be of help. You're truly as generous as the rumors say. We're grateful for your support. This village was in shambles after what Alonso did, but thanks to you, we'll manage to build from the ground up again. There are awful people in this world, but good people like you exist too. I think you ought to be king. Everyone in this village supports you wholeheartedly. The road ahead may be trying, but you will surely emerge victorious. Because of that, Alonso, we lost someone dear to us, but you brought him to justice. You are this village's hope. We'll make sure your money is put to good use.
Why?
Hey, Mr. Eggy, why did Alonso do all those bad things? His mom was a very nice lady. I mean, you wouldn't believe me if I told you, so does it really matter? I returned to the tavern in Brylehaven where Alonso and I had spoken. I left the village without clearing Alonso's name, but is that really the right decision? Alonso's letter's gone.
Perchance looking for this?
Did
my last words have you in tears?
I knew it. See, chat faith.
What's with you? You look like
Look
you've
at that.
Because I am seeing a ghost.
I didn't take you to be the superstitious sort. I didn't die. That's all there is to it.
I kind of figured that.
Even if the world would have preferred otherwise, I plan to keep living.
Hell yeah.
As long as you and my mother wish for it.
And
Consider
change
the
your
letter
lying
bit of
ways a
a
little
stage
bit.
prop.
Yeah.
But everything you wrote was sincere.
Quite so. Alas, did my deceit diminish my sincerity? I'm sure you've told your fair share of lies as well. The same is true of all your future subjects. No man or woman is completely honest. Fiction has its role to play in supporting people. Like with you in that book you hold so dear, yes? But there comes a time in all lives where reality starts to give chase. It closes in on us eventually. So when that time comes, well, if that time comes, we'll run from it for as long as we can. Is that so wrong? Of course not. It all comes back to weakness. But it's weakness that makes people interesting. I find it endearing. Should you ever have a need of deception, you can rely on me. I'll be at your service, no matter where or when.
I'll be counting on you, Alonso.
And I, you. Now, go on and show me that new world of yours.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that reminds me. When I was giving my regards to the landowner, he said that you had called me your friend. A long time ago, my mother once told me to keep my friends close. She said that one's parents are bound to depart this world first, but friends would stand by me for life. Back then, I couldn't see past trying to keep her alive. But now, I think you and I might just have a future.
Aww.
So long, young majesty.
Aww. Alonso smiled and sauntered off. Thanks to Alonso's behind-the-scenes maneuvers, the people of the city now fully support me. Oh, that didn't even take up the night? Shit, I ain't got nothing else. Maybe we can go back to the... Well, we don't need courage, right?
Alright then.
I was gonna say we can go to the Colosseum. Haven't been there in about 1 billion years.
Let's go.
Haven't been there in a minute.
Oh-ho! Fight on!
Gonna be tough.
What'll it be?
I want the item more than anything. I don't know what I have equipped either. This might have been a mistake.
Come on, come on.
I see the enemy. That was brilliant. Time for some close combat.
I rolled, motherfucker.
There they are. Very impressive. Right there.
I knew you could do it.
There they are. Price on the money.
Alright. Easy enough, I guess. I don't need the courage, but I want the items. Oh, no, you're all perfect.
Alright.
Okay, that doesn't matter. I don't give a shit about that. Alright, we're already there. I don't get it. Oh, yeah, I got 1,200. Okay, okay. So even if you over... Okay, okay. Poochie being a bad boy barking out there. Not supposed to bark like that at the
age of a new king draws nearer.
Hey! Thanks, dog, for the cash.
Alright then.
Yufa time. Yufa 2-4.
Alright then.
Oh god, we gotta go to that weird, creepy cult church, don't we? Uh-oh.
What should we do?
I mean, same, honestly. Let's go. Obi wasn't at the church, but I thought I could feel her presence. Of course, maybe it was just my imagination.
What is it?
Oh, there's a back door. We just...
This is the place.
I can feel magma coming from behind this door, and it's not good.
Alright.
That's surely right.
No, we can't just leave. I'm worried, chat. Wow, this doesn't... Please help Mama and all the rest of the sick people. If you do, I promise to always pray a whole lot and be a good girl. Closure. Those voices. Well, hello.
Oh.
Yufa, Eggy. What are you doing down here in the basement? This is a sick room, you realize, for Obi's mother and the others who are ailing. Obi. They are faithful adherents afflicted with a sickness we cannot identify. We even requested a skilled healer, but to no avail. Those afflicted are prone to violence, as though they are not themselves, so we had to contain them. That's right, Mama and everybody got pleased? What? Pleased? Oh, possessed! That's why I go to church every day and pray for a really long time, and if I pray into the church, God will hear me faster, right? Are there no other means of treating them? This illness appears to only affect followers of Sanctism, so it must be the doings of the devil. Therefore, we must continue offering our prayers unto God. The only path to triumphing over malady is to... I mean, I probably can go get you some medicine if that's what you want. That smell I've been faintly sensing, I can see it now.
I won't.
This place is filled with stagnant magma, probably because the far too many intense feelings are concentrated in one place.
How about that?
Are the prayers themselves the cause of illness? I don't mean to deny sanctism, but I simply cannot believe any of this can be resolved through prayer alone. Tell him to go fix it. Carfax? That's not an answer, Anna, but good try. Maybe Luca needs to go get a Carfax on his ACL. I simply can't believe any of this can be resolved through prayer alone. There was a time in my hometown when our misguided prayers caused our God to become a calamity upon us. The Magla here reminds me of what I felt back then good intentions twisted by blind faith. I think continuing to pray as much may only serve to worsen the illness. Still your heretical tongue, pagan, our prayers shall be heard.
Come on.
You can see what you can't. You should listen to her.
Silence!
You're nothing more than a heathen. What could you possibly know?
Leave this place!
I don't know, dog. I don't know.
Shame to admit.
There are times when prayer is a comfort, like during times of illness, but to rely on it as your only means of succor, I can't imagine
If we do
it.
nothing.
That distorted magla, born aloft on so much blindly zealous prayer, if it spreads, the whole town will be in danger. Like in your village? When I imagine something like that happening again, I truly hope I'm just overthinking things. And more than anything, I refuse to allow a young child who so loves her mother to go through what I did. I and many other islanders were devoted to a doctrine which marched my parents to an early grave. My heart still bleeds from that loss. Even if they scorn me as a pagan, I'm going to do the best I can, just like you when you helped me.
It is as it was when you ended the calamity on the island.
Arnold rushing TDs?
Be that as
Or
it
the
may.
defense? However, if we try to persuade them now, they will only dig in their heels all the harder. Let's leave and come back when calm has restored. The old Sherfield. The old Sherfie? The old Sherfster? I mean, I'm not happy that it's not Addison, but keep me updated. Oh, I'm going to get Jefferson. Yeah, I'm fuck this. Joy. Oh, yeah, see, I just saw that. Checking it. Jeez. Please. End me. Nurse doesn't need it. Doing it to rank 5. Let's do it.
You did it! Did you?
What now?
Wonder if I can get him to 10. When the hell did I get those? Well, that'll definitely get him to 10. I guess so will 3 of these, right?
A new power to wield.
Fuck.
New skills, new possibilities.
Okay.
I see. Fascinating.
Alright,
This right here.
leveling
All right.
up. Drew his hair from the back. It looks like, fuck, what is it? Fuck. It reminds me of like Jesse and James, or Jesse's hair, where it's just big and just one, you know, huge fucking shape, you know? Kind of looks like a banana.
I'm counting on you.
I thought it looks like a banana.
Of course.
Really? I found new power.
Fuji needs to chill out there. What do I need? Assassin at 10.
Good. I'm still getting stronger. New skills, new possibilities. I found new power.
Alright. Done with that now. Dark Knights. Oh wait, no. We'll go wizard.
I'll show you the essence of truth.
Where are my items at? Nah, she can be whatever. I leveled her up in Faker when I was she can change her mask, but I leveled her up in Faker so that I can just level her up when she gets to 6. That's why I have her at what, 10 on Faker. I can change her mask technically. I guess I could do that, but fire's been nice, so you know. Wait, hold on, where is it? Where are the items? I think it's in. Are they in here? They're somewhere. Are they at the bottom here? They're fucking somewhere. I forget where. It might be a. Oh, it's a charm. That's what I'm doing. I could put charms on. Like I could put the Mage Knight on her, you know, and it would give her skills. I should probably actually fucking do the Venom Ward back on. Actually, we can probably just put this back on her, can't we? Why the hell did I go the longest way known to man? So basically, I guess I'm just weak to electric right now. And then I also have Knight's Proclamation and other stuff like that, if I want to change her mask. All set +3. Who the hell's wearing this? Yeah, you need to step back. The mage is back now. What's the other fucking one? Oh my fucking god, Poochie, chill. Oh my. Being a bad boy out there. Holy moly. Igniter, the Magma Gauntlets. I don't need those. This on? Yeah, I don't need that. Yeah, that's fine. Might as well. Don't want the archetypal ring. I mean, magic +3, agility +6, agility 9 also. I mean, endurance could use a boost, honestly. Wait, what am I weak to? Ice? Do I have the ice evasion? Yeah, sure. Tranquil Trilby. Strength +4. You know what? I'll take the mat. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I guess that's what we want to keep on right now for her. No, trilbies are cool in this world, probably. It's fine. Magic 9. Okay, I just want him to get to 10, so I'm fine with leaving that there. Savior, General, Dancer, Summoner, Berserker. And then what's hers need for leveling up? That's what I was going to do too. Magic. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to put her on Seeker once she got to 20. But she doesn't really get anything from leveling up. So I guess I could just do it now. Chad, I gotta use the damn bathroom, so I'm gonna be right back. Give me a second. I gotta use the restroom. So give me un momento. Remember when you told me not? Remember when you told me not to draft Kieran Williams, Chad, in one of the leagues I was in? Classic. Classic.
I see.
What do you just need? Oh, it's just Magic Seeker. Oh, that's...
I see. Fascinating. This, right? All right.
Shut up.
Of course.
Classic.
I must. I feel new power surging within me.
Pop. I'll say, I don't think I have anything I can inherit. But she's kind of useless right now, but that's fine. Where the hell is it? There we go. And then Juna.
Hey.
Her hair reminds me of a Pokemon too, and I just can't think of it. I don't know what Pokemon, but it reminds me of a Pokemon.
Sorry about that. Huh? You know...
Using my overflowing imagination, I was able to get Juna to visualize a successful future.
But...
There's no point in worrying about something that hasn't happened. I'll conquer this anxiety, and ensure this goes off without a hitch. They don't call me the songstress for nothing. Okay, bro, let's go.
Thanks.
Let's go. So many guests.
Incredible.
That's the appeal of the world famous songstress for you. Look at you, you've become quite the charm. Always have been. The stage gets covered in Erica flowers. I'm done for. Today you're an escort and a bodyguard. If you see Martyrus, stop it.
Oh.
Would you look at the size of this crowd, Lady Juna? It's unlike anything we've seen. Good, because you haven't seen anything yet. Though I must apologize, I'm not dressed the part. I thought comfort might be the way to go. Come now, no need for apologies. You're beautiful in everything you wear, and on that note, you'll be on soon. Are you ready? And I don't mean to alarm you, but I did see Martyrus in the crowd. She looked pensive. I hope she isn't planning anything untoward.
It'll be fine.
I'll take care of it. Shocked you don't know who I am, honestly. Drew's performance ended without incident and was a roaring success. But as for Martyrus, unpardonable, absolutely inexcusable.
Oh.
You're here to shove me off, are you?
Listen.
I won't do anything if you don't do anything. Don't worry, I'm putting this behind me. I did get a basket of them ready, you know. They weren't even in season, so it was a real struggle to get even that many. But I don't think I'm feeling it. Hearing her sing shook me to my core. Reminded me that I've still got a soul, too. Think I'm still shaking. Have you looked at the crowd? Really studied their faces? They're over the moon. Wouldn't be half as many like this if it'd been me up there.
I was in the wrong.
And for what it's worth, I'm sorry about the dress. I bet they would have loved to see her all proper done up. This is goodbye then. I think I'll head home to the countryside. Give my regards to the songstress. Hello, Aurora. Hello, Aurora. How are you, good girl?
Well?
Ooh, did you see the crowd? Everyone looks so happy out there. This is why I do what I do, for a view of a sea of smiles. The stage is the best seat in the house, and not an Erica flower in sight. On top of that, the world right now, except for being, I'm on top of the world right now, except for being positively parched. Uh-oh.
Thanks.
I don't like this.
Wait.
Silence, interloper. Whoa. What's going on? You alright then? Glad to hear it. That man was mumbling about sanctism and Luis doing something or other.
Hey.
Whoa, whoa. It suddenly started hurting a bit. Oh shit, she's dead. I didn't like that cough. That drink the man tried to give me. Was I his target then? I didn't see it either. If Martyrs hadn't stepped in, I'd really be in trouble. I mean, I figured that, and I didn't even know what was happening. We also apprehended the culprit, but seems we foiled an attempt to ruin your throat. The water he offered you was actually a powerful poison. Oh no, that means she can't sing though. Authorities said the poison was extracted from erica flowers and the antidote is created by boiling its own leaves. Oh, there's an antidote, okay. Who can know what leaves to pick? If the erica flowers aren't in bloom, then the leaves look like any other plant. But I know all about erica flowers. I could tell their leaves from the others. I know where they bloom too.
Well then.
One thing we can do is go pick them.
I
have to help. I can't stand by. This person who just saved me wastes away. I was gonna have to wait till tomorrow. Or perhaps after Luis.
It's just a pretty flower. I'll be all right.
Pooper pop. Pooper pop. Just can't take off right now. I need to sort some things out first. I will go, but I need some time. I know we're short on.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Hey.
Got any unfinished business? We got a scoot tomorrow. Whether you're ready to say goodbye to this place or not. As where all will be settled, I'm sure it will be. Bro, we're gonna be finishing this fucking game tomorrow. This ain't getting done right now. I kind of figured. But once I had so many people I'm unable to get to 8. You mean I am fucking know. Didn't I put a question mark in my title? It's still only 8 p.m. too. We'll see, but I don't know. Jesus Christ, I got nobody to hang out with today.
What now?
So going all the way. Listen, I mean, I'll go to 1 a.m., but if we ain't done, we ain't done. Like, that's just how it be. I'll go to 1, but if it ain't done, it ain't done.
All right then.
I kind of figured, man, if it's not done in 12 hours, we're going to have to take another day, you know? That's more what I was thinking.
Greetings.
All right then.
Bro, where the fuck do I go right now? Do I just go to the Coliseum, I guess?
All right then. Where to? All right then. Where to?
I literally don't think there's anywhere else I can go.
Let's go.
Like, legitimately. How many more bugs do I need while I'm here, too? I need to go see him right quick. I know I don't have enough, but I want to know. I think I've only gotten like a few since.
Hey there.
13 more. What do I need, like 9? Eight more, okay. Well, that's less than I thought. That's good. Alright, so we need 8 more gold beetles. This is another reason I don't think it's gonna be done in the next, 2 days in game. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I need that. We need that. A duo of bandits.
Fight on.
Only one ally. Two brawler.
What'll it be? Fight's another day.
Give me 1 second.
What now?
And then she has... Wait, what happened to her fucking wind? Oh, is it because I don't have the mask on? Oh, I guess that makes sense. So I wouldn't have... Okay, so I would need to put... Oh, I already have one. Oh, hold on, we're good. We got like everything covered. We could also do this too. Actually, no, we can't. Wait, what's my thing? Fuck it. Hopefully they're weak to something other than light or dark. You know what? Fuck it. We're going in. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Fight.
Gotcha.
What'll it be?
Fuck it. Let's give it a shot. Fuck it. Everybody hydrate.
Fight.
Oh, I have to take them out of my party.
What'll it be?
Oh, I have to be 2 brawlers. What the? Okay. Shit. Do I even have brawler on anybody else? Well, that's annoying.
We've got to do it.
I don't have anything to level brawler.
What now?
Ain't got no items. I mean, I have 1 brawler. I have Stroll. Stroll has Pugilist. I don't have another one. That's it. I mean, hold
With
on.
these fists, I strike for justice.
What if I just baseline Eggy with brawler? Hold. Ain't no way, right? Worth a shot, man. I think I'm leveled high enough. Oh, there ain't no way, right? Where's brawler at? Where's that fucking punchy son of a bitch? Healer, brawler.
I see. Fascinating.
Ain't no way.
This right here. All right.
I'm counting
Bro,
on you,
I'm going in level 1, dog. We're going in fresh. Fresh to death.
I see. Good. I'm still getting stronger.
What do I have? I don't think I need MP. I don't think I need that either. Oh, fuck it. And then... Ain't no way this works, right? Wait, what do you even have on this stroll? Hold on, whoa, hold on. That's not what we want for those.
That...
Okay, that's fine. There ain't no way. Ain't no way. Strike. Bro, just give me the defense. Magic +5. Hell no, we need strength. Give me the strength. Stretch and hydrate again? I just did that. Alright, give me a second. Hey, no. Bro, where am I at? What the hell was that? Been sitting? Well, I've stood up plenty of time. What do you mean mostly sit? I've gotten up 2 times to deal with Poochie. I had to let Poochie out to feed him earlier. I just used the bathroom too. Like, what, 20 minutes ago? I wish I'd just been sitting here for 7 hours. I wish. I think Vanity raided me when I was BRB at one point.
Fight on.
Earlier.
Gotcha.
Like she raided and it was like right before I got back.
What'll it be?
Oh, mostly I am.
Oh, yeah? Right?
Come on, come on.
Aaron.
Let's show him what we can do.
Let's get on with it.
I mean, might as well use it.
It's up to you now.
You will taste justice.
Hit their weak point. Keep it up.
Let's stay calm. Let's work together.
We'll team up.
Hell yeah, I only ever get down.
It's hit their weakness.
My turn now.
That's your opening, Captain.
I won't do that.
Captain's hurt bad. Let's get him some healing. Down. Help him back up!
Are you prepared?
Alright, it'll be fine. This is fine.
Take that!
Hit your weak point. Keep it up, Stroll!
Pugilist! This better hit! One left!
Not bad,
if I say so myself.
Suppose this is it.
Okay, don't do what we just did. Okay. That's not what we
Will your
did.
tale end here?
No, we're gonna try the fight again. Don't just do what I did. Oh.
Fight!
Gotcha.
What'll it be?
Alright. Okay. Okay, so we just focus him down, and then we just deal with his friend.
Let's show him what we can do.
No holding back! I'll crush you!
Hit your weak point.
Hand
Keep
it
it up,
over.
Stroll!
Nice and easy.
Shatter! Hit their weakness.
I can't afford to hold
That's your opening,
Pugilist.
Captain.
Take that!
Let's stay calm. My turn now.
Well, aren't you a
Nice
dick?
dazed. He's gonna have a hard time landing hits.
I'll crush you! That's one!
Not bad.
Am I allowed to heal? Oh, I am allowed to heal. Okay, hold on. This is easy now. Hold on.
This'll do.
My thanks!
Well, easy is
I'll take everything you've got. Let's make an end of it. Run them through! Let's do this! Good!
Well, that's not ideal. Dick.
Captain's dazed. He's gonna have a hard time landing hits.
Let's try this.
Don't worry, the days will wear off
I owe you.
eventually, I'm sure.
With these fists, pugilist! This better hit! Who wants to die, Barbara? Do you know who I am?
Hey, my days is gone.
This'll do.
Helpful as ever.
Power of pay to win
Are you
right now.
prepared? You'll be dust! Let's do this! Bring it on!
Stop hitting me so damn hard.
Here.
My thanks! With these fists, I call upon royal power within! Run them through! Who wants to die, Barbara? Do you know
You
who I
fucking
am?
dodge anything.
Vitus power. Fire!
Hand it over, nice and easy. All yours. Let's see some coin.
Freeze!
The
tough one.
Get ready. Hit hard. Bring
Dick.
it on. I shall vanquish evil. This better hit. Damn it.
Pay to win, baby.
Not bad. New skills, new possibilities.
Sick.
Bravo.
Full moon medal. Oh. Chain of
Look at
bonds.
you.
Well, what the hell is all that? Hold on. I don't get it. Give me the what 1200? Is that what it is?
Fight another day.
I don't think my rank's gonna go up all that much. Come on, let me have Juna. Come on. Oh, I guess we're going back over there, huh?
What now? I'll show you the essence of truth.
Hulkenberg. You can have that in a minute, but... Large MP recovery. Whoa. Oh. What was the other fucking one I got? Chain of bonds. Relaxes conditions on skills. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Giant type monsters. Fuck me. Okay, so party, Hulk, Heismay. I'm back. Alright, there's that, there's that. I mean, I guess we're just going, if we got nowhere to go, then I guess we're just going back to the thing, huh? I need tolerance, huh? We need tolerance, huh?
We've got to do it.
All right then. What now?
Right. Who among ye has a heart in this town?
Let's head there right away.
Wonder if I could have been one of Lewis's minions.
Luis, I could see it. Hey!
Listen.
What up?
Listen.
All right then. Where to?
Let's go.
Man.
And what is it?
I don't want to fucking run out of this anymore.
Let's go.
I don't want to run out of those anymore.
All right now. Listen. You saved me.
There you go. Painted threads and some tail bait. The hell's in here?
Jeez.
Aw, so that's a hot spring.
You there?
What up? That's about right. Facing discrimination and disdain as outcasts, something the Elder and Mistari have in common. Especially here in Altaberry, the seat of sanctism. Sure.
You see.
Or to be aware, many Mastari called Altaberry home. However, since the annexation, the vast majority were persecuted and given an ultimatum: either leave the city or convert to Sanctism. There are Mastari and Altaberry that ended up becoming Sanctus. That's correct, I've had to evade the law at times, but I remain faithful to the Mastari ways from the shadows. Even in the city, we may be treated as heathens wherever we go, but the contempt we experience here is almost tangible.
Which is why.
Needless to say, the Sanctus treat us with scorn, but even the Mastari who once shared our faith resent our presence now. Showing kindness to me would arouse suspicion of the church. That's just reality now. It's not uncommon for Sanctus to pelt me with stones, but that pain is fleeting compared to the torment of using me as a litmus test of faith against my own kind. They'll press rocks in their hands, pointing in my direction, and dare them to hit me to prove they've renounced the old ways. Damn, that's fucked up. The stones are bearable. It's the pain I see in my brothers' faces as they make the decision to throw the rock that truly stings. There are tears in their eyes. For the Mastari people, a quiet, peaceful life is all we want, nothing more. Alas, our fate and our desires do not always go hand in hand. Oh.
All right.
Damn, that was a good bit.
Goodbye.
Oh man, that's brutal. All right, well, here we go. We prepare. We're as prepared as we can be, and tomorrow's a big day. We'll be up against Luis, and at this time he'll be ready and waiting. Forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn, but is your mind truly clear of doubt? I mean to say, if you strike down a man who is not your true enemy, will you truly be able to call yourself a righteous prince? I'm being honest. I challenge you only on this because I think it foolish to be brought to a standstill.
May I speak?
I do not believe Louis innocent in the slightest. On the contrary, but in a few months he has slain the king and your comrade besides. Is it any wonder the people seek to end his life? He has lived by a doctrine of power, and his every step has been in service of that purpose. He sealed his fate, and you as a contender for the throne should not waste time in deliberating over whether such an ideology is fit to
It'll
rule.
be all right.
You are already in second place. Countless people have thrown their support behind you. Never forget that. I got a feeling that old church people are gonna have something to say about this fight here. Heismay made a pretty good point. If we're going to take back the country, you can't let any self-doubt stop you in your tracks.
You can't lose.
Everything we've done has been for this day, so let's take it all and stick it to Louis, for Relif and Grius and everyone we've lost.
Yeah.
Let's do this. That's the spirit. All the pain we've endured will be your power in the end.
Right.
I know what a king who believes might makes right. There's no reason you can't be a contender. I'm number 2, dog.
That reminds me.
Nurus apparently wants to make some kind of grand entrance in the Grand Trad with the Skyrunner. Despite everything going on, that's his biggest priority, but maybe that's exactly what we need to make this work. Well, then let's get a full night's rest, so we're blah 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 blah.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Now here we go. Here we go.
It's finally here.
So we set off for the royal capital and the decisive battle of our lives. I'm a little disappointed. I just begun to grow accustomed to the cold. I cannot say the same. Regardless, we've done all we can here. Let us depart with our heads held high. Nurse sure seemed thrilled about arriving by sky instead of by teleportation magic. All it takes is a day to get there from here. We'll have them city folks shaking in their boots. Let's meet the runner once we polish off breakfast. I don't know what to expect, I'm gonna be honest.
At last, only a day remains.
Whatever Luis throws at us, this is where we end it.
Between him and the Criers, he's certainly made a production of this. You don't suppose it's a trap?
Nah, he just loves a battle that'll make history. That's the bastard through and through.
Indeed. The man's in first place right now. Not much he stands to gain from subterfuge. But I'll admit, I have my own suspicions.
What? Losing your nerve, old fella? Me? I'm ready to lay the bastard out. I owe him at least one solid whack in the face from Ardell.
You can start with one for Dell. Give him 100 for yourself. If he becomes king, the kingdom is finished. Maybe even destroyed from the sounds of it.
Rella
Damn,
says much
Gallica.
too. About the country
Fired
being
up.
overrun with hordes of humans. That might be his real aim. Though I can't for the life of me think why Luis would want that. I thought he'd made his name as this grand human slayer. At the very least, we know that Luis will not wield the king's magic to save this land.
We have our own future we're dreaming of. For Maria and Fabienne. For Grius and Rella. We've got to win this. For everyone's sakes.
Damn, Gallica. Oh. Oh, do I have to actually choose it? Can I go somewhere else?
Really? Why though? This place here.
You would pursue peril.
Let's go.
Great.
I don't think I have a choice on where we're going, so let's go, I guess, huh?
The stage is set for the decisive battle to take place in Grand Trad. And so the Gauntlet Runner takes to the sky. He does not return within the hush of teleportation magic.
Let's scoot
as a
down,
mere
chat.
wanderer, but with the fanfare required of one who would claim to be prince. He is a boy no more. He stands now on equal footing with Luis, and his triumphant descent over the capital will finally make that known, whether or not his gambit is only a means to an end.
Oh shit, here we go.
He's here! Wow! It's really him!
Welcome back!
Your Highness!
Oh, what an entrance, though. Oh, Mr. King Rock floating in the sky, brother.
It's His Royal Highness the Prince! We've been waiting for you! Go and teach that damn Luis a lesson!
Finally! This is better than any of the fables. I'm putting all my money on Luis to win.
Sounds like they're more excited about the spectacle than about the prince being alive.
Yeah,
Still,
makes sense.
Suppose it makes sense. But
See?
by the faces in the sky and upon the rock, we are squarely set in second place. Even with the gap between us and Luis, the prince has faithful supporters.
Though 'tis not truly His Highness's face wrought in stone, but our captain's. After all this time, I cannot help but feel conflicted.
Luis spares nothing for an old woman like me. Saint Rella spoke truth. We need the help of His Royal Highness the Prince.
He's the boy with a saint's blessing. He's got to be genuine. If the Sanctus Church's power is waning, should I take His Highness's side over Luis?
Even after her confession, they still keep her words close. I suppose no amount of past sins could make them forget her genuine kindness. It seems strange to say, but we owe her a great deal. Without her, the people would never have come, much less placed their trust in us. We can't let them down.
But looking around the city, some of the fervor seems beyond reason.
Your Highness! You can't stop at Luis! You've got to kill all the idiots who believe in you!
Alright, chill, bro.
That right? You're the ones who aren't right in the head. It's because of stiff old cowards like you that this country's been spinning its wheels. Not ever getting better.
Then why hasn't Luis shown up yet, eh? Sounds like he's your coward, after he arranged all this too.
True enough. If he doesn't even show up after all this fuss he's made, everyone would feel like fools.
Probably going for another big grandstanding entrance like at the royal funeral.
Don't care what he's planning. Either way, he's dead meat.
Save your fury for the fight ahead. But still.
I had the wrong thing
His
equipped.
Royal Highness the Prince has arrived.
Whoa, and Lady Juna as well.
I say, nothing wrong with an adoring public, but this is getting more claustrophobic than the engine room. We don't want to get stuck. I'm popping back in the room.
Let's head to the Hushed Honeybee Inn for now. I'm sure Maria will be happy to see us back.
I mean, that makes sense, Vanguardi. Maybe. I guess if he thinks I'm the prince. I don't think he thinks I'm the prince, though.
All All the customers say they're on your side. I was surprised at how popular you are.
Thanks for helping, Maria. We couldn't have done it without you.
I tried my very, very best.
I never thought Luis would be the one throwing down the gauntlet to you. If he'd survived, I'm sure he'd say the same. You'd better get some rest tonight.
Yeah, Luis is like
It's time you went to bed.
50
I wish we could
3D
stay up and
chess
talk
steps
more.
ahead of us.
Good luck tomorrow. I'll be cheering for you.
It's finally happening.
We've got to win this. For Grius' sake, too.
Victory is in our grasp. We once thought it impossible to save His Highness the Prince after all, and he now lives.
But without the king's wards, we'll be fighting on even ground. He won't make this easy on us.
The king's magic lived up to the legends. Capable of shaking the world itself. Every man, woman, and child has been at its whims for months.
Not the kind of power any of us want in Luis's hands.
But will this fight truly settle everything? By the spell's own rules, the throne will go to whoever wins the most support. Even after this battle, the crown's fate isn't set. We saw how the people's hearts have been whipped to dangerous passions. When the dust settles...
Luis is
Whatever
dead,
they
though.
make of it, we've come this far. All we can do now is finish our fight and strike to kill. Any less, and Luis will cut us down.
Indeed. Let us now devote ourselves to victory, and
To
then
victory.
worry of what comes after. We must believe in all we've yet accomplished.
This should be our last battle against Luis.
Okay, chill.
I'm just trying to stay hopeful. Knowing how far we've come. Now you've awoken your archetype. Forged friendships. And taken so many burdens on your shoulders. You've really risen to this fight.
This is just the beginning. We've still got a long road ahead.
True enough. We haven't even won against Luis yet. And even when we do, that won't be the end of it. But it takes me back. If the prince could see you now,
If he walks in that goddamn
be
door
pretty
right now,
proud
I'm
of
gonna
you.
lose my damn mind.
don't you think? I mean, you and he were best friends. Best friends. Wait, what?
What's the matter?
Oh, sorry. I felt like I'd misspoke for a second or something. Don't mind me. Anyway, we'll make sure this is the end for Luis. Gotta report our victory to His Highness personally, right?
Rank 7, out of nowhere.
Prince smile again.
Did she not remember we were homies?
Right. Let's get some rest. We'll need it come tomorrow.
It's been a while.
So?
Been a while. Okay, we're gonna prepare by
now?
putting me in the right thing. Dark Knight. The new moon and
By the
full
chivalrous
moon.
spirit of the night.
New moon. Full moon can go on her. Means Yufa can have. Yufa's useless right now. Maybe I know I need a leveler. Maybe I should just leave her in this though. Maybe I should like just leave her on summoner, you know? Just in case I need to use
This
her.
is the power said to belong to a priestess.
Don't want to wander in this. Yeah, exactly. No, I had a wizard on and not Dark Knight. That's what I was changing. What the fuck am I weak to? Ice. Oh, that's probably what I put on her, huh? But, I mean, because I know... So... Yeah, that's fine. Roll, I actually want to have... Wait, can I level him up? Oh, I don't have Magic Knight. That sucks. I'm short by that much. That kind of pisses me off, honestly. Unfortunate. Should have fucking grinded it out. Well, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Run if you want, but you can't escape my aim.
Mage General's fine. Basilio's fine. Yupa's fine. Alright. I mean, this is the end of the game. That's wild.
I got you.
Want to sell it one-on-one? Man strong, terrifying strong, can't afford to get careless.
That man.
Seems Luis has eye on you for some time. No doubt he's been anticipating the showdown in the royal capital. If he asks for a fight, he shall have. I guess I should go talk with everybody before we go.
Hold there.
Friends we may be, yet I would hope you take permission before entering one. No, I'm trying to talk to you, dog.
Now
there you go. Next to Rella, we won quite a sudden groundswell of public support, but Luis's supporters number many. The only way to get more support is to fight Luis and lay him low.
At last.
Standing here takes me back to the royal funeral, but today we are more powerful than we were then. This time we'll defeat Luis and avenge Grius, know all who have gone too soon.
Make yourself at home.
Tomorrow's battle will be historic. I've readied your bed so you can rest well.
It's coming up.
Finally time, I'm almost impressed that Luis would challenge us to a fair fight, unlike those church bastards who keep everything in the shadows. We can't let Luis get anywhere near the throne. We charge in with our best foot forward. For us and for Rella, who trusted us to do that.
You know.
All the customers at the inn say they're cheering for you. You've beaten a lot of bad guys already. I'm sure you'll win. Alright. Let's do this. Big fight field. Oh, this fucking guy.
At long last, my lord, our investigations have borne fruit. We know where the true prince lies. Those loyalists who disappeared with the prince led us right to him. We found traces of their coming and going.
Where was he hiding?
Far to the west of the royal capital, deep within a forest said to bewitch those who should wander in. An old village erased from today's maps. That said, against all odds, it seems that this place is...
The lost village of the Elder. Last trampled by Fortin's troops, sent to burn it to the ground.
You knew then?
I see now. To hide in a place publicly declared as destroyed. Quite a gambit. The prince was born there, you know. An illegitimate son, after the past king's heart was drawn to a woman of the village in his youthful years of debauchery.
What? Then the prince really does bear elder blood.
Fortin did not raise the village for any defiance of his scriptures. He thought only to eliminate an inconvenient heir. A threat to his power before his birth was known. The prince's survival, his complete disappearance. This was the missing piece. Zorba, go and snuff them out for good.
Sir, consider them annihilated. I've been hoping for an opportunity to test this newfound power.
Oh boy, I hate this. I hate Zorba. I hate Hot Topic is back for
Now,
Electric Boogaloo round.
the battle at the royal capital looms. I must begin my own preparations. If you call yourself the prince, then I will give you a prince's end. And I have just the spell to do it.
He's gonna cheat?
Time marches
Probably.
on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
He gon' cheat.
Good morning. Did you sleep well? Ready to face the day?
This time, I won't let you down.
Stop that. You never have before, and you won't start today. Try to relax. And don't let this weigh too heavy on your shoulders.
But you have to come back, no matter what, okay?
I confess my mind strays back to the royal funeral. Yet we are more than we ever were then. Now we have the power to see this through.
Let's get out there, thrash him, and come back here to celebrate.
Hey,
Never thought we'd find ourselves back at the Grand Cathedral for the final showdown.
Final.
Let's pull ourselves
Oh,
together.
you poor
Ready our
soul.
supplies. Give him hell.
I mean, I already got ready what I need to get ready, dog.
Let's head there.
Can we talk?
Just sublime.
I'm pretty sure I'm good to go. Unless you got some.
Now, where was I?
Unless you got some fruits to give me, dog. For doing something. I think I'm good.
Would you look at this? Hello. I have faith in you.
Alright, petting the kitty for good luck.
Oh. You'll come again, won't you?
If I'm not dead in like 2 minutes. We ain't dead.
Well, stranger things have happened.
He doesn't look like a prince.
I'm taking the long way for dramatic effect.
Well then, if you say...
I love it. Weather like this, no telling what that.
Let's save right outside too. Alright.
Hello there.
Hey!
I'm gonna take this Magla before we go.
Let's see.
10,800, baby. Worth the time. Alright. Where am I going?
I'm chuffed. His Highness.
Let me in! Alright, let's see what this assholery at. What the hell is all this shit?
Well, bit of a tricky situation. Can't exactly say I'm the tournament's official crier anymore, things being what they are. I mean, Sanctifex Forden and St. Rella are gone. Bluntly speaking, there is no tournament anymore. But like hell, if that's gonna stop me, as a lone citizen watching over the future of our country, you can look to me for the latest news on this upcoming fight. Woo! Live free, crier! Fight the power! Very good. Let's begin, shall we?
Ain't no way.
The day of judgment is here. The final fight between Luis, military paragon and one-man army, and the boy who claims to be the fallen prince. The entire continent's eyes are on this battle, folks, and only one of them's walking away. Let's see a show of true strength, worthy of our new king.
Your Highness, you can win. Give Luis the boot.
Count Luis! Kill that imposter!
It looks to me like Luis hasn't even bothered to show at the royal capital.
I'll be
There's no way he'd run away from this. Any time now. Any time. Whoa, over there! It's Luis's gauntlet runner! And so the leading candidate finally makes his appearance.
That's an ominous phallic shape up there.
Luis.
Oh, and there's Luis too.
The two titans of this race have finally come face to face.
Well, we would
Let's
face to face
introduce
a
our
lot,
candidates once
technically.
again for this
We've
final
been-
bout.
yeah,
Our first candidate, Count Luis. Adopted son of a minor nobleman, he rose to fame on his incredible military merits, quelling domestic conflicts and almost becoming our nation's youngest general. Suspected of attacking His Highness, he was denounced and cast down, but his name has since been cleared, and now here he stands, closest to the throne.
Yo, what up, Pixel Doctor? Thank you for the raid. What up, Raiders? Hope you're all doing well. Art, well, I hope your art went well. I think I'm about to fight a man. Or lose to a man. I don't know. We're finding out. Big time story stuff happening. But what up, Raiders? I'm FJ. We're playing Metaphor. This guy's the bad guy.
Then we have the Elden candidate. He who claims to be none other than His Highness, the Prince. Though his identity is uncertain, his strength is undeniable. Through his campaign, we've seen his team flourish, counting even the songstress Juna among them.
And mostly well, hopefully the redos turned out great and everything went swimmingly and it's better than when you started at the very least.
The time has come to demonstrate his power. Will it be enough for this youth to take the throne?
Probably
I
not.
have
But
to
let's
commend
find
you.
out.
A lesser man would have run. This all began with the king's failures. He was an unworthy ruler, and his incompetence bred the chaos that followed. You, who claim to be the prince, what do you believe the people seek in their king?
The right of bloodline.
The king's duty to shoulder the burden of the people's prosperity. Such thinking may seem fantasy to some, but it's Luis's alternative or no alternative at all.
You would cling to these petty traditions.
Well, you asked me what
the
I
answer
think.
is power.
I don't think that. I think the people.
Now let me ask you, my gathered people. What
I'm
is it
totally
that
fine.
makes
Well, I'm 70 hours in, Pixel. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Have a good night. Go get some rest. Go get some food. Go get some water. Whatever you need.
Power! My Lord Luis, kill him now! Only the strong can rule!
Your Highness, show us your power!
Young candidate, have you or your party any final speeches before the duel?
I wish I'd just
We
flip
have
him
only
the
one
bird.
thing
Oh, just flip him off.
Luis's fair world is barbaric. A land where the strong prey on the weak. He promises protection, but he is the very man who would see you slain. Hear this. Luis ordered my home destroyed by a human. Are we a land of animals? Or are we a nation united in the protection of the weak, in raising up our neighbors?
He's the type of man who will kill anyone who gets in his way. If you crown him king, I know the country will burn. Rella said as much.
People, do not let your hearts falter. I desire but one thing. A world without inequality. And I shall gladly offer my shield to all of those who follow this ideal. Those who do not, however, will be slain without mercy or regret. It could not be simpler.
If your equality means you will sacrifice the people who need help most, then I deny your world!
So, you think you have the strength to protect the weak? Then prove to me these are more than empty words.
Oh, Stinky!
Come then, and act your part in this showdown. I have a new world to build, and you will die in its name.
The time has come. We're finishing this, here and now.
General!
Do you have anything I could steal? Aw, didn't have anything I could steal on him.
Rancor!
Hit him with the Nightblade.
I'll fast dancer.
Going for the weak spot.
Let's keep lowering that hit rate. Damn, he ain't even moving. Actual Chad energy, though. You gotta give the man credit.
Shine.
Damn, big damage.
I will annihilate you!
Uh-oh. Thick dodge. Thick double dodge.
I'll use what I must.
Hellfire!
You defy the rule of strength, then die by it.
Raging fire.
We settle this here.
Is there another way?
Let's set it up.
No, this won't work.
By this power.
Should keep rushing.
You defy the rule of strength, then die by it.
Healing us.
That helped.
Quite a boon.
Thanks.
Okay.
Can you endure it?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dodge? Fuck. It's fine, that's fine, that's fine. We're good, we're good.
Face me!
You look like you're about to drop.
Some darker arts.
Does he have a weakness now to anything?
Too early for my exit. This is just what I need. Maybe not. Let's do this together. Maybe
I don't have a big ice move where I could do that.
Behold this power.
Alright, let's smack him.
By the chivalrous come forth, royal soul.
Come on. Oh, power of heroes. I will not let you die.
Gotta get her to full.
Much thanks.
Thank you.
I will annihilate you! Can you endure it?
Oh, baby. Get out of here, Louise. Oh, baby. That's what we like to see.
Everyone, back up!
We settle this
Masked
here.
Dancer! Let's not. I call upon a royal soul! Raging fire!
By the civil, I won't hold back.
You defy
Let
the rule of
justice
strength,
prevail.
then die by it.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Alright, fights. He's almost half. I'm sure he has some sort of dumbass healing though, right?
Can you endure it?
This is nothing.
I strike to kill.
That's it? That's all you got, big guy?
General! Rancor!
I forgot to move forward, but that's fine.
We settle this here.
Keep Pearson away.
You defy the rule of strength, then die by it.
Shine!
I see. It would appear you have the metal to defend your claims. Then
Here we go.
won't hold back
Second
either.
form.
I will annihilate you.
Fourth turn, I chill, bro.
endure it?
Chill. It's the four.
Strike to kill. I strike to kill. Come, accept my challenge.
Tactic.
I strike
Oh,
to
you
kill.
asshole.
I
Can you please dodge anybody? Thank you.
Nothing.
Hulkenberg, your attack powers drop!
Now accept your fate! No! Advancing! General! Everyone, back up!
Getting that defense back.
Come on, help me out!
Okay, that's not gonna help. Alright. Yeah, we need to do some more damage.
By the civil. Come on!
Man, I wouldn't mind a crit at some point.
Are you alright?
I knew you'd help.
My thanks.
Thanks.
Okay. Bro, you need to stop being
Can you
a dick
endure
right
it?
now. Beal, stop being a dick.
Come, accept my challenge.
Seriously?
Oh, she's dead as hell. Can you please just dodge something? Anybody? Thank you.
Dodge, Hulkenberg. Like poetry in motion.
I'll use what I must. Some darker arts.
Oh, I forgot to move him up again. Shit. Whatever.
Behold this power! Burn!
I've got to. I mean, it's working.
We settle this here.
He's getting. Juna's getting absolutely trounced, but we're staying alive, so. I mean, it's working. I wish I could debuff, but I gotta heal every turn,
Quite a
so.
boon.
Thank you.
Kinda is what it is right now.
I will annihilate you.
If Juna could dodge anything right now, it would help, but she doesn't seem to be wanting to. Uh-oh.
I see.
Okay, sick repel though. Hell yeah.
Oh, power of kings. Mustn't settle for the easy way. Forward. Face me. Rancor.
Let's keep his accuracy down.
Good. Very good. Yours is a worthy power.
Okay.
One untainted by petty tactics or cheap tricks.
I mean,
However,
uh-oh. He's gonna cheat. He's cheating.
magnificent. You truly have become more powerful. but I would expect no less of a remnant of humankind. You're a survivor of a lost tribe, aren't you?
Humankind?
Because he's elder, you would call him a monster.
You should know the truth by now. After all that time I allowed you to spend on that pagan island. History, as told by the Sanctus Church, is a fiction. No doubt
Yeah.
you saw all the evidence of a truer history. One that told of ancient times where the land was ruled by a far different people.
You mean the legends according to the murals and ruins from the temple?
Yufa, don't humor him.
But if that war between gods truly did come to pass...
Gods? How droll. They may have governed all things with works far beyond ours, but they were no gods. They were an ancient tribe unlike any other race, now lost. Wielders of true magic.
Nuclear
the
weapons.
Modern age saw them called Elder, shunned from our cities. But in their time, they were known as humankind.
That's us, chat. That's us.
Those mad monsters. What are you trying to say now?
Luis, you dog. Your lies will soil His Highness's name no longer.
You believe it false? What would I stand to gain from lies?
Elda are actually humankind? Why wouldn't I know that?
You're not rank
Hear
8
me.
yet.
His appearance as a boy is mere trickery. In truth, he is humankind. He is kin to the feral monstrosities that roam
Good
this
luck with the
land,
edge, chat.
leaving carnage in their wake.
He doesn't know when to give up. No one would believe this madness.
No need to distress yourself. I'll show you the proof.
Hold on now. What do
You,
you...
boy, who call yourself the prince,
Okay, chill.
You will be the cornerstone upon which my utopia is
I thought we were having a fair fight here, brother.
What's happening?
What is him?
Witness the truth, good people. You would know the identity of your would-be prince. Here he is.
He's a monster. It's a human. It's going.
The
What
truth of the
the
humans
fuck?
is laid bare. They're no beasts, but another form of the Elder Tribe. Cast aside their guise with magic, and they reveal their true colors. He is no royalty, no boy, but a ruthless fiend intent on your throne!
It's not true! It has to be one of the Count's illusions!
What illusion? That's no prince. It's a monster. It'll kill us all. Run!
What has become of him?
It must be Luis's wicked magic. Yet, oh, the aura of Magla, it's exactly like a human's.
He's not!
He's a human.
Hey! Snap out of it! You have to stop this! Ah!
Well, roll credits. To help anyone in need. Was it too idealistic? Was it too naive to win? Louise called it trickery, and even my very body.
Be not afraid, child. 'Tis not thy true self. 'Tis not thy true fate.
Who are you? What do you know about it?
In this moment, thy mind is disturbed, twisted by the power of that man.
Does that mean you can turn anybody into a human? Maybe not just elders?
The time has come. Thou must face the truth deepest within thee.
Oh?
What's that about?
The deepest
Remember
truth.
again thy true self, the purpose of thy birth.
My purpose? That's right, I took on a mission to save the prince.
An ideal world. Even if reality crushes everything I believe in, even if my ideals languish, I know I can trust you to see them through. It's always been that way.
What? It was
Whenever
him
my
the whole
life's been the
time!
hardest, you were always there to help me through it.
The homie!
After all, you're mine.
Wake up! Wake up! Hey!
Are you well?
We're better than us right now.
Yeah, I think so.
Phew. You seem coherent at least. We saw you take on a terrible, monstrous form. We knew not what to do.
You had vast reserves of magic poured into you. It was eating away at your body and mind, but I've managed to suppress it.
Oh, thanks,
He may
Yupa.
be back with us, but without rest, he will surely succumb to the spell. I don't know if he can withstand the same magic a second time.
I will not let you die.
It would appear the throne is now mine in every sense. None remain to oppose me.
Think I'm done,
Your
bitch?
vengeance is at hand. Will you not finally slay the monster and avenge your people?
Shut up!
Unfortunately, the prince is finished either way. Both this imposter and the true prince at death's door, deep in the woods.
The true prince? You bastard! What have you done?
Bloody hell! Is that why he called us here? It was all just a bloody distraction!
Your part in this has ended. Go where you wish, but I advise you run fast if you would outpace your hunters.
Seize the monster! I don't care if you have to kill it!
Attention now. This looks dire.
How could you deceive us? I knew all along that filthy lowborn was hiding something! Monster!
We retreat to our gauntlet runner. We must find him safe haven to rest.
It won't be long until the entire kingdom hears of this mess. We've no safe haven left.
Gallica, we've only got one option now. I'm worried about the prince too.
I know. We'll head to my home, and the prince's refuge. The Elden Sanctum.
Ooh. Eggy supporters have begun drastically declining in number.
Count Luis has saved the country. He has driven off the human who sought to usurp it.
Count Luis is our true savior.
Sounds like we've got our next king then.
Might as well fall in with him. He'll keep us safe from any humans at the very least.
They'll be all right, won't they?
That boy is no monster. I'm sure they'll be fine.
Luis! What the hell did he do? Stay safe out there, boy.
The flow of that evil Magla was surely born from Luis's magic. What a terrifying force.
I'll remember that sight for the rest of my days. But he hasn't got you beat yet, my friend. You can't tell me the fight's over.
Uh-oh, Stinky.
Why?
How did this happen? Anyhow, there's no time to waste. Let's set course for the ancient Elden Sanctum. Don't lose hope, Eggy. Yeah, Eggy, don't lose hope. What a
It was
pain
more
in
of
the
a
ass.
defeat than it was a departure. They board the gauntlet runner and rush from the capital, as though hiding from the shrieking animosity of the masses. What more can they endure? There is no light to be seen.
A hiding place for the Elder tribe. Wonders never cease.
Oh.
We can marvel at it later. The mirror hasn't shown me anything for a while. I can't even see the room now, let alone the prince.
No. Just after we'd finally resolved the curse, too.
Luis's final words trouble me. We must hurry on.
At first glance, it is a simple forest, deep as any other. But the observant may sense that every tree in its formation is ancient and grand, bathed in mystical serenity. The name of this place is familiar only to the few who grasp the truth. The ancient Elden Sanctum.
Can you walk, lad?
That's a relief. Seems like the rest on the right here did him some good.
Poor chap's even got me worried. I'll shuffle along too.
Hey, I reacted poorly when you were turned into that thing. I apologize. My mind just went blank. For a moment, I doubted you. Forgive me. I should have recognized Luis's drivel for what it was.
I don't blame you. It certainly caught me by surprise.
And here's hoping there can be no surprises worse than that.
Well, I hate to walk into the
But what a sea of
sanctuary.
trees. If we get lost in here, we're never getting out.
I can sense a special barrier in place. Meant to deliberately lead people astray, too. A perfect place to hide.
Gallica, how fares His Highness? Does the Farsight mirror yield any news?
Why would it
No.
have changed?
I checked a bunch of times in the Gauntlet Runner. But I'm not seeing anything. I'm worried.
Hurry and lead the way.
Right. Everyone stay close so we don't get separated. The village is this way.
Maybe Zorba didn't make it yet. Let's go. Whoa. Whoa.
Huh?
This looks like static.
Who are you?
Whoa, memory time. Lore unlocking. I head swimming. What is this place?
The royal flower? A surprise to see them blooming here.
Something about this place. Yes. The flow of Magla is strong here. It is much like the altar of the dragon god. The Magla in the air seems to be concentrated here. What is this place?
Gallica, something the matter? Your mind seems elsewhere.
Oh, sorry. I've got this weird feeling that something really important happened here. Anyway, let's keep moving.
So here you are at last.
God damn it. I hate this guy. I hate this guy. Every fiber of my being.
Sorry.
1 second, chat. Sorry, chat. Aurora's trying to go outside, so I'm trying to head her as often as I can so she stops meowing at the door. I don't know why she suddenly wants to run out to the porch when she never ever wants to go outside.
Why? Why?
Well, actually, if we're about to have a fight, hold on. 10 saved in a minute.
How odd. This place is clearly in ruins, but it doesn't look like natural decay.
It was burned to the ground. One day, a bunch of kingdom soldiers showed up out of the blue. Without so much as a reason. They made an inferno of the place.
But why? Why would His Majesty order such an atrocity?
Thinking back now, it may have been Forden who led the charge. I can't be certain. But if it was up to him, he would have done it just to purge the filthy Elda tribe.
Luis claimed that the Elden people were just another form of the humans. If he spoke true...
They're not. There's no way. Anyway, more than half of the villagers died in the fire. And those who survived were forced to hide in caves. That way everyone would think they were wiped out.
'Tis a shrewd ploy indeed, to hide in a place the enemy themselves saw destroyed. Yet, why did Alcis? No matter. His Highness is in this cave, correct?
Yes, over there. What? That...
He draws no breath. Likely a stab in the back. I doubt he even had time to shout.
I recognize him. He was the associate of the first operative I came in contact with. He was a lot more skilled than those Sanctist warrior monks. But now...
Gallica, the cave is just ahead, yes?
Yes. It's past the woods, over there.
Then we move.
Okay.
I don't like this.
Magla. Uh-oh. Oh. I think they'll feel a little alarmed if we all swarmed in on them in a big group. Another fairy. Look at them all. Whoa, what's going on here? Is that a Ujif? It's a fairly old Ujif man. Seems like he's working to lay a body to rest.
Russell? You're safe!
Russell?
Huh? My word. Is that you, Gallica?
You were His Highness's tutor.
Hmm? I know but one red-tressed knight. Are you the Royal Guard? The Lady Hulkenberg?
I know, right, man,
By
Cardi?
the heavens. Then...
She's been helping us. Everyone here is a trusted ally. They've all fought to save the prince.
Alas. Oh, what a tragedy. If this reunion had only been a moment sooner.
Russell, where is His Highness? What happened? Is His Highness safe?
A few days ago, those detestable cursed thorns finally faded. I cannot tell you how long I had waited to see them gone. It was truly a joy beyond words. It happened before we could fathom it. A lone stranger, a loathsome figure came striding in. His Highness had only just regained consciousness since the curse's lifting. Yet, to protect us, he threw himself upon the assassin's blade.
The fuck?
We were horror-struck. His Highness lay pierced through the heart, and we saw him breathe his last.
The fuck?
No, that can't be true.
The stranger was a master of magic. None could match him. Of the Resistance's numbers, only I remain.
Who was responsible for this?
I don't know who the murderer was, but he cried his
Zorba.
patron's name aloud as he did the deed. For Count Luis, from the moment he appeared, I believe his sole purpose was to kill His Highness. As soon as the lifelight left the prince's eyes, the stranger left, with only a smile.
An innocent boy. Twice tormented in the clutches of assassins. All because of the family he was born into.
Luis, there really is no evil you won't stoop to.
Please, Russell. Where is the prince?
We've laid him in the prayer room for now, at the end of the cave. He rests just this way.
You're coming, aren't you, love?
I must go to him.
You're right. Maybe we'll find some way to help.
I don't know.
I'd heard a rumor that there was a boy candidate who claimed to be His Highness. So, that was you? 'Tis just as Cinderella said. You're no scoundrel. Indeed, you risked life and livelihood to see His Highness restored. Strange. Something in you reminds me of His Highness.
Something wrong?
No, it's nothing. Well, I will go before you to the prayer room. Once you are ready, you are free to join me.
Before I go to the prince, I think I'll help Russell lay this body to rest.
You're going to stay here?
No. I must bear witness myself. As
But if that's
As
just a
knight,
cover to keep people
must.
away if they can. Copium.
I'm a little worried.
I need to get to the prince as quickly as I can. The prayer room's on a lower level. We need to see him for ourselves.
It's nearly time.
What does that mean?
Long have I waited.
Hey, you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sure this is going to be a fun dungeon in a little bit, chat.
You must hurry. The time has come. All was for this day. There is still time.
Hello there.
People who brought the prince to this village called themselves simply the Resistance. They feared a name would spread word of their existence. Their numbers have gradually dwindled, and after today's tragedy, Russell is all who remains. Hardly a resistance now.
Hey.
The prince is free to Oh, Highness, for you to forfeit your life in order to save ours. It can only mean we have truly failed you. There can be no atonement, no penance to match the magnitude of our failure.
Come off it.
Heard that the Elder are considered a sullied tribe to the outside world. Perhaps that's reflected in the current state of affairs. The child is royalty, yet his life has been defiled by a tragedy beyond anything I could have expected. Look upon a mere boy such as he and revile him, their souls truly are cursed. This man-child woke up after such a long nap and then went right back to sleep. Whoa. Why is everyone so sad? Just play for a little bit and you'll cheer right up. When this person wakes up, we should play together. I don't know, dog. I don't know. Oh.
Hello.
Was beyond the store. Other than the elderly Russell, the rest of them are. Perhaps we brought this on ourselves, but it's still also dreadful. Gallica, is that you? Wow, Gallica, the funniest stuff happened while you were gone. Your friend totally fell into a pond. And then get this. Oh, no. Nobody will tell me anything. They just say don't leave the house. I know the fires were scary, but it's all too much to be holed up like this. I, for one, have no intention of spending my life running in between caves and forts.
Oh, it's you!
Beyond here lies the altar of secret history, the sanctuary which houses the true story of the people in our world. Kindly refrain from making any loud noises lest you startle. I didn't finish reading that. To be completely honest, those within the sanctum would think ill of both His Highness and the Risen. But life is priceless for him to have died in such a way at so tender an age. Let's pray that this tragedy is never repeated. Offer your prayers without not to any idol, but to the God that dwells within.
This way.
No. Your Highness.
Why?
I didn't realize anyone still remained to weep over this child. Hmm? Gallica, you've returned.
Milady Gruade. It's been a long time.
May I ask who this is?
She is the chiefess of this village. The Hermitess Gruade.
She was kind enough to shelter the entire organization when His Highness fled to these woods.
I can't believe he's gone. I'm just some parapus orphan from the slums. I was never supposed to outlive any prince. Was he killed here?
No. It all happened in the bunk room in the back. We moved him here to the altar once all was quiet. I don't know if you'd believe me, but I received a revelation. Should the prince die, his body should be kept safe and still here until the rightful day comes, even if the boy is but a bastard sired by that despicable man. He is still Her Majesty's son.
Despicable? What, you mean the king? Wait, who's Her Majesty?
Yeah, that's true
You know
too.
nothing of the child's mother?
No,
The
not at
boy
all.
was not brought across borders to us. He was born here, in the ancient sanctum. His mother was our past chiefess, the queen of our Elder tribe.
So it wasn't just a random Elder, it was the chiefess. Was he like trying to like get like some sort of like, hey, we cool with the Elder and like everybody else in the world maybe?
She was a flower amidst the forests, a woman of such beauty, grace, and kindness. She saved this child from the flames. And it cost her her life. Her death is on that man's hands. Like a piper, he wandered in and seduced the young queen with his idealistic tales.
So
But
it's
he
not as
failed to
nice as
protect
I'm
his family and
romanticizing.
died powerless. The village was only set ablaze because the boy was in the way of the Sanctus Church's designs on the throne. And that insipid king could do nothing to stop them. But you see, this boy, His Highness the Prince, looks so much like Her Majesty. And so... You there, boy.
Yeah, what
Are
up?
you perhaps... no, it can't be. And yet...
Is something amiss, milady Gruade? He is one of Gallica's allies. His loyalty stands with His Highness, and he has risked much in the prince's name.
Whoa! What's with the formal introduction? You were the one who gave us our orders in the first place.
Hurry.
Hey, are you okay?
The time has come. Here thou camest to the
Oh,
end
wait, hold
of
on.
thy journey. This secret place was
Has that been
home
Mom
to thee.
talking to us this whole time? The old
Now, remember
thief?
thy path thus far. Walk thy life's road and see it anew. I have been waiting for thee to overcome thy trials. Long have I waited for thy return. Know this, his life is not yet ended.
What?
This voice.
It all started on that ill-fated day when the usurper thought to extinguish his light. Before he fades away, recount all thou hast seen and felt, all thou hast gained in thy journey's course.
I look now to the past. I see the roads I traveled on this journey.
Gallica and thee sought to take the head of Louise, but thy efforts came to naught. So, ye moved instead to join a tournament to decide the land's king.
In the prince's name.
Though thy plan was reckless, thou didst win the trust of the people by the support of peers and subjects alike. Thus, thou didst declare thyself the prince.
It was all for victory.
After overcoming many obstacles, thou didst finally lift the prince's curse. Yet by the cruel machinations of another, the young prince
is no longer with us.
Thy sole mission was to save the prince. Bereft of him, thou hast no further reason to live.
That's not true.
If the prince is dead, wert thy efforts all for naught?
His will lives on.
So thy resolve is yet unbroken. So be it. Thou hast earned the truth. He was consumed by the curse, and was taken by a deep, abiding slumber. Yet his soul remained alive, so from his earthly form, I extracted his soul, that he might travel the land in Odyssey.
Oh,
And
damn.
thus, his stilled sands began to flow once more. Thy journey hast taken thee far.
I am the prince.
And taught thee much. So now I ask thee, who art thou?
I'm nobody.
Indeed. Thou art nobody, and thou hast nothing, to name but a few. Thy parents, memories of thy youth? Hast thou any recollection of where and how thy youngest years were spent? Yes, thy memories begin the moment thou befriend the prince. Dost thou suspect the reason?
I don't have a past.
As I said, thou hast nothing. Thou art a being of mine own creation. 'Twas Gallica alone who the Resistance laid their hopes upon all those days past. Thy life had yet to begin. All thou hadst, all that had been bestowed, was a memory. Thy mission to save the prince. Thy memories of youth in the prince's company, and the void enshrouding all else in thy past. All signs of thy conjured existence.
I have nothing?
Nay, the words of the prince in thy memory are unmistakably of his true heart. The memories gained on thy journey, the friendships made, the trust forged. These true things art thine own. All thy trials, all thy experiences, wert to prepare thee for this day, to share the strength thou hast gained with thy other self.
Do you mean...
Trust and friendship I've gained has been there to support me. But if they'd known I came from nothing, then I am nothing. Would people have stood by me? Would they have believed in me? And the same goes for the desire to help anyone in need. How is it that I've touted such a laughably idealistic belief this long?
Accept the truth, and thou wilt face an ordeal beyond any you have yet faced. If thy desire is instead for freedom, thou mayest still abandon thy mission and end it here.
Is that right?
I see. My true identity
so I
is...
bid thee answer my final question. Who art thou in truth?
Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm guessing if I hit refuse to know, the game ends. So I should probably say I'm the prince. Should probably do that, huh? I'm guessing we roll credits and I can go to bed if we choose that option.
I am... the prince.
What is this? I feel a curious resonance.
Could this be? But how? Impossible.
Hey, what's going on?
What awaits us now?
Anime is.
Ah, life is not yet lost.
Oh.
Thou wert born apart from the prince's flesh, born of his desire to change the world. In his stead didst thou travel the world. Thou didst support his heart, and became his living fantasy. That is thy true self. Thou art everything the prince sought to be, his ideal. It all began with the novel in thy possession. Drawn by the divine relic, Magla coalesced into flesh, and flesh coalesced into form. The form of an elder, as I once was. The time hath come. Awaken, reborn anew. No more the prince's dream of utopia thou wouldst chase. Nay, but thine own.
Oh. Whoa. Oh, we got the white hair. I am John Metaphor Fantazio.
What? What is this?
What's happened? Thou hast done well to guide him this far.
This voice. I'm sure I've heard it before.
Thy mind should now be clearing. Remember now thy true charge. He was never a member of the Resistance. The mission, the departure, was thine alone. And thereafter didst thou encounter him.
Who are you? Wait, what am I saying?
In those long ago days, he had just been born into this land. Newborn in form, if not in appearance, the boy needed a guide. Thus, I decided his memories would be thine. Thou wouldst share past and purpose, a memory so crafted to suit thee. My journey to the capital would not be made alone, but alongside him.
No, that can't be. He was there when we got our orders.
I never thought I would have to ask this of you. But there are so few of us left now. There is no one else to turn to. Will you infiltrate the military to deliver a message to our contact there? This is your mission. For all our sakes, you cannot fail.
No! But... I was alone?
By this choice, he might be saved. By these gentle, necessary lies, we could live to see this day, when our dearest wish is fulfilled. As he traveled alongside thee, he gained both strength and wisdom. It is
we got that to
only
5
by
first.
thy efforts that my voice reached him. He has now been saved. And so the journey ends here. Thou hast fulfilled thy mission admirably.
What? Wait just a minute. What do you mean, it ends here?
From here on, thy path is thy own. Choose thy own future for thyself, and may the fates smile on thy journey.
How do we make sense of this?
What up?
Is it really you? How... I mean... How do you feel?
I feel a bit... lighter.
There seems to be no doubt. He is still himself. But I also sense His Highness within him.
Everyone? I need to tell you something. The truth is...
So let me get this straight. You're saying it's not a matter of our captain and His Highness joining together, but that the former was this disembodied entity sprung from the latter?
Then
That's me.
that's why he had no memories? 'Cause he didn't even exist?
I was just in a
see.
book.
Finally, I understand the strange feeling I had sensed upon our meeting. What shaped you, so to speak, was the prince's will itself, a part of his consciousness. Yes, the prince's very heart. He was his soul given flesh. Perhaps the form we knew was one shaped by material magla, much like how the dragon god manifests beyond the vessel Drakadios.
A mass of magla with a will. Forget the dragon god. He may as well have been a dragon himself. Small wonder he awakened to an archetype before anyone else. It was no great aptitude for magic. He himself was composed of pure magla.
The self, as a manifestation of one's desires. Similar to archetypes. I suppose this is the very essence of magic.
That's me.
You mean to say that it was not merely pretense to claim the prince's name? He truly was His Highness all along.
Yeah,
If
it is
that's
what
true,
it is.
This is finally your reunion with your sworn liege. Seems like cause for rejoicing, eh?
Seems like we need a feast.
Of the Royal Guard.
But I failed to protect His Highness.
No. I am sure the strength of your devotion had a hand in saving him.
While all and sundry believed the lad had shuffled off, you alone kept the faith, milady. And in the end, that faith was rewarded.
Fate was changed.
Are you really His Royal Highness the Prince? Please, please forgive me, Your Highness.
What the hell
I
up?
failed you when you needed me most. And more. Despite being a member of your royal guard, I did not recognize Your Highness at our meeting.
How
and
the fuck
showed
did you have known, dog?
insolence.
Then I hereby pronounce your sentence.
Give the poor knight a break, will you? You've been by her side all this time. You of all people know how much she's gone through for you.
This time, I will protect you. Even should it cost me my very life. I swear to it.
Finally, we've done Grius proud. We've really done it.
By the way, what are we supposed to call you now? I mean, how would you prefer to be addressed, my lord?
Eggy?
You can just keep, calling me Captain.
No, Your Highness! With all respect, I must object.
But this is no time to be thick-headed, Miguel. He's the one who gets to decide what we ballet call him, so listen to him, eh?
Yeah, listen to Nurse, he knows.
Sir should be begging His Highness for forgiveness on bended knee. You mangled the royal runner to your own whimsy, you lout!
And now it's flying, dog.
Well, that is, I mean, it was all dashed useful in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah?
A bit of clemency, Your Highness.
So much for acting same as always.
I kind of thought we were one and the same, but I didn't think I was manifested out of imagination land. I'm going to be
beyond
honest.
Belief. Not just that a child who'd lain cold for years could come back to us, but through such extraordinary circumstances.
What up, Granny?
After so long in the curse's thrall, he could not even open his eyes. He may as well have been a corpse. But all this time, he had been on his own journey. It was the boy's dearest wish. He spoke of a fantasy of traveling the world, meeting its people, seeing its truths. And without him even knowing, magic made it real.
Well, I didn't think the book itself, though, that I've been fucking carrying around was like one of the ancient weapons or whatever. I didn't think it just kind of, you know, and God said, let there be lighted me into existence. You know what I mean?
He is a child of Elden blood and Elden legacy. All these years he spent in the village, he has rested near the secret of true magic. Perhaps this is how it came to be.
His was a fantasy surpassing fantasy. It became more than a dream.
A
but
re-fantasy.
self-possessed force acting of its own volition. And now, reunited, Prince and fantasy live anew.
A re-fantasy.
Journey to discover and reclaim the self, in all senses. No wonder he set off the custom igniter in the Royal Gauntlet Runner. It was the Crown Prince himself.
Even having it all explained like this, it feels like nothing short of a miracle.
Ah, just protagonist powers.
Fate had a hand in it.
That's right. I remember. I heard a voice. Guide him, it said.
A voice? Whose?
If you can't remember anything from before our journey, then we probably met after you'd only just...
I was birthed, dog. I was a baby.
Right?
Newborn baby.
Then. But for some reason, I was convinced that we'd always been together.
Fresh out the chute.
We both received the order to save the prince, too. Ever since the moment I heard that weird voice guiding me.
Placenta not far behind.
Lady Gruaday mentioned a revelation. Hold on. Are we still being mystic and metaphorical, or was there an actual guide involved?
I
I
don't
know
know.
someone was guiding me. I just don't know who.
So a disembodied voice. Hang on. Come to think
The
of
one
it,
that helped us
that
awaken
sounds
your
a bit
archetypes,
familiar
you
for me
idiots.
too.
Come on.
Hey, who do you think the voice belongs to?
Mama.
Any idea?
It's Mama.
I have a faint idea, but I'm not entirely sure.
It's Mama.
Come to think of it, this place, the light coming in.
Where y'all awaken y'all's damn archetypes, you dinguses?
When I
That's
first
the
acquired
birthing
this
canal.
power, I had a vision of someone not unlike these grounds.
Does this mean that we've been guided as well?
Perhaps someone has been at your side unseen, watching over the course of your journey. I imagine all this comes as a great shock for you as well. But here you are, back in your rightful place. You have come to the end of your arduous journey and found new life. It is a life well won.
What journey? We ain't done yet. The hell are you saying the end?
Chief Descruide, we want to know everything. What is the truth behind your tribe?
Well, that's that
the
room in
Elder?
the back.
We Mustari are also said to have inherited truths of the world before us. Histories hushed by sanctism. But this village, it is something altogether different.
We get to go to
I
fucking
myself
Harajuku
feel
next
a
or some
strange
shit in
familiarity
that back
here.
room.
A lost haven underground, yet letting of the sky's light. Please, tell us, what is the Elder Tribe?
To know what we are, you must first know our history. Come to the altar room past the door. I'll wait for you there.
Ugh. Cat, I think the lore's gonna take longer than the next 4 fucking hours. Or 3 hours. The lore alone. Can't believe I'm Mr. John Metaphor Fantazio, the CEO of the fantasy realm. Hello, Aurora. Can you stop yelling at the damn door while I'm watching 30 minutes worth of lore and cutscenes, please? Can you stop that? I'm not letting you outside. You ain't an outdoor cat. You ain't wanted to go outdoors for like 6 years. Now all of a sudden you want to go out there.
Now what am I to do?
Do I got anything to sell? Need any of this shit. Oh, hold on. I need some of this shit. Hold on now. Almighty Affinity. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that's some big money. Minus 16. Okay, that's fine. I don't want that. Cross. Nah. Dagger. Nah. No, I got a better suffer more. Havoc. 357. I don't think 357 is all that much better. I mean, that's kind of better. That's definitely. That one's definitely better. That's definitely. Man, I should come here when there's a sale, right? And not do this right this second, since it's marginal upgrades right now at best anyway. Okay, this isn't. Okay, well, oh, well, that one might be worth it, but it's still, even still, it's marginal. Turn plus 5. String plus 5. I know. I've been looking for more of these for never. I think we're gonna come back for this stuff. I think we can manage. Where the fuck are we going? Where's the fucking back rooms? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Chat, in case this happens during this inevitable 40-hour fucking cutscene in a second, ads are in about 6 minutes, so if you need to ready ad blockers or whatever, I would do it now. Whoa, ho ho, look at this place. Holy. Wanky. Hold on. Aurora will not stop yelling at me right now. Goose, no! I'll miss you, Goose. Have a good night's sleep. Hope work's not too bad for you tomorrow or anything like that. Hopefully it's just a normal ass day. Add about 2 minutes, by the way, chat. Yeah, have a good night. Rest well, Goose. Alright, old lady, teach me the lore.
Does this depict the Elder tribe?
Elder comes from an ancient word, meaning only the old ones.
I mean, that makes sense.
It
Sounds
was
like
an
elder.
alias given by our ancestors to outsiders who visited the village in the distant past. As for our original name, you know it well by now. We were humans.
The human tribe. So Luis's words...
There is no human tribe. Tribes, as we know them today, did not exist then. We were all one people. Humankind.
A world united. But wait. The ruins on Virga Island. There's nothing
So
left
is
of
the Virga
civilization
Island just
today.
Japan?
Was it destroyed? Why? How?
A war. One that all but destroyed the world past. But its destruction was born of the discovery of Magla. Or as you call it today, magic. Do you wonder what they battled over? Without the divided tribes,
Oh, I can guess.
I
can guess.
By division. Over the abstract, undefinable idea of rightness. They tried to destroy something invisible, and destroyed only themselves. And any idea of absolute rightness is born of fear. That fear flooded the world, and gave way to war. And their age of prosperity came to be called the world before.
The world before.
The people we now call tribes were either born of artificial division for the sake of the war effort, or natural adaptation to survive the hellscape after.
Ah. Humanity was torn apart by fear and anxiety, giving rise to the tribes as we know them.
Unbelievable. We've met plenty of people caught up in pointless conflicts. Given the choice, I know they'd rather live in a world without tribal division. And yet the truth is, that world's already fallen apart. More than that, it's how we all got here.
Such drastic physical changes would normally have taken eons to effect. Accelerated by Magla, however, it was only a matter of a scant few centuries. You understand now, yes? We, the Elder, are the survivors of the old world. Our ancestors fled the flames of war and thus escaped the ensuing divisions.
It beggars belief. Tis nothing short of astounding. But then, why do we know these monsters as humans?
Good luck with the
By
edge.
the war's end, both sides were consumed by fear. Their magical assaults escalated with each retaliation, until it was beyond all control. Our world became a hell. Rampant Magla distorts the body and mind. By now, I'm sure you know that better than you ever wished to. Humans are what remains of that branch of humankind that succumbed to melancholia. Broken, horrifying testaments to their own mistakes in the war of magic. Some persist, breed, and multiply as any beast does. Others live centuries of agony before their lives burn out. Even we do not know the full scope of their nature. Regardless, when the 8 tribes settled in this land, our claim to the human legacy was forgotten. To the people, the name only meant slavering, insane monsters. Therefore, we took on an alias instead. The same one by which we are known today. The Elder.
So, the old world couldn't control its magic, and... Wait.
How the fuck am I
How does the Sanctus Church fit in? All this revisionist history to spread their magic igniters.
Indeed, what are magic igniters to you? Tools for the church to shackle the people, perhaps? Or weapons that hide magic's true potential? Am I close to the mark? In truth, it's the opposite. Igniters are tools made to limit magic. Restraints made in self-discipline, meant to avert a repeat of history's destructive mistakes. The Sanctus Church of today is muddied by greed, but its faith was born of good intentions. They once urged self-control, and thus control of one's personal magic. At times, they preached we must close our eyes to the truth when it would only lead us to ruin.
I mean...
By this benign tenet, history was obscured, and the Elder denounced.
I had no idea. There's a grim irony in that.
His Majesty only hid his son's ancestry to protect him. Yet in the end, that meant Forden could attack the village under any pretext he liked, his motives concealed.
With all that said, you have now reclaimed your true form. The friends that stand with you are of different tribes and ideologies, but of one mind. As you are now, you may walk the path of the rightful king. The path of a modern world, where the tribes walk as individuals, yet with mutual respect and cooperation.
The sovereign's power.
Whoa, hold
for
on.
king to be entrusted with the will of the people. To bear their hopes is to be their rock in the storm, and to face anxiety in their names.
I am thou. Welcome back, chat. We're being birthed again.
Yet,
The second birth.
anxiety itself is not something to blindly reject or desperately cast away. It begins with a simple thing, acknowledging its existence. Accept thy weakness, walk forward alongside it, and thou wilt grow strong and true in its company.
There's weakness in people. I'm sure there are many who would say that helping anyone in need is nothing but a fantasy.
And besides...
But realistic or not, I refuse to accept Luis's methods as the alternative. The weak and those who dissent don't deserve to die out as though that's the natural order. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, what's happening here? Big fire. Whoa, look at that. Okay. My determination to challenge the unknown has awakened the heroic embodiment of the prince.
Let's do it.
If no one understands me right away, I accept that. There will still be meaning in showing them my convictions in the fight to come. That is my mission.
That's it. I've made up my mind. I'm with you to the end, no matter what.
Oh,
where's this coming from?
Before we got there, this guiding voice thing told me my duties were over. But what am I gonna do? Just go, okay, bye? Especially after we've come this far together? No. I'm going to face Luis with you. Even if it is scary.
Hell yeah.
Even you've got to cope with anxiety, eh?
I've realized something in our travels. Anxiety can lead people astray. But overcoming it makes a person stronger. There's always anxiety in the unknown. I know what it's like to be afraid of something I don't understand. That's why I think it's my duty to help people face and connect with their anxiety. Is that okay? From now on, it's not about orders. I'm with you, because I want to be.
I'll be counting on you as always.
Same here. Stick close to me, okay?
I thought it, Mancardy. I thought it.
Well, we're past the worst of it. But the problem remains. Luis's dark magic. We've seen it turn the boy into a monster. And no doubt he can do it again.
A forbidden spell, turning sane mortals into the fearsome human monsters. In other words, a destabilizing magic, turning a person's magla into a snarl beyond control. This man named Luis, he may have his own past in this ancient sanctum.
Luis has been here? What do you know of him?
What do you wish to know?
Who exactly is Luis?
Every time I heard of his doings in the wider world, I felt more and more sure that Luis is from this village. His knowledge of humans, his skills in magic, his grasp of darker arts, they're all beyond a mere soldier to begin with, however prodigious. As it happens, a name does occur. Among those old families who perished in the fire, there was one by the name of Caradrius, a family of doctors, I believe.
Like the ship.
In an effort to better heal the ills of the people, they had studied spells much like the ones he now exploits. The details are long since lost to the fire. But if Luis bears our legacy, that may be the reason for his vast knowledge.
Why he has all those books.
Wait. What about Luis's ambition? The vision Rella saw. Do you think he actually wants to turn everyone in the kingdom into humans?
There is no known magic strong enough to turn many people at once. and none that can be cast quickly.
Even if it was possible, I don't know what it would accomplish. But this is Luis we're talking about. Who knows what he's thinking?
What do you wish to know?
What is this forbidden spell?
The essence of magic is in the control of Magla. However, just as its chaos may be calmed, it can also be deliberately pushed out of control. That was what you saw. He whipped your innate magic to a frenzy and you were lost to melancholia. Just as the humans of the ancient war once were. In every age, the cause and effect are the same. People learn fear, become slaves to their anxiety, suffer, and thus, the power of magic is born.
Goddamn, it's coming for us, huh?
You mean to say anxiety is the source of all magic?
Magla is a substance born of the heart, generated when one feels anxiety or fear. By certain means, it may be kindled into power. That is what we call magic. In this way, it is by virtue of the anxiety in our hearts that we gain the power to overcome it. Magic is a natural process, and anxiety is its invaluable, irreducible fuel. But in turn, those burdened with more anxiety and fear produce more and more Magla from their hearts. Without the willpower to face your fear, the Magla overflows. Uncontrollable by magic, it can give rise to strange and terrible happenings as it manifests.
Goddamn right
the
it
world
does.
embroiled in chaos. These outbursts of swollen magic may be happening all across our kingdom.
'Tis the answer to everything. The melancholia crystals, the beasts driven feral. The very land is erupting with the weight of its people's fears.
Hold on. If Luis's art is rooted in bringing out this chaos, then anyone might be next. He said he became a monster because he's elder, but that wasn't the complete story. If what you say is true...
Anyone.
Indeed. All people today are ultimately descendants of humankind. If Luis so chooses, he could turn anyone into a human monster. Yet as long as you have the strength to confront your fears, even this transformation may be defied and overcome.
But if he would turn people into humans, if in the unlikely event that happens...
If there is any motive for such cruelty, it can only be hatred. If Luis is truly from this village, then their fire would have cost him everything. Such unjust tragedy could easily beget a thirst for revenge, even if it meant wielding a magic that twisted life into something terrible, instead of uplifting it. Indeed, it seems the opposite of an archetype. A truly dark power.
Who goes there? Someone flees!
That's him. The malformed assassin who struck at the prince. He's bound for the woods.
Fucking Zorba.
After him!
Alright, don't have to run like that, nurse. Wait, hold on.
What now?
Am I allowed to... Where's my prince? Where is it? I mean, might as well try it out. I don't have the best equipment for this, I don't think, but we could try it out. Couldn't hurt.
What now?
Oh, and I already got 4 slots too. What are my fucking stats here? I'm just a balanced motherfucker, ain't I? Okay. Let's. What the fuck was he weak to? What the fuck was Zorba weak to before? I don't remember. Falling? No, I mean I don't think that worked honestly.
Hello.
Yeah, I will. Hold on. I mean, I gotta give myself something here if I'm gonna try this out.
Yeah.
Russell, is everyone safe? We have had no casualties. However, we were swept aside like pebbles, unworthy of even a glance. I could do nothing but watch. I was powerless against them. Little else that could have been done. Responsible they were for the downfall of the resistance. Any move we might have made would have resulted in needless sacrifice. The intruder sensed the power of the prince's awakening and came to investigate. I don't know why he would have run away, but surely he has a plan. Tread carefully. Alright, let's go. I'm getting real sick of him.
Ready?
Getting real sick of him.
Stop!
Hey Zorba, you dick licker.
You? Zorba. So it was you behind the attack?
Indeed it was. I killed the prince, though he died all too easily. And the odd thing was, his aura felt awfully similar to yours. So I decided to bide my time a while and listen. And it's a good thing I did. There really is something stranger going on. Who are you? Are you the prince or not? Whatever your answer, I must report back to
Gonna have to
Lord
go
Luis.
through us first,
Do
big
you have
man.
any idea what Luis is really scheming? If he becomes king, everyone in this country is doomed.
Including
If that
you.
is what Lord Luis so desires, then I shall see it done.
It's almost impressive how blind your faith in him is.
I suppose it's just easier to follow instead of thinking for himself.
Mm-hmm.
He's forgotten anything he really wants.
What do you intend to do? The crown is too heavy a burden for your reedy frame. Lord Luis is the true king, who will save the worthy. And you are nothing but a powerless imposter, only fit to be sacrificed.
He is no imposter, fiend. His Highness has finally taken his first steps on the road to victory. Here, at his journey's end, after enduring these countless hardships, he has become a true successor, a true ruler. Because he knows the people's suffering firsthand.
Well, imposter or not, it's all the same if he's a corpse. And so I shall return the prince and his dying legacy to the underworld, where they belong.
Hey, look who it is! It's that asshole!
I wondered why you ran away, but it was all to lure
It's
us
Apple
straight to
Man!
this monstrosity.
Keep your guard up. The Melancholia is fueling his magic power.
We've come too far to be stopped by something like him. Let's put our power on full display.
Alright, let's go. The power of your newly earned archetype, the Prince, surges forth.
This guy shows up again just when we've unlocked some new power. Kinda feels like fate by now. Okay, time for a new fight. Stay on your toes.
The Prince archetype is exclusive to the protagonist. You can now change to it as you wish. It can act as a support for all synthesis skills and has unique traits not found in other archetypes, but none of its skills can be transferred.
All right, let's take it down and then get
Royal Sword. Well, is this thing weak to... Hold on. Is this thing weak
Looks
to
like we can't brute force through this one.
what it was before? So it was weak to wind, right?
Let's set it up.
Royal Sword. Severe physical almighty damage to one enemy and increases damage against human-type monsters. Well, I'll be dingly dingly danged. What do we have? We have Windblade, Extreme Physical Wind. It's beautiful to see all this, I'm gonna be honest. Let's try out the sword.
On your guard!
No holding back!
Whoa. Holy shit.
Let us clean up this. Now accept your fate. Some darker arts.
I'll pass, dancer.
Well, it doesn't look like he's weak to...
Raging fire.
Any weak to fire in there? Whoa, big damage to everybody. Love to see it. Don't eat the fucking apples. Get in there, Gallica, like last time.
Shield. We've got to do something about those apples.
Dick.
Let me handle those apples. All right.
Just like before.
Now it can't heal itself anymore. Don't waste your chance. Get in there.
Magical injection. What the hell's that? Ah.
Nope, not this. Savior!
All right, big guy. How you feeling about extreme light magic?
Let's stay calm.
Prince!
Is there another way?
Lend me your strength.
The hell do I even want to take out? Probably the legs.
I'll lend a hand myself.
All right, let's fire up the legs.
Fire!
The general's command. Oh, power of kings. Formidable indeed.
Can you dodge anything? I guess not. Nobody can dodge. Nobody's allowed to dodge.
Watch me.
Well, might as well hit them all again like last time. No reason not to.
Great.
Observe the enemy. Let us fight as one.
Well, let's help out.
If you would.
Let's help out. Oh. Bring down the lightning. Hit them all.
Still standing, I see.
I will fight with pride.
Looks like they're weak to light. I guess it's our time to
No,
shine.
we'll do this together.
Let's take out those dumb wings too while we're at it.
Quick,
Aw.
knock them off again.
Dick.
Face me.
Bro, I don't give a fuck about the apples. That's your job, dog.
This'll be, oh behold this power. Raging fire.
I stab. Join with me.
Well, it's up to you, Hulky.
Get him.
Behold my power.
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak
Let's stay
spot.
calm. Right as power.
I'll cut through.
I'll cut through those words.
The general. Oh, power of kings. Some darker arts.
Yoink.
I see your game.
Yes, good shit. Finally, finally. There we go, there we go.
Looks like we can't brute force through this one. Come on,
Do I have light?
help me out.
We'll combine our strength.
I mean,
This might sting. Great job, Juna. Now
Is everyone
bring
up? Let
something
justice prevail. Oh, mystic
stream
punch.
damage. Smack it.
Hulkenberg got
Whoop.
them right in their weak spot.
Hold on, I'm all prepared.
Give it all you've got.
Smack him with the big fire demoge.
You hit their weakness.
You think you're
That's your opening, Captain.
Let's keep that evasion down.
Apologies.
Asshole apple. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Uh-oh, I don't like this. You asshole. You asshole.
I call upon a royal soul. Burn!
Well, let's hit the apples.
They sure don't give up easy.
Yeah, he's a fucking asshole.
Stand together.
It's up to you now.
Roar with riot. Push onward.
It's okay. The blade's edge. Still here?
More apples? Quick, knock them off again.
Oh my god. Oh, I hate this fucking guy, dude. Gallic, I thought you were supposed to be helping us with these apples! Bro, I'm getting annihilated over here.
Let me handle those apples.
Oh, now you will? You couldn't last turn?
Right, leave it to me. Now it can't heal itself anymore. Don't waste your chance. Get in there.
I'll use what I must. Some darker arts. Formidable indeed.
I'll give you the fast dancer. Raging fire.
Oh, ain't no fucking shot.
Observe the enemy. Savior! Shine!
Fuck, this ain't gonna kill, is it? Oh, thank God. Dumb apple, get out of here. Give me another piece of your apple, so I got 2 of you. Wind God's Gale. Well, that'll be good for somebody. Oh, whoa, whoa, the quad level, double rank. The quad double.
Not bad at all.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I got 4? Oh, shit. Even that shit out.
I shall rise to the occasion.
I continue to grow.
I mean, luck's always good. I mean, look at that agility every time.
The bastard got away.
I say, you chaps boggle the mind. It's no mean feat to fight on even footing with a human.
I'd hoped as much. You may yet have the power to face Luis at his full strength.
It's good to see you're safe. We've certainly taken these powers a long way. Maybe we thought ourselves invincible, but don't worry. At long last, the prince is safe. In a manner of speaking.
Yeah?
Everything's going according to plan.
Still, what's our next move? The people think you a monster. We'll not find any public backing like this.
Oh, he just killed
Alphys
Luis.
once said that His Highness the Prince was a soul born into adversity. He is royalty and elder both, heir to the legacies of heaven and earth. He is water and fire, in condemned conflux. When the day comes that His Highness may be revered as the good ruler he can be, then the world will truly be free of prejudice. And that, he said, is why we fight.
In his own words, huh? We have to fight for what he believed in. All the more reason we can't turn from this.
Right.
Years of prejudice won't go away overnight. Nothing could accomplish that. But if we don't believe things can change, then they never will.
Come what may. My life is a shield raised in your highness's name. Are you prepared to fight Luis to the bitter end?
We fight him together.
Yes. By our efforts, we will stop Luis's reign.
We gotta get
If
our
he ends
bond
up
levels
king,
up first.
He'll
though.
be sending all traitors to the gallows. Not just us, but any innocent folks he doesn't find use for.
We've lost too many lives along this journey, and if Luis has his way with the world, such partings would become all too common. We have to
Look,
stop it.
I'm never giving up hope either, okay? All we have to do is beat him, right?
He doesn't have the king's magic anymore.
Looking forward to the victory song.
Well, we've got bigger things to worry about now. But I can't wait to sing it.
You... I'm still
Hell
amazed.
yeah.
You really do look just like your mother. Truly, you are a child of fate. Your mother, she loved your father, and you with all her heart. The injustice that befell this village is not your fault. But listen well. Once you leave this village, you cannot return until you have fulfilled your ambitions. After all, an old crone like me can't take care of you forever. If you want to overcome your hardest challenges, you'll have to face them yourself. The world's fate is in your hands. Please, put an end to the tragedies of humankind's failures.
Thank you for everything.
Our final battle lies ahead.
Our final
We
battle.
cannot lose. Yet, before all else, His Highness has only just awoken. Let us rest in the Gauntlet Runner for today, and advance to the royal capital tomorrow.
We're just doing this on one day's notice? Aw, hell no. We got bonds we gotta do.
It's a bit strange, isn't it? I was convinced we'd been together for a long time. But I can't believe we've only just met. The beginning of my journey may have been a false memory. But my journey with you and the memories we've made, those are all real. Well, guess I'm repeating myself. But I'm glad we're working together.
Stay beside me forever.
Well, when you put it like that, you're gonna make me blush.
Give me rank 8. Having overcome her trial, I can sense newfound conviction from Gallica, both as an ally and as a friend.
The mystical fairy.
There it is. Oh,
He
baby.
who still keeps the virtues of the mage. Your tempered bond has become a fire-forged trust. Thus, a new pinnacle of heroism awakens within thee.
Well, I didn't know
By
when
the
it was gonna
grace of
be.
her newfound powers,
You know?
work together to give truth to our hopes and fulfill thy destiny.
Rank 8.
We've got the path to tomorrow in
The
front of us.
party-
And I'm gonna lead the way.
Can now study Elemental Master and Warlock and Victory Foresight. During squad battles, you may gain extra turn icons. Just fuck it. Fuck it. Just have some. Look at those two beautiful bastards up there. The Elemental Master you can now study the Elemental Master in Academia. And you can now study the Warlock. Whoa, Warlock looks sick. Holy shit.
When things get tough, remember this magic. The music meant for you will play in your head.
Aww. It was the magic of music that Gallica cast for me once. Now that I think about it, it may have helped me in a way. It's been dope music, honestly, dog.
By the way, the Chieftess told me something about your novel. Apparently your parents gave you that book when you were still just a kid. I wonder what your parents wanted you to get from reading it.
Hope?
They hoped for you.
Yeah, you
I
said
guess.
it, hope.
I suppose you'll have to find out for yourself.
This book is the legacy of my parents, the late King of Uchronia and the Queen of the Elden Sanctum. Perhaps the utopia depicted in this book wasn't mere fantasy, but ideas of the old world passed down in the Sanctum.
The part we're reading today is... the
Last chapter!
It's about the ruler of this ideal world. Let's read it together.
Into the story time, chat.
The last chapter is about the ruler of a utopia.
Oh,
the one
yeah.
who governs this utopia must have an unwavering will. To maintain justice in this world, there are innumerable obstacles to overcome. Yet, as long as one lives by their ideals, those who support them are sure to follow. A utopia is not the creation of a single mind or a single power. It is a world shaped by all its people. The last part sounds a little more metaphorical.
You said it.
There's a little more. However, even a utopia may one day fray at the edges, and its people may come to conflict over the question of what is right. What is a true utopia? What is a true ruler? None have yet found the answers to these questions.
Then true utopia has never been achieved. What up, Nox, by the way? The so-called utopia depicted within the novel was based on the old world, but it fell to ruin and was destroyed by war. So, if this book traces the trajectory of the old world, are these truly the ideals we're striving for? It seems rather the opposite.
So even the author of this book struggled with these questions. And if you become king, you'll have plenty of tough questions and struggles to face yourself. Lady Gruaday mentioned the king was a real idealist when he first arrived at the village, but little by little, the pains of reality crushed his hope. And he even lost his son. In the end, his will was broken. He didn't lift a finger to stop the church's rise to power. With that in mind, I can honestly see why people would be drawn to Luis. His values are radical and cruel, but he's devoted to them. Unshakable, even. But we can't lose either. For the sake of everyone who has believed in us along the way.
Even if I were to win the throne, there's no guarantee my idealistic vision would ever become a reality. And yet, what choice is there but to believe in them and fight on? The alternative is to accept that nothing will
You've
change.
got the power to change the world. And the one who gave it to you was, well, yourself. And that's what I'm going to help you with. That's my mission. My real mission. And I'm going to see it through.
After discussing the novel and our ideals with Gallica, I close my eyes. Oh, well, we're gonna get some more. What up? Academia, it seems I've been summoned by more.
I saw what happened. So, you found a way to unequivocally shape your destiny. As far as I know, there is no record of your newly acquired archetype ever being used.
Oh,
Even in
hell
ancient
yeah.
times, an archetype whose existence was only theoretical, known to some scholars as the magic of true sovereignty. Indeed, a power of legend.
I'm the
I once
protag's
said
protag
that
right
Elder
now.
was your inescapable fate. However, it seems the truth was more complex than that. Magic is a process by which we confront fate and tame anxiety. And archetypes are its essence. They are manifestations of a resolve capable of heroic virtue. So then, what do you think is the foremost, most inescapable fate a person must bear?
The foremost fate.
Probably death.
Not really sure,
Taxes.
but for me to be me, and for you to be you,
Oh, that kind
or
of
something
shit.
like that.
Indeed. It is birth that is inescapable.
I mean, that
You
makes
cannot
sense, too.
choose who you are born to. And once your familial place is determined, that fate cannot be changed. Yet by some strange tangle of destiny, you were given a choice that the very act of existence denies most people. By your own will, you were born again as a prince. Do you understand? You stand on the threshold of truly becoming a ruler. Not as an unearned title of bloodline's chance, nor as a mere authority over people. You have taken control of your life. You are ready to rule your very self. That is what it truly means to be a hero. And it is the crux of the power that is awakened within you. What glorious coincidence indeed, that I, as a scholar of archetypes, might cross paths with and witness such a remarkably fated boy. It almost bespeaks.
Indeed. 'Tis his hands that bear
Oh,
our fate.
hey, what up?
I remember. I know that I know this voice. Had I forgotten it all this time? Yes. I swear I've heard it before. And I let it slip from my mind. Who are you? You with this voice that moves hearts. Speak. Who are you? Why have you awakened this boy to his power?
If it is answers you seek, then go and claim them.
Are you? Could you be?
It's Mama.
As for you, I bid thee awaken.
What up?
Move onward to thy final ordeal. Take thy place at the final proving of the ascension of kings.
My consciousness faded away and I was sent back to my sleep. I'm reminded that Moore was the author of the fantasy novel. Has Moore visited the ancient Elden Sanctum?
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Oh, look, it's us now. Look at the background. We got the book and it's Gallica and me. Look at that. Oh, shit. We got updates.
Okay, all our preparations are just about set. Now that this is actually happening, I've got some pre-show jitters.
All this royalty? I always felt they lived in a different world to the likes of me. Never figured I'd be walking alongside one myself.
'Tis proof that bloodline decides nothing. We are one people living in a shared world.
Time to end racism.
Looks like this is gonna be our last mission.
Racism is over.
Any final words you want to say?
I'm memeing it. I've been memeing this whole fucking time. I'm doing it.
What do I say?
Wow. I feel so motivated.
Yet if he suddenly spoke with the eloquence of a philosopher king, 'twould bemuse more than it would spur.
You can take it at your own pace. We're all getting used to it gradually.
About the new stuff you've felt and learned since becoming the prince. Can I ask you one more thing? Why is it that you want to be king? It's not about honor or power, is it?
Fuck if I know.
I want to protect this country and its people.
'Tis the answer I hoped for. As your knight, I will ever serve you with all my soul and ability.
Well, I guess this means we're ready as we're gonna be.
Bro, what do you mean ready as we're gonna be? Where the hell are we going?
This place here. This place here.
Can I go somewhere else?
Let us hurry.
Oh, come on.
Bro, we're just gonna get fucked again.
This place here.
Let's move.
We're just gonna get fucked on again.
You see?
Yeah.
I don't agree with this decision, but I'm not the one in control.
After having made so many sacrifices, the group has gained new powers and ascertained new truths. Their arch-enemy, Luis, already has one hand on the throne. Even so, they march ever forward, spirits rekindled by battle. They head to Grand Trad, for the fight is far from over.
No, we're not playing Mario, Anna, but good try.
That Elden boy is nowhere to be found. I suppose it's only a matter of time until Luis takes the throne.
Speaking of which, I don't see the general.
The voice of the pro-Luis faction became too overwhelming.
He was ultimately forced out of his position.
Why are we still
Why
listening
is
to
this
these
happening?
old
Even if the
fogies?
Sanctus Church's favor has collapsed, why is it that Luis alone is reaping the benefits?
The public mind is the same as it's always been. It's too difficult to find answers in themselves, so they follow those who provide. We've certainly relied on that ourselves.
It's always easier to follow than to have to make all the risks yourself. Now that we are out of ideas, what can we do?
Can you imagine Luis on the throne? Can you imagine what he'd do with us? We'd be the first on the chopping block. Do we hide? Run? Our ships are in port.
Is this really the time for idle chit-chat?
Hey, what up, man?
Just a passing wastrel. Thought I'd drop in for a word since I was in the area. You might have one way to survive.
Back me, motherfuckers.
Well then, let us depart.
Lord Luis, your pardon. We've encountered an unexpected snag. I killed the prince in the Elden village. I confirmed his death, yet it appears the boy candidate has merged with his corpse. It seems the prince is now resurrected.
Resurrected?
Yes, and what's more, the boy candidate was the actual prince after all. Something about his soul having traveled independently, and then returning to his corporeal body.
I see. So his ideal form was spun from Magla. Whatever the case, this means the land's true prince has reawakened in his sanctum. How interesting. After these long years, my chase may finally come to an end. My nemesis awaits.
Lord Luis, what is it about that bastard that fascinates you? Yeah, I won't let it end like this. I have to do better. I need more power. I will show Lord Luis I am worthy of his gaze.
We'll soon be arriving above the royal capital.
Excellent. As planned, increase altitude and enter the royal palace in the sky.
Are you certain? We'll be heading directly to His Majesty, the former king, and...
Rest assured, that old fool is powerless to stop me now. Proceed.
Understood.
Let the final banquet begin.
Come on, any takers? Any bets for the other candidates? Remember, if Luis loses, a silver coin could turn into mountains of Reeve.
What are you trying to say? You think Count Luis is going to lose?
Oh no, of course not. I'm just saying.
I'll call that bet. All in on His Highness the Prince.
Oh, hell yeah.
A Sanctus bigwig gambling away his tithes? This really is the end of the world. Didn't know his esteemed princeliness had any supporters left.
I mean, he's not really the prince, is he? Was actually a monster in disguise all along. Haven't you heard the news?
The times we live in, I'll tell you.
Must be tough, being an easy mark. It didn't take much for you to buy everything Luis was selling about the prince. The fireworks went off the moment he said, "Behold." Remember? You don't think there's any chance Luis orchestrated the entire thing?
Oi, churchman! You saying Count Luis lied to us? You think he cast some big illusion?
An illusion, eh? What if I said it's a power more dangerous than that? Always struck me as odd. We all know Luis, the mighty human slayer, but how does he keep finding the things one after another? Seems a bit convenient, if you ask me. Like he knows in advance where these monsters will appear to cause havoc.
Easy to nitpick and gripe about him, isn't it, churchman? Maybe someone needs to shut you up.
All right. Let's keep things civil, eh? No sense becoming a monster yourself.
Oi! What's all this fuss about?
Oi!
When Count Luis is king, you'll all be the first at the gallows. You'll die just like Forden.
Well, they're probably just as anxious as the rest of us. All that yelling and thrashing helps fight it off. Humans have been sighted near the capital, after all.
It's more than that. Pockets of society have resented the upper class for ages now, but this might be the spark that lights the kindling. Luis's respect for power is certainly cruel, but it's fair to an extent. Those of us pushing the status quo have always struggled to understand the appeal.
Even then, everyone's on edge. They'll jump at any excuse to argue and snarl at each other. Never seen it this bad. Not normal, I say.
Blind fanaticism and doom go hand in hand. If we
Bro.
don't find some common ground soon, it'll collapse beneath us. Luis left saying that he'd be waiting at the royal capital. Only one place he could be. All eyes are on his Skyrunner as it rises to the flying palace. What are we about to see?
Some horse shit, probably.
Ah, the royal palace. It's been a while. Do you hear me, O king? Stubborn and deathless? This country is distorted. You and the other titled authorities decide who grows fat and who is devoured. The country knows no war only because our very core is built upon a system of societal predator and prey. It cannot be defied from within. That is peace, but not order. Hand over the royal scepter. The game is over. The country needs change, and I will provide it.
Thou impertinent faith breaker, hast thou no shame in preempting the day of judgment?
Do you presume yourself a god? Is that why you wrought your face in stone and took it to the heavens? You're nothing. Just an ordinary, broken old man.
How wouldst thou wield the king's magic? To what end?
To purify all that your kind have left to rot. You threw away your ideals, but I will never make that mistake.
Only the people's chosen may take the throne. The royal scepter and its resting place remain beyond you.
This royal scepter, the royal magic. Did you think that only generations of kings were aware of their secrets? Why someone can manipulate world-changing power by use of only a single scepter? Why only those supported by the people can use it? Listen well, O king. The truth behind the royal magic. Huh. So it's true. The country truly is putrid with sin. In other words, if I took hold of it now, then I would have the power to change the world itself.
Oh.
How didst thou learn of this?
How?
Oh, his horns are glowing. Is
Thou
he?
art elder.
Oh,
You were not
shit!
always blind to this country's
There it
wrath.
is!
When you visited our sanctum, I saw and knew the passion in your heart. And yet, what happened to our village? What happened to this country?
Oh.
You cannot stop me any longer. Nor can anyone else. Save one lone possibility.
Well, there's that scepter thing. Man, that's some ornate shit that thing's sitting on, huh?
Snatching victory from the maw of catastrophe, the party descends again on the royal capital, Grand Trad. But they are greeted only by ominous skies. Their return hardly counts as a triumph, considering how they departed. Anticipating conflict, the Gauntlet Runner comes to a quiet stop.
What the hell's wrong with the sky?
Isn't that... Oi! That monster boy's come back!
Ah, that's why the sky's grown so hellish. The half-dead bastard returns with his head held high.
A more aggressive welcome than I expected. Would any introductions help them to understand?
No.
It's useless. Words are cheap. Still, we should walk with pride instead of trying to keep our heads down.
True enough.
His Royal Highness, the Prince, returns! Luis distorted his form through strange and terrible magics, but the curse is now dispelled. His true form has been restored!
Oi, if that's really His Highness, then tell us why in His Majesty in the sky stop all this bloodshed?
'Cause he's an imposter! Just like Count Louis said! You'll not fool us again, beast!
Oi! Calm down. At least listen.
And you! Never thought I'd see one of the Magnus brothers standing against Count Luis, even the thick one. He took in a parapus like you, and you spit on him. Scum! Only thing traitors deserve is a tight rope and a stiff beam.
Damn.
You want us to
Chill,
support
bro.
the prince?
Lady Juno, I can't believe this. I admired you. Why would you risk dying alongside some fake prince? I don't intend on dying with anyone. Besides, I'm still me, whoever I'm standing with.
Hey, you chief! Weren't you the wretch who got kicked out of the knighthood? Now you're with this pack of throne chasers. Shame. Shame!
Mustari girl! You ungrateful pagan! Count Luis brought down the Sanctus Church for you! How dare you strike out at him? They're all traitors, I say!
What is all this? The truth of the prince hardly matters to them. Every one of them's only concerned with their own emotions and nothing else.
We'll have your heads on pike soon enough. Leave! Get out of our royal capital!
If they're just monsters, we can deal with them ourselves. How about it?
This is bad. They really are out for our blood. Has everyone gone insane?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oi! Over here! Don't bother with them! No talking this one out. You need to run! Now!
We weren't away from the city that long. What happened? Why are all the people so bloodthirsty now?
The prince turning into a monster before their eyes still lingers in their minds. After all, a monster entered into their society disguised as a person.
No, that's not...
I know. It's not true.
Yeah, battling's awesome.
The truth and how it appears to the citizens are different beasts. Moreover, humans have been sighted closer than ever before. The royal capital's populace is unused to danger, so they've become suspicious of each other. How fares your neighbor? Do you run in circles with monsters in disguise? Are questions on the tip of every tongue. Ever since Forden's death, Luis has everyone on a knife edge. He's erratic, and nobody knows how he'll react to those who defy him if push comes to shove.
So, at the core of it, people are scared witless and they cling to Luis as a savior, rather than the devil he is.
You well know that Luis cares not one whit about social status, especially as a token of birthright. No amount of wealth or standing can buy his protection. So even those who may have opposed him at first now counsel that condemning him would be imprudent, as it puts their safety at risk.
Then we're stuffed. He won't save anyone. And oh yeah, he can create humans, by the way.
Oh, that's all true then. I have my suspicions, but it's still a bit of a jolt. This all said, in my humble opinion, what we're seeing in the people now has been in the works for some time. Now, has the tournament for the throne truly ever been a fair contest? The Sanctus Church bent it to its whim, and I abetted that. To my shame. Before I met you people, I didn't have much to me but anger and quips. I'd rant and snipe and have my cynical little discourse, but I'd only looked to others for change. Now maybe that outlook's our real enemy. Blind fanaticism, like I had. Even if there's no malice to it, it's a dangerous thing. Hard to think clear when your mind's a muddy stream.
We've been told Magla is born from people's anxiety. Perhaps the proof is now before our eyes.
Kind of ironic. But we have to do something about it. If we don't, they'll never listen. We'll only ever be seen as an enemy.
I had the inn prepared. They won't let anyone in but you lot. Let's head there for now, shall we?
And about 20 seconds. Also, Tanahashi is well past having big matches at Wrestle Kingdom. No offense. Eurus was heading back to the Gauntlet. It seemed like the city has calmed down at least a tiny bit. I'd have a hard time wrecking our Gauntlet runner, but we still shouldn't chance it. We should make our way over to the hushed honeybee. Everyone else has already gone ahead.
Luis is the only one.
Smash it
Let's
all to
move.
bits.
Everyone, I'm glad you made it back in one piece.
Luffy.
Since you left, Luisa's following has only grown.
Yeah, makes sense.
Have you changed? You're still the same person, aren't you?
'Tis quite a story, but it deserves explaining. I only hope you can believe us.
Alright, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. I
Yeah,
had
take
thought
a
all this
second.
business with declaring yourself the prince was a well-meaning bluff. But under the deception, you were, in fact, the actual prince.
Yeah,
Is that
it's
right?
kind of how it happened.
Still, I mean, how do you get the whole country to believe your story? Is that even possible?
No.
Frankly,
bro,
I
no.
doubt it. We've just seen firsthand how far we'll get trying to talk the people down.
Then what will you do? If this goes on.
But you're still you, yes?
Yeah.
You came to help everyone, just like you helped me before, right?
Yes, that's right. It'll all turn out fine.
Good.
I mean,
I see.
yeah.
So, even if no one believes you, you're still determined to settle the score with Luis head on.
Even so, the gulf between us is wider than ever. The people have all but named him their champion. With so little time, a guileless appeal to the public may fall on deaf ears.
Hard luck for the honest knight. And not much room left for civil debate now that Luis is openly advocating killing his opposition. Well, that ship sailed when the king's magic faded. Anyway, if there is a key to turning the tide, first place I'd look is the castle in the sky. You saw how violent and volatile the city folk are now, but I don't think it's as simple as fearing Luis. I've been keeping an eye on the royal capital while you were off on your jaunt through the woods. Frankly, the change in public sentiment was too sudden, unnatural. It's as if they've been collectively drained of their sanity, and if I had to guess what's causing it...
You're implying it's Luis's doing?
Yeah.
All the eeriness in the sky. Is that because...
Don't know, but the change in the citizens is certainly odd. If something really is forcing it, that means we might still have a chance to fix it.
What Lewis is doing in the royal palace, whether or not he truly desires a world overrun by humans, we won't know his mind until we confront
On the
him.
other hand, it may well be bait for a trap.
Trap or not, we have no other choice.
Then it's settled. Head to the royal palace and put a stop to whatever Luis is cooking up. With that Skyrunner, you're the only ones who can. And we'll fight in the ways we can too. We'll make sure the whole kingdom hears that the real prince is back after all the strife he's been through.
Indeed. If you can make things better, you might just inspire everyone to remember their own hopes and dreams. Maria's been terribly patient, waiting for you and believing in you. It'd be nice to see her smile again.
Right.
If Luis is behind all these disturbances, welcome back chat, then stopping him will only help us in the approval ratings. If we can restore civility and rational thought, it will pave the way to defeating Luis. We must press on with faith in that.
I'll always believe in you. We'll all do our best, so you can be a good king.
Indeed. If we win, I suppose you really will be king.
We're counting on you, O King.
'Tis too late today for a grand charge, I fear. Let us take a night's rest, and on the morrow, we make for the castle.
Cat, I don't think we're going to be finishing this in 2 hours. I'm going to be honest here.
What to pick?
Well, I'm going to be honest here. Bro, did I not even... If there's the... I had no idea how to unlock fucking... If this is actually the end, I had no idea how we were supposed to unlock him. I never saw him anywhere, and I was like focused on trying to get so many other people done. Ugh.
You...
Ah, you're fine, dog.
Oh, it's Mister.
Oh, hell.
Sorry, I'm not reading this. I'm just kind of scanning it.
Your Highness.
Come on.
Oh.
Honestly. "74 hours. I mean, I got nothing to do.
The day of the hero draws near, which shall see the crowning of a new
Oh, we got 31 days.
31
There we
days
go.
remain.
Thank God. Okay. Well, it ain't getting done in the next 2 hours. It ain't getting done now, dog. Oh, hell no. We got a month.
This voice?
Soon, naught but 1 month will remain. On the dawn of the day of the hero, the one who has inspired the greatest faith of the people shall inherit the kingdom. I bid thee forget not these words.
Well, we got a month, chat, to finish up bonds and prepare, I
I
suppose.
wasn't expecting to wake up to such a spectacle, but I suppose that confirms it. This is where it ends.
Luis has already fortified himself behind the palace walls. Good thing we've got a Skyrunner, or it'd already be over for us.
Or perhaps it is us he has been waiting for all this time.
However disturbing the world looks now, 'tis only a prelude to the deadland Luis strives for.
Sky
Chat,
looks
we might be
proper
coming
hellish
back for
already. And with all the
a
humans
long
out there,
stream
no wonder
tomorrow.
everyone's losing their grip.
Well, he wanted a fair world where strength decides everything. Funny how that's indistinguishable from absolute chaos.
But it's Luis who has the most support right now. And that wasn't born of deception. He broke the nation's order, and everyone knows it.
Sure enough. That's what got Ardell and I dreaming to begin with. Figured a world where the poor and weak get trampled on was a world worth breaking.
Aw.
Come to think of it, what do we all stand for, really? Maybe hope.
A little broad, don't you think?
Well, you got a
Don't
better
really know what
fucking
everyone's
idea,
talking about,
Gallica?
but everyone who's seen you and your friends say you're amazing. You make them really, really happy. Because, you know, you've got all the tribes in your team. Everyone's different, but you keep working together and doing great. You're so cool.
A fair point.
Unity,
You're quite right,
maybe.
Maria. It is a hard thing to word, so forgive my fumbling. But perhaps it is a matter of standing for something Luis does not believe exists. We must prove that it does.
If you keep on believing in what you want, and you keep on working hard for it, it will come true.
That's right, love.
Man, I
can
wish I
think of
still had
plenty
that
of people
childlike
who'd be
faith.
much happier if they took a page from your book.
I see now. This is surely the essence of true magic.
Best of luck, Your Highness. After all those speeches about taking the throne, it'll be awfully irresponsible to go dying on us now.
If Luis claims victory, everyone will be sacrificed in his wake. We have to prevent that from happening. Whatever Luis is doing in the royal palace has to be stopped as soon as possible, and it's up to us to
Right.
do it.
Thank you.
Well, we'd best keep an eye on the calendar. The king's deadline was the dawn of the day of the hero,
So
so
we got
we've
30
got until the
days.
day before. And that won't be the end of things either. Even if people come to their senses, it would amount to nothing if Luis sits upon the throne. Personally, I think we should prioritize our main objective here. I'm sure we'd get it done, but we have to make sure we have at least one day to spare before the day of the hero.
We've got a few days left. So,
A few?
it's up to you how we spend them. When we set off, let's do it with no regrets.
No regrets.
So Luis is hiding in the floating royal palace here.
Look at that
We
face.
have to stop him. I won't accept King Luis. That's...
Dread. Is dread everywhere? Oh boy, that's gonna be nice to deal with, huh?
Here's where we are now.
Okay, sorry I was eating a Snickers.
Let's put an end to this.
Head to the royal palace in the sky to save the world from being driven into madness by Luis. This man with ruinous aspirations for the future must not succeed the throne. A mission with the deadline has begun to challenge the airborne palace to depart from the round table and the gauntlet runner. Due to Magla disturbances throughout the kingdom, the entire country is experiencing dread weather. If that isn't bad enough, be cautious of inclement weather called blight. The ability of your followers and support will be indispensable when it comes to surpassing Lewis being crowned. Use this time to ensure you have no regrets when you depart. Prevent Lewis's destructive vision and rescue the kingdom's future before the day of the hero arrives.
So,
You need to be absolutely sure that you're ready for anything before we head in. That place has definitely changed from the last time you were there. Well, I got 30 days. Well, 29 days. We need to get 3, 7. Oh boy. What's that? 15. 15. So half of these days are going to be we're trying to get that shit done. 10 hours today. Okay, so now that I know, well, tomorrow will be the final stream, I might just call it. Because we're already decently leveled, I think.
Smash it all to bits.
I mean, that's sick, but did they win? I don't know. I don't know about... That would mean the only 2 people that scored were those, which would be crazy. 148 to 101. 120 to 100. That makes more sense against the Spurs. I get they got Wemby, but they ain't putting up 150. Alright, so my hopes and dreams have been dashed because we're playing an Atlas game and I misjudged how long it might be. So tomorrow will now be the final stream. So, before it's like 2 a.m. Yeah, I know, right? Knox, the final stream of long JRPG that never ends. 34 minutes, nice. Pog, did you wash your battery? No, it's probably dangerous to watch batteries. But I'll probably try and go live around 1 p.m. now tomorrow. Because Saturday we're watching the what turns out to be hilariously bad after episode 1 Uzumaki, and then Sunday's football. And then those 2 days I also want to edit a lot, so if we don't get it done tomorrow, we'll run to Monday, so I'm going to try and get done with as much as I can tomorrow. But a lot of it, I think, will be simply just getting bonds done. The Emiri baseball. I'll check all that stuff. So just, if you need me to send you a message, just send me one right now so I don't fucking forget. This game's awesome. I'm loving, dude. Man, I'm loving this fucking game, dude. This is sick shit. Even if you're watching me play it, man, I would say go play it yourself. I'm having a blast. I'm loving it. Maybe we finish tomorrow. Fuck it. I'm gonna just say maybe tomorrow's the stream. We go until it's over. Maybe tomorrow is that stream now. But I do want to get some fucking work done tomorrow too. Like I did this morning. Alright, we're just gonna raid Bastion. Because I don't want to think. I just want to say what's up to Bastion and then go chill out and pass out. So, go say what's up to Bastion. Thank you for hanging out for this 10-hour fucking stream. What the hell is wrong with me? I will be back tomorrow for the final stream. If you're in my Discord, we're going to watch Uzumaki. It's like 2 hours or so on Saturday. It's sometime around 7 p.m. Central, so it won't be taking up your whole night. Next week, my Halloween episode for YouTube should be up. I have it all recorded. I just need to edit it down. So that's what I'll be working on the next couple of days. And yeah, go say what's up to Bastion, or don't. I don't know. Y'all do whatever the fuck you want. I'm fucking tired. So yeah, get out of here. Get.